This video contains every Russian idea, principle, and fundamental that you need to understand how Russian operates as a language. After watching this video, you'll have a clear basis of Russian and understand how to utilize its grammar properly. In essence, this video is a long compilation of all of my previous videos that show and explain each Russian grammatical concept individually, so that way you don't have to search for each concept on its own. Everything that you need in Russian is in this video. When watching it, some moments will have weird sentences like, this concept is for a future video, so in this video, and more. This is because all of my videos are edited into one long video. Some parts may be slightly slower, quieter, or faster than other parts, but I did try my best to balance the video so that everything is on the same level in this long video. As I said, this is a simple collection of all of my previous Russian videos combined, so obviously I cannot go back and edit them in any way. What's in this video is the same as in all of my previous videos, and I'll end the video with a short conclusion explaining why I showed these ideas. Now, for those of you who saw my long Spanish video, there are a few things that I want to say beforehand regarding these two long videos, a complete guide to every fundamental in Spanish and Russian. In my long Spanish video, I made a lot of mistakes when explaining, and I wanted to address my approach to them in this video before fully showing every fundamental in Russian. In my long Spanish video, I spoke too fast, gave incorrect explanations, explained Spanish as someone who's not fluent in Spanish, had disorganized frames, and had quiet audio. These are the mistakes that I noticed later when I put that video out. I want to very much apologize and say that I'm very sorry for the way that I showed Spanish in that video, because what you will see in this Russian video will be significantly better, slower, and way more accurate. Again, I'm very sorry for the stupid mistakes that I made in my Spanish video, despite getting a lot of positive feedback, but I do have my reasons as to why I made mistakes. When speaking too fast, I have never done content creation before, never edited videos, never used a microphone, and never tested my voice, so I was doing everything very quickly. At the time, I figured that I should do quick, short, and fast videos, but it turned out that I was editing everything too fast and speaking too fast. I'm very sorry for the fast pace, because in this Russian video, I promise that everything will be slower and carefully explained. When making grammatically incorrect explanations in Spanish, I was aware that some people would correct me, even though I noticed more mistakes later. Again, I'm very sorry for those mistakes, because along with the fast editing, my explanations got careless. So that's why everything was sort of sloppy, like unas minutas, which doesn't exist in Spanish. I found that out much time later, so I'm sorry. In this Russian video, I assure you that there will not be any mistakes or incorrect explanations because I am fluent in Russian, and in fact, it is my first spoken language. Because of my fluency and the banner on my channel, you can tell that this Russian video will be much better. When explaining Spanish as someone who's not fluent in Spanish, this again caused careless explanations and incorrect ways of showing Spanish. In my case, I was explaining Spanish as someone who can speak it conversationally but not fluently. Because I'm fluent in Russian, do not expect any incorrect explanations in this Russian video. When having disorganized frames, I was using the platform Canva for both Spanish and Russian, but in my Spanish video, the frames were disorganized because I used screenshots and framed everything too quickly. In this Russian video, you will not see this mistake. When having low audio, I was using a simple video editing program called OpenShot with a basic microphone, so I didn't really know how to work things out. I just did what I thought was fast. In this Russian video, I used better software, better frames, a better microphone, and better audio, so everything is better organized. These are the mistakes that I wanted to address and explain what happened in comparison to this long video. Moreover, the way that I explain Russian concepts is completely different than in the Spanish video for many reasons, aside from speed, frames, audio, and grammatical inaccuracy. Russian is a language that requires more attention and a slow explanation of every concept that it has. It's a complicated language that requires more understanding and feeling as opposed to simpler languages like English and Spanish. Unlike my Spanish video, in this Russian video, I explain concepts much more slowly and describe ideas as simply and as accurately as possible in comparison to English. For those who only speak English or who use English as a placeholder to learn other languages, this video will make perfect sense to you. The way that I made these videos and taught Russian is by putting myself in the position of those who only speak English, because this is the audience that my content is fit for. Of course, there could be people who already speak Russian or want to better understand Russian, so this video will also be very practical. Unlike my Spanish video, Russian will have more complexity, difficulty, and grammar that did not exist in Spanish, with a slower pace, accurate grammatical explanations, still frames, and enhanced audio. However, it will have some examples that will be somewhat nonsensical, but just so you know, the emphasis of this long video is on Russian grammar. This is how far I went to really ensure that Russian will be understood and clearly explained. Furthermore, in the description, you'll find many links to many of the Russian concepts in the video. I left them to extend your knowledge of Russian because it is a difficult but very fascinating language. I did not do it in my Spanish video because I got that information from a university book, and also because Spanish doesn't require advanced explanations due to its simplicity and similarity to English. In the description, you will see a lot of links to the Russian concepts in the timestamps, so if you're curious about Russian, or if you think that I explained something very poorly, you can check them out. Those links will take you to separate sites where you will find more explanations of different Russian fundamentals. In fact, most of the information in this video was taken from those sites, but of course, you can find other information on other sites, so I'm not saying that my source is the best. All I did was take out all the unnecessary fat from the information, providing you with a virtual audio or visual dictionary of Russian concepts, so use it as you wish. You can change the speed, adjust the sound, check this video in one day or many days, and simply find the time that fits you. Even if you know Russian or already have an average basis of Russian, you can now know what it is you need to learn. With this video, you can teach yourself, build sentences, practice speaking Russian, understand the nuances of the language, and revisit this video as many times as you want. At last, there are just a few concepts that I did not cover in Russian, like these, and I chose to not cover them for the following reasons. If you feel that I made any mistake or missed any other crucial concept, you're more than welcome to correct me or add your own input in the comments. Because this long video is a compiled collection of my previous videos, I did make some typos when explaining, such as missing letters in words, added letters in words, or fully incorrect words where I say one word, but on the screen you'll see a different word. At the very bottom of the description, you'll see the timestamps for all the typos, so in case you see one, you can know what was the actual correct word or letter. Also, I have the timestamps for every concept in the description, so that way you don't have to waste time by looking for the concept you need. Just click on the time and you will be taken to the concept that you need. Anyhow, enjoy! So in this video, I would like to discuss the things you must know before learning Russian. Before approaching the subject matter, there are a few things I would like to say as to how I will be teaching Russian and how I will engage in the context of this complicated language. I'm going to be teaching and explaining things very differently because Russian is a language that requires more attention and a slow explanation of every concept that it has. Before jumping into the basic grammatical concepts, there are many things that you have to know about it so that later the context of Russian will make more sense. At first, as many of you can tell by the banner of my YouTube channel, I am a native Russian speaker. Educating somebody about Russian can be complicated, but I do have a plan to make things very simple for everybody. As a native Russian speaker, this means that I will be going very slowly, not stuttering, and explaining every concept in Russian slowly, surely, and simply. Once again, I'm a native Russian speaker, so in the context of Russian, I do know what I'll be talking about. Secondly, before immediately diving into Russian concepts, there are many things that you simply have to know in Russian. I am not talking about Russian grammar, but simply Russian rules that will be applied once you start to learn Russian grammar. As a native Russian speaker, I am putting myself in the shoes of the people who only speak English, or at least use English as a primary language to learn other languages. Because my content is fit for people who only have English as their native language, it's only fair if I put myself in their position. I'm not expecting everybody to understand the concepts right away, but it is significant to understand how everybody learns. If you're watching this video and your native language is English, meaning that you're using English to learn other languages, then this video will make perfect sense to you. If you speak any other language and still know English as a second or third, then this video will still be very educational. And that's something very crucial to emphasize. Learning Russian using English. Even though I don't recommend doing it, many people just know English as their native language, and so they have to use English as their only source. I will be explaining Russian concepts using English as easily as I can. Before actually learning Russian grammar, that is past, present, future tenses, verb conjugations, all of these things, there are things that you simply have to know in Russian because these are the foundational rules of Russian. In the beginning, you don't necessarily have to understand these things, you just have to follow these rules in Russian. And I will explain them as easily as possible, considering that I will be teaching Russian using English. So let's get into it. The first thing you should know about Russian is the difference between literal and spoken Russian. Literal Russian is the Russian you see on paper, and it's the Russian that most people use to learn Russian grammatical ideas. You can find this Russian in books, subtitles, magazines, and anything else that has literacy. Spoken Russian, on the other hand, is self-explanatory. It's the Russian that is used in conversations. However, spoken Russian is completely different than literal Russian, meaning Russian that you learn on paper will sound completely different when you start listening to it, especially through Russian natives. For instance, when engaging in a Russian conversation, 90% of words that have the letter O will be pronounced with the letter A. Let's take the word computer in Russian. For now, don't worry about any of the letters. I will explain them later. When looking at this word in Russian, we can pronounce it as kom-pyu-ter. Kom-pyu-ter. However, for a native Russian speaker, the word is pronounced computer. Computer. This is the difference in dialect between literal and spoken Russian. Now, the reason I've brought this up is to give you a different perspective on the dialects that exist within complicated languages like Russian. As a native Russian speaker, I will pronounce every Russian word and sentence both ways so you can understand the difference between literal and spoken Russian, because the whole point of learning Russian is to speak it. The second thing to know about Russian is the difference between typed and written Russian. In other words, it's the difference between how Russian is printed and how Russian is written on paper. Now, in the first point, I already explained Russian on paper, but I would like to specify a few more things. Printed Russian utilizes its printed alphabet and puts more emphasis on letter spacing and expressions. This is the type of Russian that I will use in every video of Russian fundamentals. Written Russian is also known as cursive Russian written on paper, and it's the Russian that natives use to write. I will not be explaining cursive Russian whatsoever because I personally cannot even read or write it, but mainly because it's only used for writing. In the videos that I will do about Russian, I will focus on printed Russian only, but if you're interested in cursive Russian, I have a link in the description that explains Cyrillic cursive Russian on a separate site. The third thing you should know is that Russian has no definite or indefinite articles, considering again that I'm explaining Russian using English. The reason Russian doesn't have articles can be explained using two things. Russian has declensions, which I will explain later in the video, and Russian relies on context. Context is more significant because it is almost always clear whether we speak about a definite or indefinite concept. Sometimes it's unclear, so we use additional words to justify that. From a Russian standpoint, the concept of articles is redundant because articles do not carry any additional information that is not visible from the context. Take a look at this text. I go to store, I enter store and walk in aisle. In aisle, I find book and buy book. When I pay for it, I see man. I give man money and he gives me receipt. I go back home and read book. As native English speakers, we can correctly and instinctively place all the missing articles in the text because once again, we use additional words to justify the definiteness or indefiniteness of nouns. Russian, however, doesn't have this concept because it relies just on context, without having definiteness or indefiniteness of nouns. If you're trying to learn or think in Russian, simply remove all articles from your mind because this is a concept you need to know before learning Russian. The fourth thing you should know is that Russian has no sense of progression, whether it's in the past, present, or future. What I mean by that is the English fundamental of INGs at the end of participles and placing the verb to be before each progressive action. In English, we can say, I am eating, he is sleeping, you are speaking, she was seeing, we were talking, and I will be showing. One concept that these sentences share is the ing at the end of the participle, along with am, is, are, was, and were, which are conjugations of the verb to be. In English, this concept is called the continuous, also known as the past, present, or future progressive. This type of tense, just like with articles, doesn't exist in Russian. The reason why is because of a grammatical difference, but mainly because Russian participles fulfill the work of adjectives only. What I mean by that is that Russian does have the meaning of the continuous or progressive, but it does not have a tense for it. Because English participles have more verbal characteristics than adjectives, English participles have been developed into continuous ones. Russian participles only fulfill the work of adjectives, which doesn't make a continuous. Try to think of it as a concept that is more explicit in English than in Russian, because participles have the meaning of the continuous in both languages, but only English has a tense. This leads me to the fifth thing you should know, and that is, Russian has no perfect tenses. The perfect tense also doesn't exist in Russian, just like the continuous. In English, the perfect tenses can be explained using to have, to had, to will have, or to could have, plus a participle ending in ed. Russian again has the meaning of the participles, which is used differently, but it does not have tenses. So overall, the perfect and continuous tenses cannot be in Russian because they don't exist in Russian. Additionally, the same thing could be said about the verb to be in the present tense, which leads me to the sixth thing you should know, and that is, Russian does have the verb to be, but it is not used in the present. What I mean by that is whenever it comes down to expressions relating to adjectives like I am tall, you are young, or he is happy, the conjugations of to be in the present, that is, am, is, and are, will not be used in the present in Russian. To be more specific, Russian does have the verb to be that is used in the past and future, but it is not used in the present. The reason why is because at some point in time, the conjugated personal pronouns I am, you are, or he is converged into one form and began to be removed. Because the language couldn't make use of it at the time, the purpose of using it was lost. So in modern times, Russian doesn't use to be in the present, but in the olden times, it was used at some point. In general, if you're saying a Russian sentence in the present, simply remember to not use the verb to be, to not use a progressive or perfect tense, and to not use articles because Russian doesn't have them. The seventh thing you should know is that Russian only has three simple tenses of time: the past, present, and future. Unlike English, having continuous and perfect tenses, Russian only has three: the past, present, and future. However, it does not mean that Russian only has three aspects of these tenses. For instance, the past and future tenses have perfective and imperfective variations. The perfective is an action that was or will be completed, but the imperfective is an ongoing or habitual action. In English, try to think of the perfective as the past or simple future. Unfortunately, there is no English equivalent to the imperfective, and that is something I'll explain in future videos. Alongside, the usage of the two aspects can change the endings of verbs depending on the speaker, style of speech, and context. In future videos, I will explain each concept individually, but for now, simply put, Russian has three tenses with two aspects of the past and future. To understand which aspect to use, reading and listening might be the best methods because it feels very unnatural for people who only speak English. Of course, it is something that you have to get a feel for once you understand the tenses, which leads me to the eighth thing you should know, and that is, Russian nouns are gendered with the masculine, feminine, and neuter genders. The masculine and feminine genders are self-explanatory, but the neuter gender is something that not a lot of people know. In English, there is no gender when it comes down to nouns, but in Russian, there are three grammatical genders: masculine, feminine, and neuter. The neuter can be explained as the gender that is neither masculine nor feminine. It is simply neutral, and to distinguish if a noun is masculine, feminine, or neuter is something that I'll explain in a future video. The ninth thing you should know is that Russian has a devocalization of consonants. Now, to understand this concept, I would have to introduce and explain the Russian alphabet, which I will not do in this video because there are a lot of things you need to know about it. Instead, I will show just a few letters that explain this concept, and in the next video, I will elaborate more on the alphabet and its letters. In Russian, there are hard consonants and soft consonants. These consonants can become voiceless in some situations and sound more like their counterparts, which makes a big difference in the meaning of Russian words. In English, this can be shown as be, which sounds like pe, fe, which sounds like ve, se, which sounds like ze, and so on. Even though it's not a big deal in English, some Russian consonants will be pronounced differently or devocalized when put with vowels, which makes for different words. For instance, let's take the word cabin in Russian. Once again, don't worry about the letters for now. When looking at this word in Russian, we can pronounce it as budka. Budka. Even though there's the letter d in the middle, it precedes the letter k, and therefore it generates a t sound. Budka. This leads me to the 10th thing you should know, and that is, Russian has vowel reduction. Just like with consonants, Russian has vowels that get reduced when pronounced, meaning that they sound different from their alphabetical sound when put with hard or soft consonants, which makes a long sound. For instance, Russian has the vowels a, o, u, u, and e, which indicate that the preceding consonant is hard. On the other hand, there are the consonants ye, yo, i, u, and ya that indicate that the preceding consonant is soft. If you're interested in learning more about this, I have a link in the description explaining this concept on a different site. Still, I'll explain this concept more when I'll talk about the alphabet in the next video. The 11th thing you should know is that Russian has stress on syllables. Stress on syllables means that a word can change its meaning based on a stronger and longer sound. So the only way to know how to say words is to listen to the pronunciation. For instance, Russian has this word, zamok. Zamok. For a native speaker, the word is pronounced zamak. zamak. This word means castle. However, if we put the stress on the second syllable, the word will be zamok. Zamok. This word, zamok, now means lock, as in a lock on a door. This is stress in Russian. The 12th thing you should know is that Russian has a flexible sentence structure. The usual structure in English is subject-verb-object, or SVO. In Russian, it is possible to change the order of the words without changing the meaning too much, but a bit of context can still change the meaning. For instance, SVO in Russian is a natural intonation, SOV emphasizes the object, and VOS is a declarative and poetic undertone. If you're interested in this concept, I have a link in the description explaining this on a different site. And on that website, there are the last two most important things that you should know about Russian before learning it. The second to last thing to know about Russian is that it has what's called declensions. A declension, by definition, is the modification of nouns, pronouns, or adjectives by which a grammatical case, number, and gender are identified. In Russian, there are 6 cases that are very important to understand because using these cases, it is possible to speak Russian correctly. Now, I personally wouldn't call these declensions cases, but rather 6 different types of expressions that generate 6 ways to modify nouns, pronouns, and adjectives. Simply put, Russian has 6 different types of expressions, with each expression generating a different way to modify a word. The expressions themselves define the way a word modifies its form when used in a different context, and there is a total of 6 different expressions. Now, I'm not going to explain all of these expressions in this video because there are so many of them, but in a future video, I'll explain these expressions very easily and slowly because they require so. In case you want to learn more about them, once again, I have a link in the description that leads to a useful website that has these cases. Now, there is a big reason why I'm referring to these Russian cases as expressions and not declensions. Russian uses the case or expression system by modifying words in 6 different ways, which ultimately replaces the system of having a strict word order like in English. As I said previously, the reason Russian allows sentences to be jumbled in any order is because Russian is a highly expressive language that relies on the meanings of words and sentences as opposed to having a definitive system like in English or Spanish. The last thing you should know about Russian is that Russian is an extremely expressive language that allows you to emphasize a point by changing the order of the words in any sentence and by changing the words themselves. This makes Russian one of the most flexible and most beautiful languages ever made because it relies on the meaning of sounds, words, and sentences combined. Russian linguistically is not concrete nor strict like English and Spanish, it is quite literally the opposite. This means that to express something in Russian, the emphasis needs to be put on intonation, on how you say and not what you say. Languages like English and Spanish require a preliminary knowledge of the phonological conventions that exist, emphasizing what you say as opposed to how. In Russian, there are plenty of phonetic rules which explains why it relies on expressions, emotions, and even sometimes sounds. These types of Russian linguistics completely don't exist in almost any other language like French, German, Italian, Polish, Chinese, Greek, etc. This is the reason why I would call the 6 Russian cases the 6 Russian expressions, because Russian is a flexibly expressive language that is almost one of a kind. Just to recap on the things to know before learning Russian, every single point that I made throughout the video can be related to the last one because Russian is a highly expressive language. It is no wonder that there is a big difference between literal and spoken Russian, because when you speak Russian, you can express yourself in any way which doesn't exist in other languages. It is no wonder that Russian doesn't have articles, progressive, and perfect tenses, because it doesn't need any additional words to be expressed. It is no wonder why Russian only has 3 simple tenses of time, because there is no need to express yourself differently than the 3 existing tenses of time. It is no wonder why Russian has a variety of sounds, such as devocalization, reduction, and stress, because once again, you get to change your way of speech and how you say what you say so that it feels more emotional and expressive. It is no wonder why Russian has a flexible sentence structure, because you get to express yourself in any way you want. If you were to have a system that limits you to only one type of speech, then you wouldn't be able to express yourself differently. By changing the order of the words in a sentence, you're not just changing the order, you're also changing the meaning and how you express yourself. That's why in Russian, you can say a sentence in any way you want. It is no wonder why Russian has declensions, or the 6 Russian cases, because you get to modify not just your speech, but also the words themselves, which ultimately explains why Russian is a highly meaningful language that originated and relies on expressions. These are the most important things to know before learning Russian. This is what makes Russian very simple yet very complicated, very beautiful and very fascinating. In the next videos about Russian, I'll explain each concept individually as simply as possible so that all of you can understand how Russian fully works. Because Russian is very expressive, don't try to understand it by translating everything, but simply try to understand it by listening to how it is used. And from there, basic Russian grammar will be very simple for you to understand. So in this video, I would like to explain the Russian alphabet and its letters. The Russian alphabet has 33 letters, 21 of which are consonants, 10 are vowels, and 2 are pronunciation letters. While consonants and vowels are self-explanatory, pronunciation letters are letters that are not pronounced when spoken and have no direct sound. Instead, they indicate the pronunciation of a preceding consonant by making it soft or hard. And I will elaborate more on this concept in a few minutes. Let's start from the beginning. At first, we have the letter A. Then we have the letter B. Then we have the letter V, not to be confused with the English letter B, which is visually the same. Then we have the letter G, as in go. Then the letter D. Then the letter Y. Then we have the same letter, but with 2 dots over it. This letter is Yo, and it's the only letter in the Russian alphabet that will always have the same pronunciation in any word, just like its alphabetical sound. For instance, we can have the letter B pronounced like its counterpart, T, in some cases. The same thing can be applied to other letters, but not with the letter Yo. Next, we have the letter Z, as in treasure. The easiest way to remember this letter is by its appearance of looking like a beetle, and the word beetle in Russian begins with the letter itself, which is zhuk. Zhuk. Then we have the letter Z, not to be confused with the number 3. Then we have E, which resembles a backwards capital N in English. Then we have the same letter, but with a squiggle over it. This letter is I kratkoye. I kratkoye. I kratkoye translates as short E, and it's never pronounced alone and only appears in combination with a vowel. Very rarely, if ever, you will see a word start with I kratkoye. The only words that I know that start with I kratkoye are yod, meaning iodine, and yogurt, meaning yogurt. And even then, they're not native Russian words. Essentially, I kratkoye will appear at the end of words 90% of the time. Then we have the letter K. Then the letter L. Then the letter M. Then the letter N, not to be confused with the English capital H. Then the letter O. Then the letter P. The easiest way to remember this letter is through its appearance of the number pi, which in Russian starts with the same letter, P. Then we have the letter R, not to be confused with the English letter P. Then the letter S, pronounced as S. It's not C, it's S. Then the letter T. Then the letter U, pronounced U, not to be confused with the English letter Y. Visually, there's a big difference between them, especially when they're capitalized. Then we have the letter F. Then the letter Ch, which makes a throaty H type of sound, as in Bach. This letter is not to be confused with the English letter X. Then we have the letter T, as in boots. Then we have Ch, as in chat. Then we have Sha, as in shock. Then we have a slightly different variation of this letter, which is Sha. Even though you probably don't hear a difference between these 2 letters when I pronounce them, there is a big difference in terms of pitch. The letter Sha is pronounced without using your vocal cords and with your tongue rolled backwards. Sha tends to be a quickly pronounced letter, as in shot or shoe. However, the letter Sha is an extended sound created without letting your tongue touch your upper palate, as in sheep or sheet. Here is an example in Russian. Here we have the words chassis, meaning chassis, and shas, which is an informal way of saying now. Even though the words follow the same structure, there is a big difference in pronunciation. Sha in chassis is quick and short, whereas sha in shas is more extended. Chassis and shas. Chassis, shas. That's the difference between sha and sha. Near the end of the alphabet, we have this letter, tverdy znak, which translates as a hard sign. Being a pronunciation letter, it has no direct sound in any word, but rather it indicates the pronunciation of a preceding consonant by making it hard, meaning that it can only follow a consonant. This can create different pronunciations depending on how you pronounce a word. What's interesting about the tvrdy znak is that it acts like a break in the middle of a word. It will never start a word because it's not possible to begin a word with a break. However, before the early 20th century, tvrdy znak was placed at the end of words, but eventually the sound didn't do anything and was removed. Ever since then, you'll never see the tvrdy znak be placed at the end of a word. Extensively, tvrdy znak only follows consonants but doesn't come after vowels. Therefore, it can only be used to separate a consonant and a vowel. To be more specific, tvrdy znak can follow any consonant in Russian, but can only come before these four vowels, and I'll get to these two in a few minutes. To give you an example with letters we already know, let's take a look at this word. The way that you pronounce it is wjazd. Wjazd. This word means entrance, as in a parking lot. What makes this word unique is the fact that the tvrdy znak is placed between a consonant and a vowel, and it acts like a break in the word. If you were to remove it, the word would be pronounced wjazd, with one syllable. This word is incorrect, and therefore we have to place the tvrdy znak, which would make the pronunciation of the letter V hard, and create two syllables in the pronunciation. Wjazd. Wjazd. That's the function of the hard sign in Russian. Next, we have this letter, which looks like two letters, a lowercase b and I in English, but this letter has only one sound, and that is I. I is very hard to pronounce if you're not a native Russian speaker, but there are some correlations of this letter with English words. For instance, try to think of the letter I as an illustrate or ill. Also, this letter will never start a word in Russian. Straight after, we have another sign, which is the mягкий znak, which translates as the soft sign, and don't get it confused with the lowercase English b. Just like the hard sign, mягкий znak indicates the pronunciation of a preceding consonant by making it soft. Likewise, it acts like a break or like an extra syllable in a word. It can never start a word, and it follows consonants but never comes after vowels. So it's placed between consonants and vowels, specifically these four. However, what makes the mягкий znak different than the tvrdy znak is that the mягкий znak is used way more, and therefore it has more variations in which it is used. For instance, the hard sign can only be placed between consonants and vowels, and the soft sign can do the same. However, the soft sign can additionally be put between two consonants and at the end of a word after a consonant. Here we have a word where the soft sign is placed between a consonant and a vowel. I'll get to this vowel in a minute. This word is pronounced семья. Семья. This word means family. If you were to remove the soft sign, the word would be семя. Семя. This word now means seed. Just like I said about the soft sign being used more than the hard sign, this is what I meant. Here is another word where the soft sign is placed between two consonants. This word is pronounced банька. Банька. This word is a cute way of saying bath. Банька. If you were to remove the soft sign, the word would be банка. Банка. This word now means jar or can. Here's the last example where the soft sign is placed at the end of a word, after a consonant. This word is pronounced ель. Ель. This word means a spruce or fir tree. If you were to remove the soft sign, the word would be ел. Ел. This word now means masculine, I, you, or he ate. That's the power of the mягкий znak in Russian, and it's something that you just have to get a feel for. At last, here are the final three letters in the Russian alphabet. This letter is E, this letter is U, and this letter is Ya. Now that I've just covered every letter in the Russian alphabet, it doesn't mean that it's everything that you should know about it, because some linguistics would make you understand the structure of Russian a bit better. What I mean by that is the different dialects that exist when Russian-speaking people can change the sound of letters and words from their alphabetical sounds that I just went over. Just like I said in the previous video, there is a big difference between spoken, conversational, typed, and written Russian. I'm not going to cover all of these concepts because I already did so, but with linguistics that relate to specific letters and words, Russian will become more useful to understand. For instance, Russian has sound letters that are created from multiple sounds and letters. Previously in the video, I went over the letter I kratkoye, which is a consonant that can be used as a semivowel because it creates a sound that is hiddenly used in some vowels. Russian has hard and soft vowels, and the difference between them is that hard vowels have only one sound, whereas soft vowels have two sounds. If we were to break the pronunciation of the soft vowels, you'd be surprised to know that I kratkoye is placed at the beginning of the hard vowels, making new soft vowels. I and A make a ya sound, which makes the letter ya, being a soft vowel and consisting of two sounds. A fun fact about ya is that if you were to say it backwards, you would get I. Ya backwards is I, which is I in English. I backwards in English is ya, which is I in Russian. That's one way to remember this letter. Alongside, yi and e put together makes ye, which makes the letter ye, being a soft consonant. Yi and o make a yo, which makes the letter yo. Yi and u make yu, which makes the letter u. Unfortunately, there is no logical combination with I kratkoye and I or I, so we can just leave it at that. Now, the reason why I brought this up is to give you a different perspective on the hardness and softness of vowels when Russian-speaking people tend to pronounce letters and words as they are. Throughout the video, I've been pronouncing tvyordый znak as it is intended in Russian, but when you listen very closely to the pronunciation, yo is pronounced as it is, softening the letter v before it, but the letter I kratkoye is almost not heard inside the word. Additionally, I've been saying I kratkoye, and I've been doing it because I'm pronouncing the way that you see it. A native Russian speaker would pronounce it as I kratkaya, because the dialect is different. Ultimately, this is the difference between softness and hardness in terms of speech, and how Russian-speaking people tend to pronounce words and letters in Russian. You can have words like dom and dень, where the letter d will sound differently because there's a difference in the hardness and softness of the vowels. O is a hard vowel, therefore d remains hard. Dom. On the other hand, ye is a soft vowel which makes a softer d sound. День. Do and de. Do, de. That's the difference, and it's the same concept with other consonants like s. Suma and semya both have the letter s, but have different sounds for s because one word has a hard vowel and the second has a soft vowel. In Russian, these letter concepts are called devocalization of consonants and vowel reduction, which I explained in the previous video. Furthermore, I'm not going to cover every letter like that because it's something that you need to get a feel for. But the same thing could be said about the hard and soft signs. Both the hard and soft signs are used to separate consonants and vowels, but only the hard sign separates a hard consonant and a vowel, and the soft sign separates a soft consonant and a vowel. Combining vowels with hard and soft consonants generates differences in softness and hardness, which I already covered. In case you're interested in learning more about this, I have a link in the description that leads to a separate site that explains this concept more. Moreover, Russian is also very expressive, which makes it not rely on consonants that consist of two or more sounds. It does have letters like tse and che, which are composed of two other letters, ultimately making one sound letter. While Russian does have letters like that, they're not emphasized as much as they are in English. English has letters like G, J, H, Q, and X, which are all composed of other consonants and sounds that Russian conceptually doesn't have. For instance, Russian doesn't have the letter X because when you pronounce X, you essentially make one letter sound out of two, using K and S, which makes a X sound. Russian simply doesn't need the system of letters because it's expressive enough. At last, you should also know that many spellings of Russian words became supported by tradition and created different sounds when the word is pronounced, but not when typed or written. For instance, Russian preserved the rules of zhi, shi, pishi через I, cha, sha, pishi через a, and chu, shu, pishi через u. Essentially, you write the sound you hear one way, but pronounce it in a different way. We can have words that visually look like they have one pronunciation, but native speakers pronounce them differently. You would want to say li, ji, or shi na, but the formal pronunciation is li ji or shi na. You would want to say shas or tu cha, but they're pronounced shas or tu cha. You would want to say shu ka or chu de sa, but you have to pronounce them as shu ka or chu de sa. This is something that you just have to get a feel for. Finally, the same traditional spellings also exist in words where there's a completely different letter, and in fact, I've been using one of these words in the video, which is myag-ki. It's perfectly fine to pronounce the word as you see it, because you're learning the language, and because people will still understand you. However, native Russian speakers will pronounce this word as myag-ki. Myag-ki. The reason why Russian does that is because it's simply an exception and generalization preserved from Old Russian. Between the 10th and 12th centuries, there were no differences between the pronunciation and writing of words, but over time, there have been significant changes in the sound system, and now many words are pronounced differently from how they're written. The same concept can be applied to this word. It doesn't matter if you say Bog or Boch, you will still have the same meaning because the word means God. It's also the same with words like segodnya and yego, but these words are pronounced sevodnya and yevo. It doesn't matter how you say them because people will still understand you. Nonetheless, if you want to sound traditional, then you can try to pronounce them as I did. Overall, this is the Russian alphabet and its letters. So in this video, I would like to explain how to identify and understand the gender of a Russian noun. Before showing what nouns indicate what gender, all of the following words that you will see will come from the nominative case in Russian, meaning that nouns are simply identified as a regular subject. It's equivalent in English to any noun that is the subject of any sentence. Additionally, the plural forms of these nouns will also be included, again being in the nominative case. However, Russian has different variations of the nouns you will see, using 6 different ways that they can change, depending on the gender and quantity. But it's something that I'll explain in the next video. For now, don't worry about it. In the regular nominative case in Russian, if a noun ends in a consonant, it's masculine. If a Russian noun ends in the vowels a or ya, it's feminine. If a Russian noun ends in the vowels ye, yo, or o, the noun is neuter. The neuter gender in Russian is neither masculine nor feminine, so it's simply neutral, acting like a third gender. Here are a few masculine, feminine, and neuter words in Russian. Kot is cat, and it's masculine. God is year, and it's masculine. Telefon is telephone, and it's masculine. Doroga is road, and it's feminine. A native Russian speaker would say daroga. Ruka is arm, and it's feminine. Nedelia is week, and it's feminine. Zdanie is building, which is a noun, and it's neuter. Ruzhyo is gun, and it's neuter. Okno is window, and it's neuter. A native Russian speaker would say okno. Now, to pluralize all of these nouns, there is a small pattern you can follow. Typically, the vowel I is used for masculine nouns being put at the end of the word. For feminine nouns, the vowel I is used by replacing the vowel at the end. Categorically, this does not apply to every Russian noun because there are many different variations and exceptions, but it does apply to most Russian nouns, which is the most that you have to know. Kot, pluralized, is koti, and the native Russian speaker would say kati. God, pluralized, is godi. Telefon, pluralized, is telefoni. Doroga, pluralized, is dorogi, and the native Russian speaker would say dorogi. Ruka, pluralized, is ruki. Nedelia, pluralized, is nedeli. The neuter nouns have a similar system, except with the vowels ya and a when plural. If a neuter noun ends in ye or yo, the vowel ya replaces the vowel in the end. But if a neuter noun ends in o, a replaces the last vowel. Zdanie, pluralized, is zdania. Ruzhyo, pluralized, is ruzhya. Okno, pluralized, is okna. Once again, this does not apply to every word in Russian, but overall, don't worry too much about pluralizing these words. Now, besides any consonants and the vowels that I just showed, there are Russian nouns that end with the remaining vowels that you haven't seen, which are I, U, U, E, and U. Russian nouns that end in these letters come from foreign origin, meaning that they are unadapted borrowings that do not follow any expressive modification, no matter the quantity and the grammatical case. Nouns ending in these letters fall into the category of the neuter gender by default. Even though they could technically be modified and follow the rules of regular neuter words, Russian decided to leave these words as is and not give them any changes in any case. For instance, the word taxi is taken directly from the ancient Greek word for taxi, so it doesn't fit the endings of native Russian words, and the same applies to any word ending in these letters. Anyhow, any Russian noun ending in these vowels is neuter and doesn't get modified. Furthermore, it is possible to find Russian nouns that end in the mягкий знак, which is the soft sign. Russian nouns ending in the soft sign tend to be masculine or feminine, and there is a way to tell them apart. For the most part, however, some principles can help in determining the gender. Nouns that have the following endings t, ost, si, zni, zh, sh, sh, and ch are feminine, and most of them relate to designated statuses of women. Words like mat, meaning mother, novost, which is news, podpis, signature, жизнь, life, молодежь, youth, mysh, mouse, pomosh, help, and noch, night, are all feminine. Other nouns are feminine just like that, but covering all of them is simply too much because this is just a pattern that can help you identify the gender of a Russian noun ending in a soft sign. On the other hand, we can have nouns like день, meaning day, put, meaning path, and календарь, meaning calendar, which are all masculine. Nouns denoting male professions can also be masculine, like учитель, which is a male teacher, and король, which is king. Also, the names of all months are masculine in Russian. Январь, февраль, март, апрель, май, июнь, июль, август, сентябрь, октябрь, ноябрь, and декабрь. Of course, many other masculine and feminine nouns end with the мягкий знак, but to specifically identify the gender of such a word, you can always check its meaning in vocabulary. At last, Russian has just a few exceptions where there is no pattern to follow, so you'll simply have to memorize the meaning of these nouns. Nouns like имя and время are neuter even though they look like they're feminine. Other words are papa, дядя, дедушка, and мужчина are masculine because of their physical gender, despite having a feminine ending a. Finally, there is the noun кофе, which is masculine, although it looks like it's neuter. Кофе is a borrowed word, and in the past, it had masculine and neuter genders, but now it's masculine. I decided to not show the plural versions of these words because there's a lot more you have to know about expressive concepts in Russian, like the 6 cases or declensions, where words get modified in 6 different ways. Considering plurality as well, there are 12 ways to modify words. Overall, this video only explained how to identify the gender of nouns in the nominative form. It did not explain adjectives, verbs, or other words, even in the past or future, that require more explanation due to their different variations. In conclusion, Russian words change according to the gender of the noun they're associated with, so to speak Russian correctly, you must know the gender of a word in order to modify other words. So in this video, I would like to explain what are the 6 Russian cases, or declensions, or what I like to call them, the 6 types of Russian expressions. Now, I'm not going to fully elaborate on these cases in this video, because each type of expression requires more explanation and a full understanding of how it works. In the next videos, I'll describe each Russian case on its own. In this video, nonetheless, I'll explain what are the 6 Russian cases, or types of expressions, and why and how they work in Russian. So, in formal terms, Russian cases answer a particular set of questions, also known as declensions. A declension is the modification of nouns, pronouns, adjectives, or other words by which a grammatical case, number, and gender are identified. Considering this definition, it's safe to say that Russian has 6 different types of expressions that can change a word in 6 ways. The expressions themselves define the way a word modifies its form when used in a different context. In other words, Russian can have a word that can be modified in 6 ways because the word can be expressed differently in 6 ways. The way a word can be modified is by changing the endings depending on the case that they are in. That's the reason why I call them the 6 types of expressions as opposed to the 6 cases. One of the reasons why cases are vital is because Russian is an expressive language, meaning that any sentence can be said in any way, which can help determine the subject from something else. In my opinion, the best way to learn and understand these expressions is to listen to how they sound and be more fluent. Memorizing them will simply be way too much work, so I advise against that. But again, you can learn however you want. Now, I'll explain these cases by first introducing them formally and linguistically. Their definitions might help you understand the cases more because they have more connections to their formal origin. However, after giving the formal definition of each case, I'll explain the cases on a personal level by redefining the meaning as the 6 types of expressions in Russian, giving examples of questions, and putting an emphasis simply on the words themselves. Later in the video, I'll give specific phrases with new grammar, but you don't have to focus on that. Simply focus on the modified words themselves. I'll also show the definitive translations of each case because it'll make much more sense when you visually see what each case is about. So, the 6 Russian cases, in order, are the nominative, genitive, dative, accusative, instrumental, and prepositional. The nominative case simply identifies the subject of a sentence at the beginning of any sentence. This case has the same meaning in English as in Russian. The genitive case shows possession, attribution, and absence, indicating the relationship between something of or from something else. In other words, it's a case that indicates the possession of something. The dative case shows that something is given or addressed to something else, and it's typically used for indirect objects. The accusative case is used for the object of a sentence, as opposed to the subject. Also, it works with animate and inanimate objects, more than any other case. In English, we tend to use the accusative with pronouns, but in Russian, all nouns can be used in the accusative. The instrumental case shows which instrument is used to act, basically making use with the help of what an action is completed with. The prepositional case simply talks about something. Now, I'm not going to give specific examples in each case, but in the next videos, I'll explain each case more specifically, just to give you a full understanding of what each case does and when to use it. I've decided to first show the formal definition of each case to give you a sense of what to expect when these cases are put into context. Learning them formally is one thing, but applying them in a sentence is different, which is why I'll give a more thorough explanation using my personal definitions. I'll still keep the formal definitions next to my personal ones to make learning simpler and legitimate. Nonetheless, here is my explanation of the 6 Russian cases. The 6 Russian cases can be redefined as the 6 Russian expressions because each expression generates a different meaning when put into context. Russian modifies words in 6 different ways, therefore accommodating the 6 expressions. At first, this concept can be perceived with question words like what, who, and sometimes where, that get modified when you formally express them. Even though I already gave their formal definitions, here is a more extended and personal explanation of what each expression does. The first type of expression in Russian answers what or who. The second type of expression answers of from what or of from whom. It can also be used with the question word from where. The third type of expression answers to what or to whom. It can also be used with the question word to where. The fourth type of expression answers what or whom. It is similar to the first one, but don't get it confused just because it has the same word. Each expression is different on its own and has different meanings despite borrowing the same words. The fifth type of expression answers with what or with whom. The sixth type of expression answers about what or about whom. These are the full definitions of what each expression answers, in correlation with the formal definitions of the cases. Now that I've shown what each expression does, hopefully you can understand what each case is about. But to make sure you fully understand the nature of these cases, here is what they look like when translated correctly. Here, you're seeing an image of DeepL Translate, which is an accurate translator, so therefore, expect these words to be modified differently than they are in English. At first, we have what or who in the nominative expression, which is что and кто. A native Russian speaker always pronounces что as что with a sh sound. Additionally, we have the word where in the nominative, which is где. Now here, this is where you start to see the words really change form once a different expression is used. In the genitive, we have the same word but with a preposition. Of from what and of from whom. There's also from where. Here, you can see the same word in Russian, but it's modified differently because of the 6 Russian cases. In Russian, the words are от из чего, от из кого, and откуда. A native speaker would say от из чего, от из кого, and откуда. At the end of these translations, you'll see and hopefully understand why Russian modifies words. Let's keep going. In the dative, we have to what and to whom and to where. And the meaning is the same in Russian, but the words themselves get modified differently. In Russian, the words are к чему, к кому, and куда. In the accusative, we have what and whom, not to be confused with identical words previously modified. Even though they borrow the same words, the case still generates a different meaning, and sometimes you'll see the same modified words used in different sentences, meaning that their syntax is simply borrowed from a different case. In Russian, the words are что and кого. In the instrumental, we have with what and with whom, and in Russian, the words are с чем and с кем. In the prepositional, we have about what and about whom, and in Russian, the words are о чем and о ком. Notice the huge difference between English and Russian. What, whom, and where stay the same across every translation in English. In Russian, however, the words themselves get modified in 6 different ways, but in this case, some words are borrowed and therefore repeated. That's the big difference between grammar in Russian and grammar in any other language. What, who, and where stay what, who, and where in English, except maybe from who, which changes to whom. Still, the words don't get modified, but in Russian, they are all different because Russian is very complex and expressive, so you get to say words however you want. All of these words mean what, whom, and where in Russian, but they are written in 6 different ways. That's the toughest thing to learn about Russian. These things are declensions, and they can be applied not only to question words, but also to nouns, pronouns, adjectives, and other words as well. That's the most difficult concept that there is in Russian, which makes it very complicated, but still, it's possible to understand how and why Russian does that. Finally, allow me to present a few phrases just to show how each case modifies each type of word, depending on gender and quantity. These Russian cases can modify one masculine word in 6 ways that would be different from a feminine word, which is different from a neuter word. Considering that such words can be pluralized, this amount is now doubled. But again, do not worry about memorizing each modification for such words. I'll explain all of them in detail in the next videos. Furthermore, in the phrases that I'll show, only focus on the modified words themselves. Don't try to memorize them and understand what endings match what word. It's almost impossible to keep track of these concepts, so therefore, I'll show these phrases just so you can visually see how Russian modifies words. Again, don't focus on any grammar, words that you don't know, or missing articles. Simply focus on the modified words, and from there, you can try to understand them in any way you want. Let's take a simple masculine word in the singular form, like dom, which is a house, and try to exploit this word in every expression that I showed. The expression big house in Russian is большой дом. This expression is nominative because by asking what, we have an answer. What's big? A house is big, so therefore it's the nominative case. You can also tell it's the nominative because it's the only subject in the phrase and the fact that it's not modified in any way. Also, the adjective большой is modified to fit dom in the nominative case. Here we have the expression I am from a big house, which is я из большого дома. This expression is genitive because by asking from where or from what, we have an answer. From where are you? I am from a big house. Because you just said from where you are, you generated a different expression, which is different from simply saying big house. In this case, большой changes to большого and dom changes to дома in the genitive because again, it's a different expression. Just because you see one ending for a singular masculine word, it does not mean that it's going to be the same across feminine and neuter words in the genitive, especially when plural, and it's the same with other expressions. That's the power of these expressions, so don't try to memorize them as is. Simply look at how these words change. I am going to a big house in Russian is Я иду к большому дому. This expression is dative because by asking to where or to what, we have an answer. To where are you going? I am going to a big house. Большого now changes to большому, and дома changes to дому. Once again, it's a different expression from the previous ones. The phrase I bought a big house in Russian is Я купил большой дом. This expression is accusative because it borrows the same words. However, it has a different meaning by asking what did you buy as opposed to simply what. What did you buy? I bought a big house, which is a different expression. In this case, you have the same words taken from a previous expression, so they're borrowed. Sometimes you can have repeating words, but don't get it confused with the meanings which are different. The expression I am with a big house is Я с большим домом. Even though it's a weird sentence, it just shows a different way to modify words. This expression is instrumental because by asking with what, we have an answer. With what are you? I am with a big house. Большой now becomes большим, and дом becomes домом, which is a different expression from the previous ones. The expression I talk about a big house is Я говорю о большом доме. This expression is prepositional because by asking about what, we have an answer. About what do you talk? I talk about a big house. Большим is now большом, and домом is now доме. Notice how in English, big house stays big house in every sentence because English doesn't have declensions. In Russian, however, большой дом changes in a few ways that are different in every case. This is what the 6 Russian cases do. They change words in 6 different ways because each way generates a different type of expression. Hopefully, you can understand this. Now let's see what happens when we pluralize every sentence. This is what happens when we pluralize them. Большой дом becomes большие дома. Я из большого дома is now Я из больших домов. Я иду к большому дому changes to Я иду к большим домам, and so on and so forth. To make matters more useful, here's a shorter and more explicit demonstration of what dom looks like in each case. The recording that you see comes from a site called Conjugator, which shows each modification, singular and plural, in each case for any noun. In the future, in case you don't know how to change a word, or if you forgot, this website can help you out. I have its link in the description under the video. Even though it's a lot of information to handle, I highly advise not to memorize all of it because it's way too much to understand. I'm just showing these phrases so you can visually see what Russian does. In the next videos, I'll explain each case individually using both context and basic sentences. At last, let me finish with a different word in the same phrase, like школа, which is school. As you can see, the modifications and endings for the word школа is different than дом because школа is a singular feminine word. Большая школа, я из большой школы, я иду к большой школе, я купил большую школу, я с большой школой, я говорю о большой школе. In this case, the adjective большой is borrowed more because of the use of a feminine word like школа. For instance, большой is repeated 4 times across every case except the nominative and the accusative, despite школа changing form, but at the same time repeating itself in the dative and prepositional cases. Now let's see what happens when we pluralize them. This is what happens. Большие школы, я из больших школ, я иду к большим школам, and so on and so forth. Here is a more explicit demonstration of what школа looks like in each case, singular and plural. At last, let's finish this concept with a neuter word like окно, which is window. As you can see, the modifications and endings for the word окно is different than школа because окно is a singular neuter word. большое окно, стекло разбилось из большого окна, иди к большому окну, я купил большое окно, я с большим окном, я говорю о большом окне. In this case, the adjective большой borrows words as with the word дом, except in the nominative and accusative, where большой becomes большое. Now let's see what happens when we pluralize them. This is what happens. Большие окна, стекло разбилось из больших окон, иди к большим окнам, and so on and so forth. Here is a more explicit demonstration of what окно looks like in each case, singular and plural. In conclusion, this is what the 6 Russian cases do. They modify words depending on the expression and intonation, so you have to watch out for what you say when you express something in Russian. So in this video, I would like to explain the nominative case in Russian. As a reminder, there are 6 cases in Russian, and throughout these videos, I will cover every case in detail and explain what each case does and what is it for. The 6 cases in Russian are ways of modifying words in 6 different ways, such as question words, which I presented in the previous video. Russian can have a word that can be modified in 6 different ways because the word can be expressed differently in 6 ways. The way a word can be modified is by changing its ending depending on the gender, and in this case, we have the nominative, which is the easiest to understand in Russian. Now, I will not be covering every type of word in these cases, like adjectives and possessive pronouns, because there are so many of them, and they too get modified differently in every case. Instead, we'll only be working with nouns, so I'll give useful and extended phrases with every presented case so that you can visually understand how each case changes a noun. Topics like adjectives and pronouns will be for future videos, but for now, let's focus on the nominative case in Russian. The nominative case is the most common and identifies the subject of a sentence. Every noun, both in English and Russian, is given in the nominative. This case simply answers the question of what, who, and sometimes where. If we take these questions and plug them into a translator, it will give the right translation, being in the nominative. Within the case itself, to understand if a noun is in the nominative, we simply have to ask these questions in any sentence. If we answer the questions что, кто, or где by asking about what, who, or where is the subject, then whatever the subject is, in this case a noun, is in the nominative. Now, what makes the nominative very simple, and you'll see with examples on the way, is that it's the dictionary format for any noun that there is in Russian. So there is no modification in the nominative. Because it is the first case in Russian, the format of any word in the nominative is unchanged, so words do not get modified in this case. Even though I said that Russian modifies words in 6 different ways, what I mean is that there are 6 ways to express a word, with the first having no special changes. In other words, the first way to modify words in Russian requires no modification pattern. So in this case, any noun that you see in the nominative remains unchanged. You can also understand this concept by visually looking at the question words which I gave previously. These words are the dictionary forms of the following questions, so it's no wonder that they don't change. Grammatically, it's very easy to spot a sentence in the nominative because there is only one unmodified noun, or subject, and also because by asking the question what or who, we have a simple answer. So the nominative is the dictionary form for any noun, and it's simply how a noun is expressed the way it should be, with no modification. Whenever there's one and only one subject in a sentence, that noun will be the nominative, and the only possible grammatical change that a noun can have is when it's pluralized. To pluralize a noun in the nominative, you only need to change its ending under the gender of the noun. In English, it's very simple because we add an s at the end of nouns, aside from adding es to nouns that have the following endings. In Russian, there are more ways to pluralize nouns, and I already made a video talking about how to know the gender of a noun. In that video, every example and phrase was in the nominative, and if you want to better understand this concept, you can watch that video before this one. Now, I will refer occasionally to this video because there are things in it that you have to know, but I will not lay out everything in one take. Instead, I'll categorize each concept so that it's simpler to understand. Within the nominative case, you have unmodified nouns, which are the subjects of any sentence. To pluralize a noun in the nominative, we first have to know its grammatical gender, and to know its gender, we simply look at its ending. Here's a short recap. If a noun ends in a consonant, I kratkoje or mehki znak, it's masculine. If a noun ends with the vowels a, ya, or mehki znak, it's feminine. If a noun ends with the vowels ye, yo, or o, it's neuter. If a noun ends with remaining letters that I did not mention, it's also neutered, but to a certain extent, it's a foreign noun, so it will not change in any case under any gender. I will not be showing examples with these nouns because they're not needed as much as the other ones. I'm presenting their pattern like that because the following endings that you see will each have a different ending when plural. There will be exceptions in irregular nouns, but I will only show just a few of them. What's more significant is to focus on the primary rules for following noun endings. In the nominative case, which is the dictionary format of words, here is how each noun ending changes when plural. If a masculine noun ends in a consonant, add y at the end. If it ends in I kratkoje, replace it with I. If it ends with a mehki znak, replace it with I. If a feminine noun ends with a, replace it with u. However, there is a very vital spelling rule that you have to know with the following ending. Because Russian is expressive, many spellings of Russian words became supported by tradition and created different sounds when the word is pronounced but not when written. The feminine ending with a is one of them, which is known as the 7-letter rule. Typically, if a feminine noun ends with a, you replace it with u to make it plural. However, if the consonant before a is one of these letters and it ends with ga, ka, cha, ja, cha, sha, or sha, you have to replace a with e instead. It's an exceptional rule that you simply have to apply, because again, it's something that Russian preserved grammatically, and it's done on purpose to make a better sound when the word is said. If a feminine noun ends with ya, replace it with e to make it plural. If a feminine noun ends with the mehki znak, also replace it with e to make it plural. If a neuter noun ends with ye or yo, replace it with ya to make it plural. If a neuter noun ends with o, replace it with a. These are the rules for pluralizing nouns in the nominative, and therefore, it's the only possible way to modify nouns, using plurality. Now that I've explained how to identify the gender of Russian nouns and how to pluralize them, let me show a few basic nominative sentences in Russian. Later, there will be a few exceptions and grammar that you don't know yet, but don't focus too much on that. Here we have the phrases a table stands and tables stand. In Russian, the phrases are stol, stoit, and stoli, stoyat. Now, in this case, the verb changes under the plurality of the noun, but don't concentrate on that. Stol is a masculine word ending in a consonant, and when it's plural, we add y at the end. We know it's nominative because by asking what or what stands, we have an answer. Что стоит, stol stoit, or stoli stoyat. That's how we know it's nominative. Plus, stol or stoli is the only subject visible, it's unchanged, singular or plural. That's how nouns function in the nominative, and the same concept can be applied to any noun. Большой музей and большие музеи are big museum and big museums. It's a masculine word that ends with I kratkoje, and we pluralize it by replacing I kratkoje with I. Surely, большой changes to большие, but simply focus on the nouns. Muzei and muzei are the only subjects in the nominative because by asking what's big, что большой, we have an answer. Большой музей, or большие музеи. Гость пришел and гости пришли is a guest came and the guests came. It's a masculine noun that ends in the mehki znak, and we pluralize it by replacing it with i. The verb also changes, but again, don't focus on that. Гость and гости are the only subjects in the nominative because by asking who came, кто пришел, we have an answer. Гость пришел or гости пришли. The same concept can be repeated with a masculine name like Adam пришел, which is Adam came. Кто пришел? Who came? Adam пришел. Adam came. Now we have feminine nouns. Maszyna stoit and maszyny stoят. It's a feminine noun that ends in a, and we pluralize it by replacing it with y. Also, remember that the letters sh are always spelled with e. Here we have a feminine noun that has an exceptional ending. Interesnaya kniga and interesnie knigi. The ending in this noun is ga, so instead of replacing it with y, replace it with e. Here we have a feminine noun that ends in ya, krasivaya pesnya, and krasivye pesni. We pluralize it by replacing ya with e. In the feminine case, the noun doesn't always have to be a what. It can also be a who, like Emma пришла. Emma came, similar to Adam came from the previous sentences. The reason why I'm mentioning this is because masculine and feminine names will have different modified endings in other grammatical cases. It's important to know the difference between names like Adam and Emma because one ends in a consonant, therefore being masculine, but the other is feminine because it ends in a. Wysokoje zdanie and wysokie zdania are tall building and tall buildings. It's a neuter noun that ends in ye, and we pluralize it by replacing it with ya. Ruzhyo and ruzhya are gun and guns. It's a neuter noun that ends in yo, and we pluralize it by replacing it with ya. Litso and litsa are face and faces. It's a neuter noun that ends in o, and we pluralize it by replacing it with a. Ordinarily, this is the system for modifying nouns in the nominative case. This is the concept that applies to most nouns in Russian, and it's something that you have to get a feel for. Now, there are many irregular nouns where following this pattern will not work, but I choose to not emphasize these words because trying to remember them will be way too much. I'm just putting the main concept of the nominative in a pattern that anybody can follow. Nonetheless, here are a few examples of exceptions in irregular nouns in the nominative. Doctor has a masculine ending but becomes doktora, even though it looks like we need to put y. Glas becomes glaza and not glazy. Gorod becomes goroda and not gorody. Uchitel turns into uchiteля with ya at the end. Brat is now bratia with mягкий знак and ya at the end, completely irregular from the ending it should have. Stool has the same idea. Stulya. Yabloko changes to yabloki, having an e at the end. And the most irregular one is doch, which is docheri, having a yeri ending. There are additional nouns, however, that are always plural or always singular, like деньги, часы, очки, молоко, voda, and maslo. When put in the nominative, these words will not be able to change form because they're only kept in one form. It's the same thing in English, like money, which cannot be monies, and scissors, which cannot be scissor. Anyhow, it's just a few words to know. In other grammatical cases in Russian, I will not mention any more irregular nouns because there are simply too many of them. What's more important is to understand what the nominative is for and how it works. And again, it's something that you have to get a feel for, as with any other grammatical case. So in this video, I would like to explain the genitive case in Russian. The genitive case is the second case that can express words differently than the first one. If the nominative didn't modify any words, the genitive case is the first where nouns will change according to the expression and the rules of the case. Throughout the video, I will give a descriptive definition of what the genitive does, what is it for, and with examples in the end. The genitive case shows possession, attribution, and absence, indicating the relationship between something of or from something else. What I mean by possession is that it identifies an object of a preposition, such as of and from. An object can come after these prepositions, which makes a different expression, being in the genitive, and indicating that the possessor always follows the object it possesses. Because it focuses on an object of a preposition, thus showing possession, it ultimately answers the questions of from what, of from whom, and sometimes from where. This is what the genitive case is for. identifying the object of a preposition such as of and from. In the translator, the questions of what, whom, and where are shown differently because it's a different type of expression. If we want to know whether a word is in the genitive, we have to ask these questions to see if they fit the context. If they do, the phrase is genitive. In addition to showing possession, that is objects of preposition, the genitive case also has more functions like cardinal numbers, description, location, and time. At the end of the video, I will present a few examples to show what these ideas mean. For now, I'll focus on the grammar of the genitive that you have to apply, mainly with nouns. Just like the nominative, the genitive can work with masculine, feminine, and neuter nouns. But unlike the nominative, there are ways of modifying nouns both in the singular and plural. To understand how to modify nouns in the genitive, we have to know the gender of the noun we're working with. Here's a short recap. If a noun ends in a consonant, I kratkoje, or the mehki znak, it's masculine. If a noun ends with the vowels a, ya, or mehki znak, it's feminine. If a noun ends with the vowels ye or o, it's neuter. This is a principle that should be known by now, so I'll refer to it in the next videos about the cases. Nonetheless, here's how nouns get modified in the genitive. In the singular form, if a masculine noun ends in a consonant, add a at the end. If it ends in I kratkoje, replace it with ya. If it ends in the mehki znak, add ya at the end. If a feminine noun ends in a, replace it with u. If it ends in ya, replace it with I. If it ends in the mehki znak, also replace it with I. If a neuter noun ends in ye, replace it with ya. And if it ends with o, replace it with a. This is how you modify nouns in the singular form of the genitive case. Before showing examples of nouns in the genitive, I would like to introduce their grammar when pluralized. Even though it's a lot of information that's almost impossible to remember, I advise getting the basic idea of what nouns look like in the genitive. Just because there are many rules to know for plurality, it doesn't mean that they're useful. As a matter of fact, most of the plural phrases that I'll show will not be that useful to remember and will not make that much sense. If anything, it'll give you the basis, but overall, it's something that you have to know, but not something that you have to apply. In the plural form of the genitive, if a masculine noun ends in je, che, she, she, or the mehki znak, add yei at the end. If it ends in I kratkoje or tse, which are stressed letters, add yev at the end. If it ends in any other consonant, add ov at the end. The reason why Russian has these rules is to preserve the sound that nouns should have when being spelled, considering that there are soft, hard, stressed, and unstressed letters. It's basically something that Russian took from its old times and still preserved to this day. It's something that you have to know, but not necessarily something that you will apply. If a feminine noun ends in a, simply drop it from the end. If it ends in consonant ya, replace ya with mehki znak. If it ends in vowel ya, replace ya with I kratkoje. If it ends in mehki znak, replace it with yei. If a neuter noun ends in ye becomes yei. If it ends in iye becomes i. If it ends in o, simply drop it from the end. This is the full grammar that you need to know for the genitive case in Russian. This concept simply shows how to modify nouns in the genitive. And naturally, you don't need to memorize all of these. Just the vital ones, like the singular declensions. The plural ones will hardly be in any use, but still, this is how you modify nouns. Now, the question is when to use them. As I said in the beginning, the genitive shows possession, attribution, and absence, identifying the object of a preposition, such as of and from. Now, something grammatical to know about possession in Russian is that it's used differently than in English. What I mean is that sentences in English, like the table's legs and Adam's dog, are rewritten in Russian to fit the questions of what, of whom, and sometimes of where. Instead of expressing these phrases as in English, Russian makes you rewrite them, like the legs of the table and the dog of Adam, which ultimately accommodates the questions of what or of whom. The legs are of what? Of the table. They attribute to the table. The dog is of whom? Of Adam. It is attributed to Adam. Even though it's still possible to express this in English as is, it feels unusual. Nonetheless, this is how we have to rephrase sentences in Russian, and you'll see phrases on the way. Additionally, because the genitive works with absence, I'll show examples of these ideas to present the full principle of what the genitive does. It also works with cardinal numbers, description, location, and time, but I'll show examples of that at the very end. Here we have the phrases the leg from the table and the legs from the tables. In Russian, the phrases are noshka od stola and noshki od stolov. At first glance, you might be wondering why there are no articles in Russian, but once again, Russian doesn't have articles. For now, only focus on the noun of the preposition, in this case, stol, and do the same with other examples on the way. The expressions noshka od stola and noshki od stolov are both in the genitive because stol is the object of the preposition in the two phrases, being possessed both in the singular and plural forms. We know it's the genitive because by asking the leg or legs are from what, we have an answer. Noshka от чего? Noshka от стола. Noshki от чего? Noshki от stolov. In this case, we're using a basic masculine noun that ends in a regular consonant. If it's singular, we add a at the end, as we did. If it's plural, we add ov, which we did. Considering that stola and stolov are the objects coming after the preposition, therefore showing possession, that's how we know it's genitive. These expressions are grammatically different from those that I showed in the previous video. Stol, stoit, and stoli, stoyat are nominative and show only one subject. A table stands and tables stand. However, noshka od stola and noshki od stolov are genitive because they have objects of prepositions, showing possession, which are conceptually different expressions than these two. In English, table and tables stay the same in any phrase, but in Russian, they get modified, depending on the expression. You would probably want to say noshka od stol or noshki od stoli, but this would be incorrect because it's a different expression. The correct way to say it is noshka od stola and noshki od stolov. That's how nouns function in the genitive, and the same concept applies to any noun, just with different genders, quantities, and endings. The painting from a museum and paintings from museums in Russian are kartina iz muzeya and kartiny iz muzeyev. In this case, we have a masculine noun muzei, which ends in i kratkoye, and therefore we change it to ya when singular, and because i kratkoye is a stressed letter, yev replaces it when plural. These phrases are genitive because muzei is the object of the prepositions, being possessed when singular and plural. We know it's genitive because we can ask from what, or in this case, from where. The painting is from where? The painting is from a museum. The paintings are from where? The paintings are from museums. Kartina откуда? Kartina из музея. It's not kartina из музей. It's kartina из музея. Картины откуда? Картины из музеев. No guest and no guests in Russian are нет гостя and нет гостей. In this case, we have the concept of absence, so the endings that you've seen previously will identically apply in the genitive. We have a masculine noun гость that ends in the мягкий знак, and because it does so, we add ya when it's singular and change it to yei when plural. These expressions are genitive because гость is associated with absence, which is a function of the genitive. By asking there is no what or there is no whom, we have an answer. There is no whom, no guest or no guests. Нет кого, нет гостя. It's not нет гость, it's нет гостя. Нет кого, нет гостей. It's not нет гости it's нет гостей. Here's one example of a masculine name. Собака Адама is the dog of Adam, or Adam's dog formally. We have a masculine name ending in a consonant, and in the genitive, we put a at the end, just like with any other masculine noun. The names of people will always be singular, so therefore, the grammatical rules of changing endings in singular nouns work the same way as with names, depending on the gender. By asking Собака Kovo, the dog of whom, we have an answer. Собака Адама, the dog of Adam, or Adam's dog. It's not Собака Адам, it's Собака Адама. This example just shows how the same rules apply to masculine nouns and names, and it will be different with different endings, names, and cases. Now, let's go to feminine nouns. No car and no cars is нет машины and нет машин. Машина is a basic feminine noun with a regular ending a, so we change it to y when singular and drop it when plural. It's not нет машина or нет машины, it's нет машины and нет машин because it shows absence. Here we have a feminine noun with a consonant ya ending, нет недели and нет недель. These expressions also show absence, and because неделя has a consonant ya ending, we replace it with i when singular and with the мягкий знак when plural. Here we have a feminine noun with a vowel ya ending, нет армии and нет армии. Because армия has a vowel ya ending, we replace it with i when singular and with i краткое when plural. Here we have a feminine noun that ends in the мягкий знак, звезда ночи and звезды ночей, which is a star of night and stars of nights. The feminine noun ночь is the object of the preposition, therefore showing possession, and because ночь ends with the мягкий знак, we replace it with i when singular and with ей when plural. Here's an example of a feminine name. Собака Эммы is the dog of Emma, similar to the dog of Adam from previous examples. The difference here is that Emma is a feminine name that ends in a, and it's always singular, therefore the grammatical rules of changing endings in singular feminine nouns work the same way as with names. Here we have a neuter noun that ends in ye, a fish of the sea and fish of the seas, ryba, моря, and ryby, морей. The neuter noun море is the object of the preposition showing possession, and because it ends in ye, we replace it with ya when singular and with ye when plural. Here we have a neuter noun that ends in ie, no building and no buildings, нет здания and нет зданий. We're back to the concept of absence, so the noun здание is neuter. Because it ends in ie, we replace it with ya when singular and with i when plural, as opposed to ye if the ending is simply ye. Here we have a neuter noun that ends in o, нет лица and нет лиц. Because the neuter noun лицо ends in o, we replace it with a when singular and drop it when plural. Overall, these are the main functions and grammatical rules of the genitive case in Russian. It shows possession, identifies the possessed object of a preposition, and indicates absence. These are the main ideas that I recommend to know and to get a feel for. Still, the genitive also works with cardinal numbers, description, location, and time, and I will give just a few examples of how these concepts can be applied. Cardinal numbers are numbers that denote a quantity, such as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. In Russian, these numbers are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. The genitive case is used for the singular form of 2, 3, and 4. For instance, one table in Russian is один стол. Two tables is not два столи, as you were thinking. Instead, it's два стола, taken directly from the noun ending for a singular masculine noun like stol. Два стола, три стола, четыре стола, and then the genitive utilizes the plural form of cardinal numbers starting from 5 onwards. It's not пять стола or пять столы, it's пять столов, taken directly from the noun ending for a plural masculine noun. This concept similarly applies to any other number above 5. Obviously, I'm not going to cover every number and every type of word because it's a small function of the genitive that I introduced. Plus, you can learn it on your own. Additionally, the genitive case is used with quantities, such as a few, many, and so on. Saying something like a few cars and many faces would be несколько машин and много лиц. As you can see, we have 2 cases in the feminine and neuter where the endings are dropped. Moreover, the genitive is used when describing something like машина красного цвета, meaning car of red color, with цвет being a singular masculine noun that takes the ending a in the genitive. Also, the genitive is used with location, typically when the location is at someone's workplace, like I am at the doctor's. Я у доктора. Doctor takes the ending a for a singular masculine noun. At last, the genitive is used to express time, which simultaneously takes the system of numbers, like saying it's 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 o'clock. Один час, два часа, три часа, четыре часа, and пять часов. There is no concept of starting a sentence in Russian with the word it's, so we can just leave it at that. Finally, since the genitive identifies the objects of prepositions, it does function with other prepositions like for, without, and until. Covering for a table is покрытие для стола, with stol having the ending for a singular masculine noun. I am without Emma is я без Эммы, with y as the ending for a singular feminine name. Go straight until the building would be идти прямо до здания, with я as the ending for здание. Overall, this is the genitive case in Russian. So in this video, I would like to explain the dative case in Russian. The dative case is the third case that can express words differently than the previous 2. The dative case has multiple functions like direction, emotional and physical states, conjunction with verbs, addressing something to someone, or vice versa, age, and prepositions. Now, I'm not going to explain all of these concepts in the dative because some require more grammar, which can be explained in future videos. The most significant function of the dative is the directional function, and it's the only function I'll cover in the video. The reason why is that all of the other functions are based on the concept of direction, like in the questions to what, to whom, and to where. To understand all of these ideas, you first have to understand the concept of direction, and then you can learn the following ideas of the dative. For instance, emotional and physical states involve indirect object pronouns, which is a concept for a future video, like in the sentence, I am cold, which involves a different set of grammar. Addressing something in the dative indicates the noun to whom something is addressed, like in the sentence, I write to you, with you being the indirect object. The same concept works with age, like I am 20 years old. It also works with a few prepositions involving something that's being addressed to something or someone. All of these concepts are for future videos, and they're all based on directional function, to what, to whom, and to where, which are the questions that the dative answers. In the translator, to what, to whom, and to where are shown differently because it's a different type of expression. If we want to know whether a word is in the dative, we have to ask these questions to see if they fit the context. If they do, the phrase is dative. In this video, I'll only focus on the element of direction, which can visually be seen in a phrase like Adam gave flowers to Emma, with Emma jointly being the indirect object that I explained previously. Not all examples in this video will be like that because they involve new concepts, but I'm just giving a general idea of the dative. To understand how to modify nouns in the dative, we have to know the gender of the noun we're working with. This concept should be known by now because I covered it in the previous videos. The dative case works with masculine, feminine, and neuter nouns both in the singular and plural. However, the dative is the first case to utilize the same endings as in the nominative. What I mean by that is that nouns will have different endings when singular, but only two ways when plural. Within plurality, you simply have to look at the last letter of the nominative singular form, which is the dictionary form of nouns, and from there, you simply put the grammatical ending in the dative. Nonetheless, here's how nouns get modified in the dative. In the singular form, if a masculine noun ends in a consonant, add u. If it ends in i kratkoje, replace it with u. If it ends in the mягкий знак, also replace it with u. If a feminine noun ends in a, replace it with ye. If it ends in ya, also replace it with ye. If it ends in ia, replace it with ii. If it ends in the mягкий знак, replace it with i. If a neuter noun ends in ye, replace it with u. And if it ends in o, replace it with u. This is how you modify nouns in the singular form of the dative. The plural form, however, is very simple because plurality in the dative utilizes the last letter of the nominative singular form. If a noun, masculine or feminine, ends in a consonant, a or o, put in the end. Sometimes you'll have to replace o or an unstressed consonant with If a noun ends in any other letter, replace it with yam. This is how you modify nouns in the plural form of the dative. And to make learning simple, most of the phrases that you'll see will have very similar words so that you can understand the idea. Here we have the phrases go to the table and go to the tables, using a command with a verb. In Russian, the phrases are idти к столу and идти к столам. These expressions are dative because they show the direction of the command in the singular and plural. We know it's dative because by asking to what, we have an answer. Go to what? Go to the table or the tables. Идти к чему? Идти к столу or к столам. You can even see the borrowed ending from the question to what put at the end of the noun. In this case, we have a basic masculine noun that ends in a regular consonant. Therefore, we add u when it's singular and when it's plural. Considering that k stolu and k stolam are the recipients being addressed to, that's how we know it's dative. Plus, because Russian is expressive, we don't even need the k part because we grammatically know that stolu means to the table and stolam means to the tables. Still, the preposition k must be included within the context. Go to the museum and go to the museums in Russian are идти к музею and идти к музеям. We have a masculine noun muzei which ends in i kratkoje and therefore we change it to you when singular, and because i kratkoje is a stressed letter, yam replaces it when plural. It's not because the sound of the word would be too bad, so we simply put yam instead. We know it's dative because we can ask go to what, or in this case, go to where. Go to the museum or museums. Идти куда? Идти к музею or к музеям. Go to the guest and go to the guests are идти к гостю and идти к гостям. We have a masculine noun гость which ends in the мягкий знак, and therefore we change it to you when singular and to yam when plural. It basically shares the same endings as from the previous example. We know it's dative because in this case we ask to whom? To the guest or the guests. Идти к кому? Идти к гостю or к гостям. Here's one example of a masculine name. Go to Adam is идти к Адаму. This is a very basic phrase because we have a simple masculine name that only requires u at the end. Because the names of people are singular, the grammar-changing endings in singular nouns work the same way as with names, depending on gender. Идти к кому? Идти к Адаму. Now, let's work with feminine nouns. Go to the car and go to the cars are идти к машине and идти к машинам. Машина is a basic feminine noun ending in a, so we change it to ye when singular and to when plural. Here we have a feminine noun ending in ya. Идти к деревне and идти к деревням. Деревня ends in ya, so we change it to ye when singular and to yam when plural. Here we have a feminine noun ending in ia, идти к армии, and идти к армиям. Armia ends in ia, so we change it to ii when singular and to yam when plural. Here we have a feminine noun that ends in the мягкий знак. Идти к своей жизни and идти к своим жизням. These sentences don't really make sense, but again, I'm just emphasizing the feminine noun within them. Жизнь is a feminine noun that ends in the мягкий знак, so we change it to i when singular and to yam when plural. At last, here is an example that I gave at the beginning of the video, which involves a feminine noun. Adam gave flowers to Emma. Adam dal цветы Эмме. In this case, we have a direct object of flowers and an indirect object of Emma. Even though I'm using advanced grammar in this phrase, simply focus on the name Emma. Emma changes to Emme because again, the grammatical rules of changing endings in singular feminine nouns work the same way as with names. The difference here is that Emma is a feminine name that ends in a, so we change it to ye because it's singular. Finally, let's finish the dative with two expressions with neuter nouns. Here we have a neuter noun that ends in ye. Идти к морю and идти к морям. Море ends in ye, so we change it to you when singular and to yam when plural. Here we have a neuter noun ending in o, идти к окну and идти к окнам. Окно ends in o, so we change it to u when singular and to am when plural. Overall, this is how the dative case works in Russian. As I said in the beginning, the dative also has additional functions, but I decided to not cover them in this video because they require more attention, which will be explained in future videos. In this video, I simply covered the primary and most important function of the dative, the direction to something, someone, or somewhere. Once you've understood this concept, understanding its basic ideas will be much simpler. So, in this video, I would like to explain the accusative case in Russian. The accusative case is the fourth case that can express words differently than the previous three. The accusative is mainly used for direct object nouns or pronouns. We only use the accusative case in English with pronouns like saying me instead of I and him instead of he. Me and him are direct object pronouns, which I will not explain in this video because it's a different Russian topic, but I will give a general idea of what the accusative is for. The accusative is also used with the prepositions into and on when indicating motion towards something, and it also describes the state of a subject and has a circumstantial function. I will not be highlighting the smaller concepts in this video because it's something to keep for future videos. Plus, they're all based on the idea of direct objects, like in the questions what and whom. To understand all of these ideas, you first have to understand the concept of direct objects, and then you can learn them. The accusative also doesn't have new modifications because it's the first case that borrows endings from other cases, specifically the nominative and genitive. Generally, it's not going to be too difficult to remember the grammar because again, the endings are borrowed and therefore familiar. However, what's very vital about the accusative is the fact that direct objects, in this case nouns, are separated into two categories, animate and inanimate. Animate objects, or nouns, are alive and can move by themselves, like people and animals, but not plants. Inanimate objects, or nouns, are non-living objects that cannot move. The reason I'm saying this is because Russian creates two modification patterns for each type of object, meaning that the grammar of animate objects is different from inanimate objects. It's the only case that does that because it's the only one that works directly with objects. The most important element to understand about the accusative is animate and inanimate objects, because their grammar will be different. Still, it's the only topic I'll cover, and it will not be too difficult to remember its grammar because the endings of such nouns are simply borrowed from previous cases. The accusative answers the questions what and whom, which is different from asking of from what or of from whom. In the translator, what and whom look the same as they were in the genitive, but the accusative doesn't work with the prepositions of and from. Just because they have identical grammar, it doesn't mean that they're the same. Even though their grammar will be borrowed, it makes for different meanings, especially when plural. If we want to know whether a word is in the accusative, we have to ask these questions to see if they fit the context. If they do, the phrase is accusative. To understand how to modify nouns in the accusative, we have to know the gender of the noun we're working with, whether it's masculine, feminine, or neuter. In the singular form, if a masculine noun is inanimate, there is no change to the noun regardless of the ending, and staying the same as in the nominative, which is the dictionary form of nouns. If a masculine noun is animate and ends in a consonant, add a, which in this case borrows the ending from the genitive, and you will see examples on the way. If a masculine noun is animate and ends in i kratkoje, replace it with ya, which again borrows the ending from the genitive. If a masculine noun is animate and ends in the mягкий знак, also replace it with ya. If a feminine noun ends in a, replace it with u. If it ends with ya, replace it with you. If it ends in the mягкий знак, there is no change at all. What's important about feminine nouns in the accusative is that it doesn't matter if a feminine noun is animate or inanimate. The grammar is the same for all feminine nouns, so there is no need to distinguish if a feminine noun is animate or inanimate. With neuter nouns, it's even simpler. A neuter word, by definition, is something that's always objective. Therefore, it's never alive, because if it was, it would not be an object. Categorically, all neuter nouns in Russian are inanimate by default, and they do not require any change, regardless of their endings. This is how you modify nouns in the singular form of the accusative. The plural form, however, is very simple because it borrows the exact endings from the nominative and genitive. We only need to know if an object or noun is animate or inanimate. In the plural form, if a noun is inanimate, it has the grammatical endings as in the nominative. If a noun is animate, it has the grammatical endings as in the genitive. Simply put, if a noun is not alive, it's in the nominative, and if it is alive, it's in the genitive. This is how you modify nouns in the plural form of the accusative. And to make learning simple, most of the phrases that you'll see will have the same structure and an object that is directly shown in a phrase, like subject-verb-object, along with an indicator that shows if the object is animate or inanimate. Here we have the phrases I see a table and I see tables, which are Я вижу стол and Я вижу столи. These phrases are accusative because they show a direct object noun. We know it's accusative because we can ask, I see what? I see a table or tables. Я вижу чего? Я вижу стол or столи. In this case, we have an inanimate masculine noun stol, which doesn't change, and therefore we keep its form as in the nominative, both in the singular and plural. Because we know that inanimate masculine nouns don't change form, or rather keep a dictionary form, the same concept can be shown with any ending, like Я вижу музеи or музеи ending in i kratkoje, and Я вижу словари or словари ending in the мягкий знак. It doesn't matter that these masculine nouns have different endings because they're all inanimate, a museum and a dictionary. Their grammar simply stays as in the nominative. However, if these objects become animate, the grammar will change to that of the genitive. Here, we have an animate masculine noun that ends in a consonant. Я вижу брата and Я вижу братьев. These phrases are accusative because we can ask, I see whom? I see a brother or brothers. Я вижу кого? Я вижу брата or братьев. In this case, we have an animate masculine noun brat, which applies an a when singular and ov when plural. In this case, however, brat is an irregular noun, so the ending is somewhat different. Nonetheless, the grammar of the phrases is taken from the genitive, because the object is animate, a brother. The same concept can be applied to a name, like saying, Я вижу Адама. This phrase is accusative because by asking, I see whom, we have an answer. Я вижу кого? Я вижу Адама. Adam is an animate and living object, so the genitive grammar takes over. Plus, the names of people cannot be pluralized, so the ending is simply a. Here, we have an animate masculine noun that ends in i kratkoje. Я вижу злодея and я вижу злодеев. Zlodei ends in i kratkoje, so we change it to ya when singular and to yev when plural. Because zlodei is animate and living, the genitive grammar takes over. Here, we have an animate masculine noun that ends in the мягкий знак. Я вижу гостя and я вижу гостей. Гость ends in the мягкий знак, so we change it to ya when singular and to yei when plural. Because гость is animate and living, the genitive grammar takes over. Now, let's work with feminine objects, which is easier because they all follow the same grammar, regardless of whether they're animate or inanimate. Here, we have an inanimate feminine noun that ends in a. Я вижу машину and я вижу машины. Машина ends in a, so we change it to u when singular, but because it's inanimate, it takes the nominative form when plural, which is u. Here, we have an inanimate feminine noun that ends in ya. Я вижу деревню and я вижу деревни. Деревня ends in ya, so we change it to u when singular, but because it's inanimate, it takes the nominative form when plural, which is i. Here, we have an inanimate feminine noun that ends in the мягкий знак. Я вижу ночь and я вижу ночи. Ночь ends in the мягкий знак, so we don't change it when singular, and because it's inanimate, it takes the nominative form when plural, which is i. Here, we have an animate feminine name that ends in a. Я вижу Ему. Emma ends in a, so we change it to u because the names of people can only be singular. Here, we have an animate feminine noun that ends in ya. Я вижу змею and я вижу змеи. Змея ends in ya, so we change it to u when singular, but because it's animate, it takes the genitive form when plural, which is змеи, with i kratkoje. Here, we have an animate feminine noun that ends in the мягкий знак. Я вижу мать and я вижу матерей. Мать ends in the мягкий знак, so we don't change it when singular, but because it's an irregular verb, we add an irregular yerei ending, still taken from the genitive. Here, we have a neuter noun that ends in ye. Я вижу здание and я вижу здания. Здание ends in ye, so we don't change it when singular and change it to ya when plural. Zdanie is a neuter noun, so it's inanimate by default, automatically taking the nominative form, as with any neuter noun. Here, we have a neuter noun that ends in o. Я вижу лицо and я вижу лица. Лицо ends in o, so we don't change it when singular and change it to a when plural. Лицо is once again a neuter noun. It's inanimate by default, and it automatically takes the nominative form. Overall, this is how the accusative case works in Russian. As I said in the beginning, the accusative also has additional functions, but I decided to not cover them because they require more attention, which will be explained in future videos. In this video, I simply covered the primary function of the accusative, animate and inanimate direct objects. Once you've understood this concept, understanding its base ideas will be much simpler. So in this video, I would like to explain the instrumental case in Russian. The instrumental case is the fifth case that modifies words differently than the previous four. The instrumental case shows which instrument is used to act and makes use of the help of what an action is completed with. Extensively, it shows which instrument is used to do something or with the help of how an action is completed. It answers the questions with what or with whom, which in Russian are s чем and s кем. It is used when an action is performed with an instrument, indicating with something or someone, hence the questions with what or with whom. Since the instrumental works with instruments, it's safe to say that the preposition with, which in Russian is s, is the most commonly used, and it will be the only one that I emphasize in this video. Additionally, it can be used with other prepositions like behind, between, over, in front of, and under. but the most useful preposition is with. The instrumental also has other functions like indicating the means by which something is done, indicating an agent, which is similar to an action performed, and other smaller concepts like reason, measurement, comparison, time, and trajectory. Of course, I will not be covering these concepts in this video because they're too advanced to learn for now. To understand these ideas, you first have to understand the primary concept of the instrumental. In the translator, with what and with whom are shown differently because it's a different type of expression. If we want to know whether a word is in the instrumental, we have to ask these questions to see if they fit the context. If they do, the phrase is instrumental. In English, we can replicate this concept in sentences like, I cut a cake with a knife, and I went to the movies with Adam, indicating with what and with whom. Obviously, not all examples in this video will be like that because they involve new concepts. Plus, to make learning simple, most of the phrases that you'll see will have the same structure with the preposition with, so sentences will not really make sense, but again, I'm just giving a general idea of the instrumental. To understand how to modify nouns in the instrumental, we have to know the gender of the noun we're working with, whether it's masculine, feminine, or neuter. In the singular form, if a masculine noun ends in a consonant, add om. If it ends in i kratkoje, replace it with jem. If it ends in the mjachki znak, also replace it with jem. If a feminine noun ends in a, replace it with oi. If it ends in ya, replace it with yei. If it ends in the mjachki znak, add u. With neuter nouns, there's only one rule. Add m, regardless of the ending. This is how you modify nouns in the singular form in the instrumental case. However, one important rule to keep in mind is the difference between stressed and unstressed endings for masculine and feminine nouns. Even though the grammar of the instrumental looks fine, some exceptions correspond with spelling rules in Russian. For instance, just because a masculine noun ends in a consonant, it doesn't mean that the ending will always be om. Sometimes it will be yem if the noun ends in an unstressed zhe, tse, che, she, or she. Also, the ending yem can be yom if the ending is a stressed zhe, tse, che, she, or she. With feminine nouns, the ending can be ye if the stem of the noun ends in zhe, tse, che, she, or she. And if it's stressed, it ends in yoi. All of these exceptional endings are not something that you have to know, considering that it may confuse you even more. It's something exceptional that Russian does to comply with spelling rules so that words sound uniform when said. It's something that I wanted to say, but I didn't cover that, because it's very uncommon for nouns to end like that. As long as you know the main grammar of the instrumental, then you're fine. So you will not see any examples in this video that have exceptional endings. The plural form in the instrumental is very simple because all we have to do is look at the last letter of the nominative singular form, which is the dictionary form of nouns, and from there we apply the grammatical ending in the instrumental. If a noun, masculine or feminine, ends in a consonant, a or o, add ami in the end. Sometimes you'll have to replace a or o with ami. If a noun ends in any other letter, replace it with yami. This is how you modify nouns in the plural form in the instrumental. Here we have the phrases I go with the house and I go with the houses. Ja idu s domom and ja idu s domami. Even though the sentences logically don't make sense, just focus on the nouns for now. The phrases are instrumental because they show which instrument is used to do something. We know it's instrumental because we can ask, I go with what? With the house or houses. Ja idu s чем. Ja idu s domom or domami. In this case, we have a masculine noun that ends in a consonant, so we add om when it's singular and ami when it's plural. Here, we have a masculine noun that ends in i kratkoje. Ja idu s muzejem and ja idu s muzejami. Once again, these phrases don't make sense, but simply focus on the nouns. These phrases are instrumental because we can ask, I go with what? I go with the museum or museums. Ja idu s чем. Ja idu s muzejem or muzejami. Muzei ends in I kratkoje, so we change it to yem when it's singular and to yami when it's plural. The question doesn't always have to be with what. It can also be with whom, like saying, I go with the guest or guests. Я иду с гостем and я иду с гостями. Гость is a masculine noun that ends in the мягкий знак, so we change it to yem when singular and to yami when plural. The same concept can also be done with a name, like Я иду с Адамом, which is the first logical sentence in the video. Adam is a masculine name that ends in a consonant, and because the names of people are always singular, we add om. Now, let's work with feminine nouns. Here, we have a feminine noun that ends in a. Я иду с машиной and я иду с машинами. Машина ends in a, so we replace it with oi when singular and with ami when plural. Here, we have a feminine noun that ends in ya. Я иду с деревней and я иду с деревнями. Деревня ends in ya, so we replace it with ye when singular and with yami when plural. Here, we have a feminine noun that ends in the мягкий знак. Я иду с ночью and я иду с ночами. Ночь ends in the мягкий знак, so we add you when singular and ami when plural. Here, we have a feminine name. Я иду с Эммой. Because Emma is a feminine name that's always singular, we replace the a with oi. At last, let's finish the instrumental with two expressions with neuter nouns. Here, we have a neuter noun that ends in ye. Я иду с морем and я иду с морями. Море ends in ye, so we add m when singular, as with any neuter noun, and yami when plural. Here, we have a neuter noun that ends in o. Я иду с окном and я иду с окнами. Окно ends in o, so we add m when singular and ami when plural. Overall, this is how the instrumental case works in Russian. So in this video, I would like to explain the last case that there is in Russian, which is the prepositional. The prepositional case is the sixth case that modifies words differently than the previous five. As the name suggests, the prepositional case is only used when a noun is accompanied by a particular preposition. While other Russian cases can work with and without prepositions, the prepositional is only ever used with prepositions like na, which is on or at, v, which is in, and most importantly, o, which is about, meaning that the case talks about something or someone. This form of a case visually puts the questions of what and whom after the preposition about, thus asking the questions about what and about whom. Still, it shows that the case is only used when accompanied by particular prepositions, like about, in, on, or at. Sometimes these prepositions are used in other cases, but they give them different meanings, which is different from the case itself. The prepositional also has other functions, like working with verbs that are related to speech, thought, and emotional state. As always, I will not be covering these elements of the prepositional simply because they're too advanced for now. To understand these ideas, you first have to understand the primary concept of the prepositional. In the translator, about what and about whom are shown differently because it's a different type of expression. If we want to know whether a word is in the prepositional, we have to ask these questions to see if they fit the context. Hence, they come after a preposition like about. To make learning simple, the phrases that you'll see in the video will be a combination of about what, about whom, and in what, to make practice more legitimate and realistic, considering that the prepositional works with prepositions. To understand how to modify nouns in the prepositional, we have to know the gender of the noun we're working with, whether it's masculine, feminine, or neuter. Something useful to note about the prepositional is that it has one of the simplest grammatical endings because almost all of its endings are the same. In the singular form of the prepositional, if a masculine noun ends in a consonant, add ye. If it ends in I kratkoje, replace it with ye. If it ends in the мягкий знак, also replace it with ye. If a feminine noun ends in a, replace it with ye. If it ends in ya, replace it with ye. If it ends in the mягкий знак, replace it with i. If a neuter noun ends in ye, there is no change. And if it ends in o, replace it with ye. This is how you modify nouns in the singular form in the prepositional. And as I said, almost all endings are the same. The plural form in the prepositional is also very simple because all we do is look at the last letter of the nominative singular form and then apply the grammatical ending in the prepositional. If a noun, masculine or feminine, ends in a consonant, a or o, add ach in the end. Sometimes you'll have to replace a or o with ach. If a noun ends in any other letter, replace it with yach. This is how you modify nouns in the plural form in the prepositional. Here we have the phrases I am in the house and I am in the houses. Я в доме and я в домах. Let's not forget that Russian doesn't have articles and doesn't use the verb to be in the present, which is why you don't see these words in Russian. Also, saying я в домах doesn't really make sense because it's not possible to be inside multiple houses, but again, simply focus on the grammar of the noun. These phrases are prepositional because the noun follows a certain preposition, like in. We know it's prepositional because we can ask, in what? In the house or houses. В чем? В доме or в домах. In this case, we have a masculine noun that ends in a consonant, so we add ye when it's singular and ach when it's plural. Considering that v doме and v domach are the nouns following the preposition in, we don't even need the beginning of the phrases because we grammatically know that domme means in the house and domach means in the houses. We can take these phrases and put them in the translator without having complete sentences, and they will still be in the prepositional, hence they're prepositional phrases. Here, we have a masculine noun that ends in i kratkoye. Я в музее and я в музеях. Once again, the second phrase doesn't really make sense, but simply focus on the nouns. These phrases are prepositional because we can ask, in what? In the museum or museums. В чем? В музее or в музеях. Музей ends in i kratkoye, so we change it to ye when singular and to yach when plural. Here we have an example that asks about whom, rather than in what or about what. Я говорю о госте and я говорю о гостях. Гость is the masculine noun that ends in the мягкий знак, so we change it to ye when singular and to yach when plural. The same concept can also be done with a name, like I talk about Tom. Я говорю о Томе. Tom is the masculine name that ends in a consonant, and because the names of people are always singular, we add ye. Now, let's work with feminine nouns. Here, we have a feminine noun that ends in a. Я в машине and я в машинах. Машина ends in a, so we replace it with ye when singular and with ach when plural. Also, just because you see the same ending for a feminine noun in one case, it doesn't mean that it's going to be a different one. Just because the grammar borrows a letter from a different case, it doesn't mean that it's the same one. So watch out for these ideas. Here, we have a feminine noun that ends in ya. Я в деревне and я в деревнях. Деревня ends in ya, so we replace it with ye when singular and with yach when plural. Here, we have a feminine noun that ends in the мягкий знак, that utilizes the question about what. Я говорю о ночи and я говорю о ночах. Ночь ends in the мягкий знак, so we change it to ye when singular and to ach when plural. Here, we have a feminine name. Я говорю о Белле. Because Bella is a feminine name that's always singular, we replace the a with ye. Here, we have a neuter noun that ends in ye. Я в море and я в морях. More ends in ye, so we don't change it when singular, but change it to yach when plural. Here, we have a neuter noun that ends in o. Ja govoriu o lice, and ja govoriu o litzach. Litzo ends in o, so we change it to ye when singular and to ach when plural. Overall, this is how the last case, the prepositional, works in Russian. Throughout these videos, I've given a full description of the 6 cases in Russian and explained what each case does and what is it for, along with the unique grammar that each case has. Even though it was a lot of information, I highly advise to not memorize most of it because it's simply too much. These videos were just meant to show and explain what are the 6 Russian cases or 6 types of expressions and how to use them correctly. This was the main goal, and in the next videos, Russian fundamentals and principles will get simpler, faster, and more practical. So in this video, I would like to explain the structures of sentences and their order of words in Russian. Russian has many sentence structures upon which we can express any sentence, phrase, or statement in any way. In English, this concept tends to be simple because the word order is fixed, such as starting a sentence with a subject, then a verb, and then an object. This word order is known as subject-verb-object, or SVO. While that's formal both in English and Russian, Russian has many sentence formations that can change depending on the emphasis of the words. The object can be moved to the beginning to emphasize it, while the subject is in the middle, and the verb is in the end. The verb can also be in the beginning, while the object is in the middle, and the subject is in the end. These formations can combine forever, so they generate a different emphasis depending on where the words are placed. Russian does that because it is expressive, allowing the speaker to say any sentence in any way. This concept can be understood using the 6 Russian cases or expressions. For foreign learners, it may be very confusing as to why Russian does that, but once the cases are understood, the idea will be much simpler. As someone fluent in Russian, I highly advise to try to understand the 6 Russian cases before you approach the sentence structures. Because sentence structures and word orders are complicated, they will be the final topics before I explain basic Russian phrases and fundamentals, which will be in the next video. For now, it's important to understand that while a specific word order creates a different meaning, it's the intonation and the emphasis that is placed on a specific word that makes the most difference in determining the meaning of a sentence. That's why in Russian, it's about how you speak and not so much what you say. So in Russian, you have to pay more attention to how words are said, but you still have the freedom to be expressive with your statements. In my opinion, it's better to invest in the cases and get familiar with the Russian Cyrillic alphabet before trying to understand how sentence structures work in Russian. As someone who's educating about Russian, I can tell you from fluency that translation will not work most of the time due to the various formations and meanings in context. So it's objectively better to try to understand sentences empathetically and visually. This video will not have a lot of examples in order not to create more confusion about the topic. More or less, the examples will be simple to understand, involving both meaningful and visual comprehension of each phrase, starting from the very basic SVO construction. To show this idea, let's focus on any 2 cases. Let's take the nominative and the accusative. Throughout these examples, you'll see that the form of each word is always the same, so listening-wise, there isn't anything complicated. However, while the meaning will be the same, the choice of word order will change the emphasis, style, and context of the phrase. That's why the emphasis is put on intonation, which determines the meaning of a sentence, as opposed to having a strict word order. Let's take a look at this simple structure, which I will change throughout the video. Я вижу стол. I see a table. We can visually tell that the subject is я, the verb is вижу, and the object is stol. Я is the subject expressed in the nominative, hence it's in the dictionary form, and stol is in the accusative, which is an inanimate direct object that doesn't change form, because it's masculine. Then, we have a conjugated verb вижу for the pronoun я, which is a concept for a future video. Still, the sentence structure is SVO. Я вижу стол. The meaning is essentially neutral, because it's formal, so there isn't anything special with this phrase. Now, we can have the same phrase, but with the object in the middle. Я stol visual, which is visually I, a table, see. In this phrase, the cases still match the words because the form of each word is always the same. Ja is still in the nominative, stol is still in the accusative, and visual is a conjugated verb in the present. The meaning, however, is different because it emphasizes the type of object that the subject sees. Ja stol visual. The emphasis is put on stol because it's the object that the subject engages with. This construction is SOV, which completely doesn't work in English, but works in Russian. This is one type of a sentence structure. Now, we can be informal and put the object in the beginning. Stol я вижу. A table I see. It's still the same phrase because, again, the cases match the words. Stol is in the accusative and я is in the nominative. However, the meaning is different because it's a pensive statement that emphasizes that the subject sees the object. Stol я вижу. A table I see. This sentence structure is OSV, which when put in English looks like it was taken from Old English. A table I see. Even though this meaning can somewhat work in English, it's generally not considered formal. In Russian, it's a sentence with an informal tone, and it's a type of construction that you will mainly see or hear within informal conversations. Next, we can put the object in the beginning and the verb in the middle. Stol visual я. The sentence is still the same, but visually it's a table see I, which doesn't work in English at all. Stol is still in the accusative and я is still in the nominative, but the meaning is different because the emphasis is on the fact that it's the subject who sees the object, so it's an expression that shows something factual. This construction is OVS, which isn't used that often in Russian, even though it's possible to use it. Now, we can put the conjugated verb in the beginning and the object in the middle, which is the least common sentence structure. Вижу стол я. This sentence is still the same, but visually it's see a table I, which cannot be expressed in English. Stol is still in the accusative and я is still in the nominative, but the meaning is different because this construction is declarative with a poetic undertone. In other words, it's a structure that you will see in old Russian poems and books. In modern times, this construction is almost never used, but it's still possible to use it. At last, we can put the conjugated verb in the beginning and the subject in the middle. Вижу я стол. See I a table, which doesn't work in English. Stol is still in the accusative and я is still in the nominative, but the meaning is different because it's a reflective statement that emphasizes the subject's action for the object. This construction is actually very common in Russian, so you can expect to see it a lot. Overall, these are the sentence structures and their word orders in Russian. Considering that basic sentences contain 3 words, subject, verb, object, these words have a total of 6 different combinations that they can be placed in. However, it doesn't mean that you're forced to remember and use each combination and understand what each combination does. In fact, half of the structures that I showed are not even used when reading or speaking, so at the end of the day, you can freely decide which combination you want to work with, because regardless of how you express yourself, you will still be understood. Now, to ensure that this concept is still understandable, I will demonstrate all of the following examples once again, but this time with a different case, subject, verb, and object. Specifically something feminine like Она идет к машине. She goes to the car. A native Russian speaker would pronounce она as она. We can tell that the subject is она, the verb is идет, conjugated for the pronoun она, and the object is машине. Она is in the nominative, but машине is in the dative because it's a feminine noun that ends in a, so we change it to ye. In this phrase, we're using a different grammatical case which will not make a difference in the order of the words. This sentence structure is SVO. Она идет к maszynie. The meaning is neutral because it's a formal phrase, so there isn't anything special. Now, the sentence is Она к машине идет, which is visually she to the car goes. Она is in the nominative and машине is in the dative, but the meaning is different because it emphasizes the type of object that the subject goes to. Она к машине идет. The emphasis is put on машине because it's the object that the subject engages with. This construction is SOV, which doesn't work in English. Now, the sentence is к машине она идет, which is visually to the car she goes. Она is in the nominative and машине is in the dative, because again, the forms of the words do not change regardless of the order of the words. This structure is OSV, which is somewhat possible in English, very common in Russian, but generally speaking, it's informal. Now, the sentence is к машине идет она, which is to the car goes she. Она is in the nominative and машине is in the dative. This structure is OVS, which is not possible in English and is barely used in Russian. Now, the sentence is идет к машине она, which is goes to the car she. This structure is VOS, which is a poetic undertone, again impossible in English and almost never used in Russian. Now, the sentence is идет она к машине, which is goes she to the car. This structure is VSO, which is very common in Russian but impossible in English. At last, I'll replicate this concept with a neuter noun with a different case, subject, verb, and object, like ты в море. You are in the sea. In this case, we have a simple example that can only have two possible combinations. The first one has a neutral meaning because it has the SVO structure. Ты в море. You are in the sea. Let's not forget that Russian doesn't use the verb to be in the present and doesn't have articles, which is why you don't see these words in Russian. Technically speaking, because Russian doesn't have the verb in the present, we can count it as an SO structure. We can tell that ты is in the nominative, but море is in the prepositional, because this case is used after the preposition в. Море is a neuter noun that ends in ye, so there is no change to it in the prepositional. The second possible structure of the sentence is OSV, or simply OS. В море ты. In the sea, you are. Ты is still in the nominative, and в море is still in the prepositional. So this structure is somewhat possible in English, very common in Russian, but is in fact informal. This is how sentence structures and the order of words work in Russian. In this video, I've given a simple explanation of the types of structures and order of the words that you can see when learning Russian. Even though I gave somewhat of a vague description of how this concept works, there's a good reason behind that because it's the final topic that I decided to show before jumping into basic Russian words, sentences, and fundamentals. This idea of combining words in a sentence could have also been done with adjectives and even question words, but I chose not to include too many principles because it's too early and too complicated to learn for now. Obviously, I'm not expecting anybody to form sentences the way I showed because it's a primary principle that Russian has. It was more something to recognize and understand, rather than something to use for now. In the future, you will of course use it as you wish, but in my opinion, it's better to understand how and why Russian has this fundamental than to be confused in the future. This principle will make future concepts simpler to comprehend because you will see it in many Russian texts and future videos. In conclusion, this was sentence structures and word orders in Russian, and the next video will fully be dedicated to basic Russian fundamentals. So in this video, I would like to explain the basic principles and fundamentals of the Russian language. Before learning Russian as a whole, everyone has to understand how and why a language acts the way it does. And with Russian, it's a bit complicated because it's very different than English. Still, I made a video talking about things you should know before learning Russian, along with the alphabet, how to identify the gender of a noun, and the 6 Russian cases. Before the basic principles of Russian, there are concepts that you have to know, such as the alphabet and the 6 Russian cases. I started with these ideas first because future concepts, like basic words and sentences, will be simpler to understand. Before watching this video, I would advise to look at the previous videos I made so that this video will be much simpler. Nonetheless, throughout this video, I'll be presenting useful words, phrases, and sentences to say daily if your goal is to speak or simply understand Russian. Here's what I would like to begin with. Question words, prepositional words and adverbs, personal pronouns, days of the week, months, time words, greetings and farewells, and numbers. Other basic principles, such as verbs and adjectives, are for future videos. For now, let's focus on these fundamentals. Number 1. Question words. Question words in Russian ask a stressed question and are often put at the beginning of sentences. But as I said in the previous video, words in Russian sentences can be placed anywhere. Generally, you will see question words at the beginning of phrases. Что is what, кто is who, где is where, когда is natively pronounced as когда, and it's when. Как is how, почему and зачем can both be used for why, какой is which, чей is whose, and сколько is how much or how many. However, because Russian is highly expressive, it allows for multiple variations of each question word, mainly coming from the 6 Russian cases, gender and noun quantity. For instance, что, кто, and где have different cases upon which you can express one question, such as чему and кому, indicating to what and to whom, чем and кем, meaning with what and with whom, and so on. Even the question where can be куда, meaning to where, and it can also be откуда, literally meaning from where. I already covered these words in the previous videos. Alongside, there's also the question why, which has 2 variations, почему and зачем. Почему literally translates as why, but зачем means what for, showing incredulity and disbelief. In case you ask почему and you need to reply with because, the word for that would be потому что. A native Russian speaker would say потому что. Почему means why and потому что means because, with the word что included. Additionally, question words like какой and чей can change depending on the gender and quantity of a noun, which means that it has to match the noun it relates to. Какой means masculine which, and we can tell it's masculine because it ends with и краткое, which is a letter you'll see at the end of masculine nouns. Какая is feminine which, because it ends in ya, and feminine nouns in Russian also end in ya. Какое is neuter which, ending in ye, so neuter nouns in Russian end in ye. Какие means plural which, and this one doesn't have a gender. The same concept is done with чей. Чей is masculine whose, ending in и краткое. Чья means feminine whose, ending in я. Чье is neuter whose, ending in yo, and чьи is plural whose, with no gender. However, какой, чей, and even сколько can have multiple declensions because of the 6 Russian cases. Какой and сколько can be modified like stressed adjectives, so they have to match not only in gender and quantity, but also the grammatical case. The question чей works with possessive pronouns, and it also has to match the gender, quantity, and case. All of these modifications are not something to worry about because they're very uncommon in context, too complicated, and can be explained in future videos. It's something to know, but not something to utilize, considering that the most useful question words in Russian are the basic ones. Even so, it's possible to formulate questions without using any of these question words by simply changing the intonation of a sentence. For instance, я ем means I eat, but in a question form, we can change the tone and ask я ем, which would mean do I eat? That's the difference. Я ем is a sentence. Я ем is a question. This can be done with any sentence and with any word order, like большой дом, meaning big house. Большой дом is a sentence. Большой дом is a question. And дом большой is also a question. This is why Russian is all about how you say and not what you say. So in other words, if you need to say a question in Russian, simply change your intonation. Next, we have prepositional words and adverbs. There are many prepositions in Russian, but the most useful ones can be fanboys and common adverbs, like for and nor, but or yet so, if also from and of, with, to, in and at, and on. For is dla, and is I, nor is ni, but is no, or is ili, yet is a conjunction and is also used as no, so is tak что, if is если, also is также, from and of are is and от, with is с, to is к, in and at is v, and on is na. These are the most common prepositions and adverbs in Russian. However, because Russian is expressive again, some prepositions can change their meaning, depending on the grammatical case in which they're utilized. Describing all of them will simply be too much, so these are the best ones to know. Next, we have personal pronouns. In English, we have I, you, he, she, it, we, you all, or y'all, and they. English doesn't formally have y'all, but I'm still including it because Russian has it. In Russian, the personal pronouns are я, ты, он, она, and оно, which are written similarly. A native Russian speaker would say он, она, and оно. Then we have мы, вы, and они. A native speaker would say они. As you can see, the pronouns in the third person have the same beginning, so it's not that hard to remember them, along with ты, мы, and вы, which all end in ы. The pronoun вы has two meanings, one for you all, and second for the formal you, meaning that when you're talking to a professional person, you would use вы to be polite. Also, вы is the only pronoun that's always capitalized when referring to professional people, similar to how the pronoun I is always capitalized in English. Then we have the days of the week. Понедельник, вторник, среда, четверг, пятница, суббота, and воскресенье. By surface analysis, each word can be broken down to its origin. Понедельник breaks down to по, meaning after, недель, meaning week, and ник, meaning a day after Sunday. Вторник comes from второй, meaning second after. Среда comes from средний, meaning middle. Четверг comes from четверть, meaning a fourth way after. Пятница comes from пять, which is 5. Суббота comes from Sabbath, and воскресенье comes from воскрес, meaning resurrected. Jesus was resurrected on Sunday, which explains the origin of the word. Moreover, the word for week is неделя, originating from не делать, which is not to do anything. That's why Sunday is a resting day. You don't do anything. At last, you don't have to capitalize the days of the week as you would in English. Next, we have the months of the year. Январь, февраль, март, апрель, май, июнь, июль, август, сентябрь, октябрь, ноябрь, and декабрь. These are all masculine nouns, and you don't have to capitalize them as in English. Next, we have time words. Second is sekunda, minute is minuta, hour is час, day is день, week is неделя, which I covered, month is месяц, year is год, yesterday is вчера, today is сегодня, pronounced with a v because it's a pronunciation rule from Old Russian that was preserved, and lastly, tomorrow, which is завтра. Next, we have useful greetings and farewells. Good morning is доброе утро. A native speaker would say доброе утро. Good day is добрый день. Good evening is добрый вечер. Notice how доброе modifies to fit the gender of утро, which is a neuter noun. Also, the adjective добрый doesn't necessarily mean good. It formally translates as kind, but in the context of greetings, it means good. Then we have a popular greeting, which is "Как дела?" "Как дела" literally means "how are things?" But because Russian doesn't use to be in the present, it's "how things." "How things" is a phrase that makes no sense, but as a greeting, it means "what's up?" This is why Russian phrases can express different meanings because it's highly flexible. When you think about it logically, even the phrase "what's up" doesn't make sense because it's asking what is up, as in what is up there. But as a greeting, it's simply asking how is someone and what is happening. There's also this greeting, "Как ты?" which means how are you, or without the verb, how you. Then we have "спасибо," which is thanks. It's mainly pronounced as "спасибо," but it's derived from the words "спаси Бог," meaning save of God or God save you. There's also "thank you," which can be "спасибо тебе," indicating an informal thank you, and "спасибо вам," showing a formal thank you. "Тебе" and "вам" are both direct object pronouns used in the dative because they express gratitude to someone. In this case, thanks to you. By replying, we can say "you are welcome," which is "не за что," expressively meaning of nothing. So thank you, and there is no need to thank me. Then we have goodbye, which is "до свидания," literally meaning till the meeting or till the next time we meet each other. "До свидания" is a long word to say for those who learn Russian, so instead we can simply say bye, which is "пока." Then we have hello, which is "привет," and to be polite, we can say "здрасте" or "здравствуйте." "Привет" is probably the better option. Then we have welcome, which is "добро пожаловать," meaning good or well to come. "Добро" signifies kindness, but as a greeting, it's welcome. At last, we have please, which is "пожалуйста," sorry, which is "извини" or "прости," and as a bonus, yes and no, which are "да" and "нет" or "не." Finally, we have numbers, and I'm not going to show every number in Russian because understanding the basic structure of how numbers are written is good enough. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. As a side note, the genitive case, which I explained in a previous video, is used for the singular form of 2, 3, and 4, and the plural form of 5 and beyond. Whenever you're counting up using any noun, the grammar of the noun has to match the singular form in the genitive case. For numbers 5 and beyond, the genitive utilizes the plural form. Also, the word один is used as a literal base number when you're counting down, as in 3, 2, 1. Ultimately, one can translate as раз when you're counting in a sequence, as in раз, два, три. These are significant rules that you have to know, but it's going to take time to get used to them. The numbers after 10 all share the same endings, but their pronunciation is slightly different than how you see them. So, I will pronounce them as a native Russian speaker. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. There is no point listing numbers past 20 because all you do is take 20 and put any single number after. 21, 22, and so on. Now we have bigger numbers, and once again I'll pronounce them like a native Russian speaker. 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 1000, and миллион. The final principle is the positions of numbers. Первый, второй, третий, четвертый, пятый, шестой, седьмой, восьмой, девятый, and десятый. There is no point in learning numbers beyond that because they're not used that often. These are the basic words, phrases, and fundamentals to know and understand in Russian. They all begin here. For the final time, because Russian is expressive, we should not forget that almost all of the words and phrases that I showed can be modified under the 6 Russian cases. I showed just a few of them in order to not cause confusion and to give a small picture of what to expect when learning Russian. Just because you saw one form of a word in this video, it doesn't mean that it's the only one that exists. Choose any word, verb, adjective, and even question word in Russian, and you'll find even more modifications of the word you chose. It's because of the cases, the Cyrillic alphabet, and the expressiveness and flexibility of Russian that makes so many different variations of any word that there is. So in this video, I would like to explain how to conjugate verbs in the present tense in Russian. Verb conjugation in Russian indicates a change to the form of a verb so that it fits the pronoun that you write the verb into. In this video, I'll just cover how verb conjugation works in the present tense. In Russian, there's only one sense of time in the present, meaning that unlike in English, where we have other forms of the present, these do not exist in Russian. Still, there are irregular verbs both in English and Russian, but it's a concept for a future video. For now, I'm simply focusing on regular verbs. Before understanding how to conjugate verbs in Russian, we have to know how to identify verbs. In English, we identify a verb because it starts with the preposition to work, to speak, to walk, to look, and so on. To identify a verb in Russian, the ending of the verb, also known as the infinitive, will be t, typically having a vowel before, such as at and it. Within the verbs that end in t, there are two further distinctions. Verbs that end in at follow the first conjugation pattern, while verbs that end in it follow the second conjugation pattern, ultimately making Russian have only two conjugation patterns. Almost all verbs in Russian end in t, so identifying a verb is not that hard, but it's the vowel before t that you have to know in order to conjugate the verb correctly. Sometimes you will see verbs having a different vowel before t that will still follow one of the already existing patterns. Because there are so many vowel endings for verbs, it would be impossible to understand and cover every type of verb, so in this video, I'm simply giving the general idea of verb conjugation, coming from the most common endings. Irregular verbs will be explained in the next videos. First, I would like to explain how verb conjugation works in English so that it's comparable to Russian. In English, we have the pronouns I, you, he. We can also say she or it, but I'm putting he to leave some space, considering that the conjugation is still the same for she and it. Then, there's we, y'all, and they. English formally doesn't have y'all, but I'm still including it because Russian has it. The way that verb conjugation works in English is by keeping the same form as the infinitive, but only adding an s in the he pronoun. Take the verb to work as an example. The conjugations are I work, you work, he works, we work, y'all work, and they work. This is why English is very simple. Now, let's take a look at this concept in Russian. Here we have the Russian pronouns that act as verb conjugation subjects. Я, ты, он, мы, вы, and они. We can include она and оно, but I'm simply putting on to leave some space, considering that она and оно will have the same conjugation. The first conjugation in Russian has to do with verbs that end in t, specifically with the ending at. The way that the first conjugation works in Russian is by dropping the last two letters of the infinitive, normally it's t, and then adding the corresponding ending that fits the pronoun. Unlike the two conjugations that there are in English, Russian has 6. To conjugate simple verbs ending in at, you drop the ending of the infinitive and then add the ending that corresponds to the pronoun. For ya, we put you. For ты, we put yesh. For on or она, оно, we put yet. For мы, we put ем. For вы, we put ете. And for они, we put ют. Let's use the verb работать, which means to work. How would this verb be conjugated in the present tense in Russian? We take the infinitive работать, drop the last two letters, and then add the grammatical endings that correspond to the pronouns. For я, we drop the ending and add you. So we get я работаю. I work. The more you try this concept, the faster you'll get it. For ты, we get ты работаешь. You work. For он or она, оно, we get он работает. For мы, we get мы работаем. For вы, we get вы работаете. For они, we get они работают. This is the first conjugation pattern for simple verbs in Russian that end in at. And because each pronoun follows a different conjugation, we can tell who the subject is without the pronouns themselves. Работаю means I work. Работаешь means you work. Работает means he, she, or it works, and so on. This concept cannot be in English because the grammar is the same for 80% of the pronouns. Therefore, we need the pronoun to understand who the subject is. As I said previously, there could be different verbs with different vowel endings in t, which may follow this pattern. Also, there will not be too many examples in this video because by learning how to conjugate verbs in Russian, you might need to build on more grammar in order to make phrases and sentences. When you learn from the beginning, you can try making statements on your own, but I would advise to get a better feel on how to speak Russian, if that's your goal. The way that the second verb conjugation works in Russian is by dropping the last 2 or 3 letters from the infinitive, depending on the letters, and then adding the corresponding ending that fits the pronoun. To conjugate simple verbs ending in it, you drop the ending from the infinitive and then add the corresponding ending. For ya, we put you or u, depending on the consonants to preserve a uniform sound. For ty, we put ish. For on or ana, ano, we put it. For my, we put im. For вы, we put ite. For они, we put yat or at, again depending on the consonants. However, there's a very vital concept that you have to know about the second conjugation in Russian. The second conjugation pattern is affected by spelling rules when it comes down to specific consonants and vowels. The first person singular, which is ya, is affected by the rule of stressed consonants. When using the second conjugation, sometimes the last letter of the stem, in infinitive without it, for the pronoun ya, changes in order to keep a perfect sound when the word is said. This rule only applies to ya, and it has a small pattern that you can follow. If the last letter of the stem is de, it becomes je. If it's ze, it becomes je. Se becomes she, ste becomes she, te becomes che, and b, v, m, p, and f receive the letter L. This rule only applies to ya, so you have to watch out for this pattern. Let's use the verb говорить, which means to speak. A native Russian speaker would say говорить. Говорить. How would this verb be conjugated in the present tense in Russian? We take the infinitive говорить, drop the last letters, and then add the grammatical endings that correspond to the pronouns. For ya, we drop the ending and add you. So we get я говорю. Я говорю. For ты, we get ты говоришь. For он or она, оно, we get он говорит. For мы, we get мы говорим. For вы, we get вы говорите. For они, we get они говорят. Once again, there could be different verbs with different vowel endings in t, which may follow this pattern. This is the second conjugation pattern for simple verbs in Russian that end in it. Finally, to make sure that this concept is fully understood, I'll show 2 verbs, each having a different vowel ending that still follows the 2 conjugation patterns. Here, we have the verb гулять, which means to go for a walk or simply walk. Unlike the common endings that I showed previously, this verb has a vowel ending ya, which is гулять. Гулять. Despite having a different vowel ending, this verb has the same pattern as the first at ending. Я гуляю is I walk. Ты гуляешь is you walk. Он гуляет is he walks. Мы гуляем is we walk. Вы гуляете is y'all walk. And они гуляют is they walk. Still, there could be different verbs with different vowel endings, which may follow this pattern too. Next, we have the verb смотреть, which means to look or to watch. A native speaker would say смотреть. Смотреть. This verb has a vowel ending yet, which follows the same pattern as the second it ending. And let's not forget that this pattern is affected by the rule of stressed consonants, mainly in the ya and ani pronouns. In this case, we don't have any. Я смотрю is I look. Ты смотришь is you look. Он смотрит is he looks. Мы смотрим is we look. Вы смотрите is y'all look. And они смотрят is they look. Don't forget that there could be different verbs with different vowel endings which may follow this pattern too. But for now, this is all you have to know about verb conjugations in the present tense. In the next videos, I'll explain how other conjugations work and what to do with exceptions and irregular ones. So in this video, I would like to explain irregular verb conjugation in the present tense in Russian. As I said in the previous video, most verbs in Russian have a t ending, with the main conjugation patterns being verbs that end in at and eat. Verbs that end in at have one pattern, and verbs that end in eat have a second pattern. However, there could be different verbs with different vowel endings which may follow one of these patterns. So in this video, I'll explain the irregular concepts that some of these conjugations have. With the second verb conjugation, let's not forget that the pattern is affected by spelling rules in the first person singular pronoun, which is ya. When using the second conjugation, we have to pay attention to the stem of the infinitive, which is the word itself before eat. Because of the spelling rule for the pronoun ya, we'll sometimes have to change or add a letter to keep a perfect sound when the conjugation is said. Here's a small pattern that we can follow, and I will give examples to practically show how this concept works. If the last letter of the stem is de, it becomes je. If it's ze, it likewise becomes je. S becomes sha, este becomes sha, te becomes che, and b, v, m, p, and f receive the consonant l after. This rule only applies to ya, so you have to watch out for this pattern. Let's begin with the verb chodit, which means to walk. A native speaker would say ходить, ходить. This verb has the it ending following the second conjugation pattern, and also its stem, which is chod, ends in de. Therefore, we have to change the consonant to je in the ya pronoun. Я хожу, ты ходишь, он or она, оно ходит, мы ходим, вы ходите, они ходят. In this case, we change de to je and also use the vowel u in the ya pronoun to keep a perfect sound when the word is said. Let's not forget that there could be different verbs with different vowel endings which may follow this pattern. As a reminder, the second conjugation pattern in the present can use a different vowel in the ya and ani pronouns, and it's done on purpose to preserve a uniform sound. Here, we have the verb возить, which informally means to drive or to carry something or someone by car. A native speaker would say возить, возить. This verb has the it ending following the second conjugation pattern, and also its stem ends in ze, which means that we have to change the consonant to je in the ya pronoun. Я вожу, ты возишь, он возит. Мы возим, вы возите, они возят. In this case, we change ze to je and also use the vowel u in the ya pronoun. Here, we have the verb носить, which means to carry. A native speaker would say носить. This verb ends in it, following the second pattern and having the consonant s at the end of the stem, meaning that we have to change s to sha in the ya pronoun. Я ношу, ты носишь, он носит, мы носим, вы носите, они носят. In this case, we change s to sha and also use the vowel u in the ya pronoun. Here, we have the verb mstit, which means to revenge. This verb ends in it, following the second pattern and having the consonants s and te at the end of the stem, meaning that we have to change s and te to sha in the ya pronoun. Я мщу, ты мстишь, он мстит, мы мстим, вы мстите. Они мстят. Here we have the verb платить, which means to pay. It ends in it and has the consonant te at the end of the stem, meaning that we have to change te to che in the я pronoun. Я плачу, ты платишь, он платит, мы платим, вы платите, они платят. Finally, we made it to the category of stem verbs ending in b, v, m, p, and f, which receive the consonant l after in the я pronoun. To keep things quick, I'll just show one verb in each category that receives the consonant l after in the я pronoun. Любить means to love, and it receives l after b in the я pronoun, while everything else stays the same. Я люблю, and it also has the vowel u instead of u. Давить means to weigh or to pressure, and it gets l after v in the я pronoun, while everything else is the same. Я давлю, also having u in the end. Кормить means to feed, and it gets l after m in the я pronoun. Я кормлю, also having u in the end. Копить means to save, and it gets l after p in the я pronoun. Я коплю, also having u in the end. At last, we have a foreign verb, surfit, which means to surf, and it gets l after f in the я pronoun. Я surfлю, also having u in the end. Overall, this is how the second conjugation works with all of the exceptions and spelling rules. Now, there are various irregular verbs in Russian that don't exactly follow the rules that I just showed. Even though irregular verbs can still follow the grammatical endings of one of the existing patterns, there may be some changes to the letters of the conjugations. Still, it's possible to predict the endings once you know the stems of the verbs, so even irregular verbs follow the first or second conjugation pattern. Take the verb ехать as an example. This verb means to go or travel by car, and visually it ends in at, so it will follow the first conjugation pattern. However, due to the irregular ending of the stem, which is ech, this verb changes a consonant in the stem itself throughout all of the conjugations along with a vowel. Я еду, ты едешь, он едет, мы едем, вы едете, они едут. Notice that once you know the stem yed, it basically follows the first conjugation pattern, except having an u in the ya and ani pronouns. This verb has the same pattern as the first conjugation, but it simply changes a consonant and a vowel to keep a perfect sound. While some verbs keep the grammatical form of the first conjugation pattern, they may change the sound of a vowel to keep a perfect sound, like the verb давать, meaning to give. Visually, this verb will have the same pattern as the first conjugation, but it will change the vowel ye to yo when the stress falls on the ending. This verb still has the same pattern as the first conjugation, but it simply changes ye to yo in the ты, он, мы, and вы pronouns, and it's done on purpose to keep a perfect sound. Я даю, ты даешь, он дает, мы даем, вы даете, они дают. Then we have this irregular verb, бежать, meaning to run, which has an interesting pattern. You would think that it would follow the first conjugation pattern because it ends in at, but it actually follows the second pattern. Because it follows the second pattern, it changes a consonant in the я and они pronouns to keep a perfect sound. Also, it has the vowel u in the я and они pronouns. Я бегу, ты бежишь, он бежит, мы бежим, вы бежите, они бегут. Then we have this verb, хотеть, which means to want. What's irregular about хотеть is that it follows the first conjugation pattern in the я, ты, and он pronouns while also changing a consonant and using the vowel u at the end of the я pronoun. Then it follows the second conjugation pattern in the мы, вы, and они pronouns. Я хочу, ты хочешь, он хочет, мы хотим, вы хотите, они хотят. Then we have verbs that are completely irregular with no pattern to follow. The best way to use these verbs is to remember them. Пить means to drink, and it actually follows the grammatical endings of the first conjugation pattern, but it changes je to yo while putting the мягкий знак after pe to keep a perfect sound. Я пью, ты пьешь, он пьет, мы пьем, вы пьете, они пьют. Then we have this irregular verb, жить, which means to live. Жить takes the grammatical endings of the first conjugation pattern, changes je to yo, adds the consonant v in the middle, and uses the vowel u in the я and они pronouns. Я живу, ты живешь, он живет, мы живем, вы живете, они живут. Then we have the most irregular verb, which is есть. The verb есть has a double meaning, with the first being to eat and with the second being to be. As in the sentence, there are many people. Есть много людей. In the context of irregular verbs, есть means to eat. Я ем, ты ешь, он ест, мы едим, вы едите, они едят. The only recognizable element of есть is that it follows the second conjugation pattern in the мы, вы, and они pronouns. Everything else about this verb is completely irregular. At last, one final concept must be shown about irregular verbs that similarly follow the same grammatical endings as one of the conjugation patterns. Because there are so many endings for verbs ending in tie, it's possible to tell what conjugation pattern such verbs will follow. However, there is a third common ending in Russian verbs aside from at and it, which ends in t. T is the third common ending in Russian verbs which still follows one of the patterns, typically the first one. One interesting concept to know about this ending is that once you know the verb's stem, you can predict the endings, even if the verbs are irregular, like the verbs идти and нести, and you're about to see why. Идти means to go, and the verb's stem is id, which is kept in all conjugations of the first pattern, but it changes the je to yo in 60% of the pronouns and has the vowel u in the я and они pronouns. Я иду, ты идешь, он идет, мы идем, вы идете, они идут. As I said previously, once you know the verb's stem, you can predict which grammatical endings will be placed. Нести means to carry, and the verb's stem is нес, which is kept in all conjugations of the first pattern, but just like the verb идти, it changes the je to yo in 60% of the pronouns and has the vowel u in the я and они pronouns. Я несу, ты несешь, он несет, мы несем, вы несете, они несут. This is how you conjugate irregular verbs in the present tense in Russian. Before I end the video, I would like to show one small fundamental in the formation of Russian verbs that you don't necessarily have to use, but you have to know. In Russian, the infinitive form of verbs generally corresponds to the dictionary form. Russian infinitives typically end in te and ti, which are general categories that split themselves into multiple subcategories, ultimately making two conjugation patterns in the present tense. Additionally, there could be irregular verbs that may have completely different endings, and those verbs will still follow one of the existing patterns. For instance, you may find verbs that end in ch, and despite having very different endings, such verbs will still follow either the first or second conjugation pattern. Whenever you learn verb conjugation in Russian, you need to familiarize yourself with these verb conjugations to facilitate the accurate formation of the infinitive. Nonetheless, you should always know that Russian has only two conjugation patterns in the present, but because there are many irregular verbs, you may find irregular changes, like additional letters and changes in consonants, vowels, and stems, while conjugating verbs. Keep this idea in the back of your mind whenever you conjugate verbs in the present tense in Russian. So in this video, I would like to explain normal descriptive adjectives in Russian. Descriptive adjectives describe nouns such as people, things, places, and ideas, like the words fast, new, beautiful, big, small, tall, red, blue, and so on. In Russian, there are many different forms of each adjective, and what's really significant to know is that each adjective relates to the 6 Russian cases, the 3 grammatical genders, and plurality. Even though it sounds like a lot, once you understand the 6 cases and 3 genders, it's simple enough to understand. When trying to utilize adjectives in Russian, you should always pay attention to the stem or the dictionary form of each adjective, and then you can form the rest. First, you should know that the dictionary form of a Russian adjective is always in the nominative masculine form. Secondly, you should know that there are 3 types of Russian adjectives: normal, short, and comparative and superlative. Thirdly, you should know that normal adjectives are separated into hard and soft endings, meaning that you will see 2 grammatical patterns for each type of adjective. Short adjectives typically make a statement about something, and nouns do not follow them. Comparative and superlative adjectives compare one thing to something else, and I will explain these 2 concepts in the next videos. For this video, I'll only cover normal adjectives. Normal adjectives in Russian come before a noun, and their English equivalent is a statement like big table, beautiful car, or new window. Normal adjectives have to match in gender, case, and plurality, meaning that there are multiple endings for each adjective. As I said previously, normal adjectives separate into hard and soft endings, and before understanding how to modify adjectives, we have to know how to identify an adjective first. Any type of adjective in Russian has the following endings in the word, meaning that there are no exceptions: oi, i, and ni. The endings oi, I, and I are the endings that you'll find within hard adjectives, and they have the first modification pattern to match the gender, case, and plurality. Adjectives that end in ni have the second modification pattern, likewise matching the gender, case, and plurality. The good news is that within any modification, the pattern will always be the same, so it doesn't matter what adjective you decide to use. For instance, the 3 hard endings for normal adjectives, oi, I, and I, will have the same pattern when modifying their case. This means that you don't have to worry about different patterns for different endings. In other words, the 3 hard endings follow the same pattern, so it doesn't matter what ending is used, and the same concept even applies to normal adjectives with soft endings, just in a different pattern. Because hard adjectives are very common, the way that they're modified is by dropping off their endings, that is oi, I, or I, and then applying the ending that matches the gender, case, and plurality. The same concept also applies to adjectives with soft endings. In the nominative, which is the dictionary form, a masculine adjective ends in I, a feminine ends in aya, a neuter ends in oye, and the plural ends in iye. In the accusative, which works with animate and inanimate objects, a masculine ends in I, and if it's animate, it ends in ogo. Native Russian speakers will say ova. A feminine will end in uyu, a neuter will end in oye, and the plural will end in iye or ich if it's animate. In the genitive, a masculine will end in ova, a feminine will end in oi, a neuter will end in ova, and the plural will end in ich. As you can see, some endings are borrowed from different cases and therefore repeated. In the dative, a masculine ends in omu, a feminine ends in oi, a neuter ends in omu, and the plural ends in im. In the instrumental, the pattern is oi, ummi, and in the prepositional, the pattern is oi, ich. Now that I've shown each modification, it would be impossible to remember all of these endings because there are too many of them. What I recommend doing is to focus on the most vital ones, like the nominative, genitive, and dative, because they're used more than the other ones. Still, this is the pattern that you'll follow either way, so try to get a feel for it when such adjectives are used in context. Here are a few sample adjectives that I would like to use in order to show how they're used within sentences. There will not be too many examples because it might get too confusing, but I will give a general idea of how these adjectives are used properly. Here we have the adjectives большой, маленький, and новый. Большой is big, маленький is small, and новый is new. As you can see, Each adjective has a different ending, yet they all follow the hard adjective category in normal adjectives. To make learning simple and practical, every sentence that you'll see will utilize 3 different nouns in the 3 genders under every case. Let's begin with большой, and let's work with the following nouns: stol, машина, and окно, meaning table, car, and window. Using the nominative case, the adjective большой and the nouns stol, машина, and окно will look like this: большой, стол, большая, машина, большое, окно, and большие, столы, машины, and окна. Let's not forget that we also have to modify the nouns to fit the grammatical case, and that sometimes we have to change a vowel because it's an exceptional rule in Russian. Even though the ending in the plural should be an ы, it changes to e because it's an exceptional spelling rule. Now, let's do the same thing, but with the adjective маленький. Маленький, стол, маленькая, машина, маленькое окно, and маленькие столы, машины, окна. Despite using a different normal adjective that has a different ending, the modification pattern from before still applies to this adjective, with one exception in the plural having a spelling rule. Now, let's try the adjective новый. Новый, стол, новая, машина, новое, окно, and новые, столы, машины, окна. In this case, the modification is still the same and matches perfectly with no exceptions. Now, let's try the same words in the accusative, which works with animate and inanimate objects, and this is where you'll see the nouns changing to fit the grammatical case. Additionally, this is where a few phrases will not make sense logically, but again, we're simply focusing on adjectives. These are the sentences that I will use. Я вижу большой стол. Я вижу большого студента. Я вижу большую машину. Я вижу большое окно. Я вижу большие столы, and я вижу больших студентов. Because all of these sentences are in the accusative, you can see the grammatical patterns of the animate and inanimate objects that sometimes change and sometimes don't. The nouns and the adjectives also change because they're in the accusative. One exception is that in the plural, we use e instead of ы because it's a spelling rule. Everything else basically follows the pattern for the accusative. Here are the same phrases, but with the adjective маленький. You can try to read these sentences on your own. Here are the same phrases with the adjective новый. I really hope that you can now understand the idea of modifying adjectives so that they fit the case, gender, and plurality, because in English, adjectives and nouns always stay in one form, but in Russian, there are 6 ways of modifying them. Once you get used to it, the concept becomes much simpler. Nonetheless, let's keep going, and this is where I'll begin to give one example with one adjective so you can modify the other adjectives on your own. Here, we have the adjective большой in the genitive, and this is the sentence that I will use. Кусок большого стола, кусок большой машины, кусок большого окна, and кусок больших столов, машин, окон. The endings match in the adjectives and nouns because all of these statements are in the genitive. Additionally, some of the endings of the adjectives use e instead of ы because it's a spelling rule. Now, try to replicate these phrases, but with the adjective маленький. This is what it's going to look like, and you can try to say these phrases on your own. Now, try to replicate these phrases, but with новый. This is what it's going to look like. Here, we have the adjective большой in the dative, and this is the sentence that I will use. Идти к большому столу, идти к большой машине идти к большому окну and идти к большим столам, машинам, окнам. The endings match the adjectives and nouns because they're all in the dative, with one exception using e instead of ы. Now, try to replicate these phrases with маленький. This is what it's going to look like. Now, try it with the adjective новый. This is what it's going to look like. Here, we have the adjective большой in the instrumental, and this is the sentence that I will use. Я с большим столом, я с большой машиной, я с большим окном, and я с большими столами, машинами, окнами. The endings match because they're all in the instrumental, but they have more exceptions using e instead of ы. Now, try to replicate these phrases, but with the adjective маленький. This is what it's going to look like, and there are also more exceptions in this one. Now, try it with the adjective новый. This is what it's going to look like. Finally, we have the adjective большой in the prepositional, and this is the sentence that I will use. Я говорю о большом столе, я говорю о большой машине, я говорю о большом окне, and я говорю о больших столах, машинах, окнах. The endings match because they're all in the prepositional, with only one exception using e instead of ы. Now, try it with the adjective маленький. This is what it's going to look like. Now, try it with the adjective новый. This is what it's going to look like. After showing you all of this information, this is probably a lot to handle, but this is how modifying adjectives works in Russian. They have to match in gender, case, and plurality depending on how they're used. Practically, however, you will not tend to use at least half of what I showed, but still, it was a good practicing lesson so that you can understand when and how to use these adjectives in context. In case you get completely lost or simply forget when or how to use an adjective, you can always use separate sites to remind you. One very useful website is Conjugator, which modifies adjectives that I showed in this video. We can take the adjectives that I showed, or practically any adjective, and plug it in the website, and it will give every possible declension and modification of that adjective. If you would like to use it and try it for yourself, I have its link in the description of this video. At last, allow me to finish the concept of normal adjectives under the soft category. Normal adjectives in Russian that end in a soft ending, that is, ni, are not as common as the other adjectives, but the good thing about them is that it's the only ending that they have. When modifying adjectives that have soft endings, you will also notice that the endings simply use the soft form of the first added vowel, like I, which becomes I, A, which becomes ya, O, which becomes ye, and U, which becomes you. Other than these endings, the hard and soft forms are basically the same. In the nominative, a masculine adjective ends in I, a feminine ends in ya, a neuter ends in ye, and a plural ends in iye. In the accusative, the pattern is I or yevo, you, ye, and iye or ich. In the genitive, the pattern is yevo, ye, yevo, and ich. In the dative, the pattern is yemu, ye, yemu, and im. In the instrumental, the pattern is im, ye, or sometimes yeyu, im, and imi. In the prepositional, the pattern is yem, ye, yem, and ich. As I said previously, it's impossible to remember all of these endings, so therefore, try to focus on the vital ones, like the nominative, genitive, and dative. Nonetheless, I'll still show all of these changes in context. Here, we have the adjective синий, which means blue, and because adjectives with soft endings are not that common, I'm using the color синий as a very useful one. I'll also use the same phrases as before, this time with the adjective sini instead. Here we have sini in the nominative. Sini stol, sinia машина, синие окно, and синие столы, машины, окна. Here we have sini in the accusative. Я вижу синий стол, я вижу синего кита, я вижу синюю бабочку, я вижу синее окно, я вижу синие столы, and я вижу синих китов. The endings perfectly match the adjectives and nouns because they're all in the accusative, including animate and inanimate objects. Here we have синий in the genitive. Кусок синего стола, кусок синей машины, кусок синего окна, and кусок синих столов, машин, окон. The endings perfectly match the adjectives and nouns because they're all in the genitive. Here we have синий in the dative. Идти к синему столу, идти к синей машине, идти к синему окну, and идти к синим столам, машинам, окнам. The endings perfectly match the adjectives and nouns because they're all in the dative. Here we have синий in the instrumental. Я с синим столом, я с синей машиной, я с синим окном, and я с синими столами, машинами, окнами. The endings perfectly match the adjectives and nouns because they're all in the instrumental. Finally, we have синий in the prepositional. Я говорю о синем столе, я говорю о синей машине, я говорю о синем окне, and я говорю о синих столах, машинах, окнах. The endings once again perfectly match the adjectives and nouns because they're all in the prepositional. This is how normal descriptive adjectives work in Russian. They have to match in gender, case, and plurality, but practically, you will not use half of what I showed, even though it was a good practicing lesson. As always, in case you get lost or forget how to use normal adjectives, you can watch this video again or use Conjugator for help. For now, this is all you have to know. So in this video, I would like to explain short descriptive adjectives in Russian. Short descriptive adjectives are the second main type of Russian adjectives in the short form that make phrases about something. English doesn't really have this form, but it is equivalent to sentences like, you are beautiful and he is busy, where the adjectives describe the subject's current state, coming after a noun or a verb. Nouns never follow short adjectives, and their use is limited to simple sentences, saying how something is, was, or will be, and giving new information or conditions about the subject. Because of their limited use, Russian short adjectives only appear in the nominative case, meaning that they only have one pattern to follow. By following one pattern, short adjectives will match in plurality and gender, as in the masculine, feminine, and neuter cases. To make short adjectives in Russian, you simply remove the last letters from the normal version of the adjectives and put the following endings. Masculine adjectives simply use the stem in the short form with no change. Feminine ones add a at the end of the adjective once the stem is removed. Neuter ones add o, and if it's plural, we add y or e, depending on the sound. As a spelling rule, if a masculine adjective stem ends in two consonants, we put the vowels o or ye in between to make a better sound. And that's all you have to know about the grammar of short adjectives. Still, it's significant to know that not all adjectives in Russian can have a short form. Overall, you don't need to worry about knowing which adjectives cannot be short because practically, it's the short adjectives in context that matter. One important idea to consider is that even though adjectives can be shortened, you'll find that there are not many useful and even possible applications of a short adjective. As I said previously, short adjectives give new information or a condition about something, which makes their use very limited, not just in practice, but also in speech. More often than not, short adjectives represent a general idea of a known concept that was used in old Russian literature. Sometimes, a masculine short adjective may not be utilized, meaning that there are no possible statements with the word, even though it exists. Sometimes, a feminine short adjective might not be applicable, but a plural one is the rarest, so don't expect a lot of examples in this video. Because short adjectives are not that common, you probably will not use them, but knowing their system is very informational. Here are a few examples. Here we have the adjective novy, meaning new. Novy has a short version in every case, but its phrases are very limited. For instance, as a native Russian speaker, I cannot name a single sentence that can be used with nova or novy, because these are very old Russian words. Instead, it's more useful to utilize nov and novo, like in the sentences "Данный метод не нов" and "Это не ново," meaning the following method is not new and this is not new. These sentences are possible in Russian, but hardly anybody says them. Usually, you will see the normal version of novy in the masculine, but the neuter stays as it is. Here we have the adjective красивый, meaning beautiful. Красивый also has a short version, and its phrases are a bit more useful. Он красив, она красива, звучит красиво. He is beautiful, she is beautiful, and sounds beautiful. Unfortunately, there is no possible application with the plural. These phrases are possible and even logical in Russian, but once again, native Russians do not speak like this. What you're more likely to see is он красивый and она красивая. But in this case, it's the normal version. The neuter, however, is perfectly acceptable. Here we have the adjective живой, which means alive or living. Твой отец жив and твоя мать жива are the only possible and logical sentences that I can think of. Is your father alive? And is your mother alive? Politely asking these questions is the best use of this adjective. The neuter and plural are not possible in this case, as far as I know. Generally, you will see the normal version of this adjective in practice. Here we have the adjective жаркий, which means hot, as in the sentence жаркий климат, a hot climate. In this context, жаркий is not used in the literal form, but in the normal nominative masculine, describing the climate. In the short version, it would be used in a neuter phrase, like жарко здесь. It's hot here. Russian doesn't have a notion of starting a sentence with it's, so we can leave it. What's complicated about жаркий is that the neuter version is the only one possible, while the masculine, feminine, and plural are not. Additionally, in the masculine, we have to add the vowel o in between to make a better sound because the stem of жаркий ends in two consonants. Here we have the adjective смешной, meaning funny, in the normal nominative masculine, like in the phrase он смешной, he is funny. In the short form, it can only be used in the neuter, like это смешно, this is funny. The masculine, feminine, and plural are not possible with this adjective. Also, we put the vowel o in the masculine in between to make a better sound because the stem ends in two consonants. Here, we have the adjective важный, meaning important, which is the first where all cases are possible. Этот документ важен. Эта машина важна. Важно учиться. And эти документы важны. This document is important, this car is important, it's important to learn, and these documents are important. Notice how in the following phrases, I'm using a demonstrative pronoun to give a general idea of the known subject. It's not just any document or any car, it's this document and this car, which is why the short adjectives are used. In practice, however, you will see the normal versions, and also we have to put the vowel ye in the masculine in between to make a better sound because the stem ends in two consonants. Here we have this adjective, интересный, meaning interesting, and this adjective can also be used in every case. Ты весьма интересен. Эта теория интересна. Это интересно. Эти теории интересны. You're quite interesting. This theory is interesting. This is interesting. And these theories are interesting. In practice, you will see the normal versions. And also, we put the vowel ye in the masculine in between to make a better sound. Finally, we have the adjectives большой and маленький that I showed in the previous video. The reason I've kept them to the end is because they're more complex than any of the previous ones that I showed. Just like I said at the beginning, some normal adjectives do not have a short form, and большой and маленький fall into this category. They do not have short forms. However, it's still possible to make a different version of them using the adjectives великий, meaning great, as in prominent, and малый, which is a formal way of saying small. These adjectives follow the same pattern as every other adjective that I showed in this video. Still, I cannot think of a single use of any of these words, because they're mainly used in Old Russian literature. Overall, this is how short descriptive adjectives work in Russian. So in this video, I would like to explain comparative and superlative adjectives in Russian. Comparative and superlative adjectives explain the differences or comparisons between nouns by comparing one noun to a different noun. First, there are comparative adjectives that are simply taken from normal adjectives, and a few easy methods can be used to put them in context. The first method of comparatives is a bit lazy, but still, it uses the words more, less, and then, which in Russian are более, менее, and чем. Even though чем is a question that the instrumental answers, it means then in the context of comparatives. Nonetheless, when comparing adjectives using this first method, we put the words более or менее before any normal adjective to show the comparison, so there are no exceptions. The normal adjective also modifies its gender, case, and plurality, depending on the noun. Here are a few examples. Более красивый стол and менее красивый стол will be a more beautiful table and a less beautiful table. In this case, we're putting более and менее in the beginning. The normal adjective красивый stays in the masculine, and then we put the noun in the end. But it doesn't always have to be in the end. We can say sentences like, this table is more or less beautiful than that one. Этот стол более or менее красивый, чем тот. We have two full sentences along with the conjunction чем, meaning then, placed after the adjective and following a comma. This is one way to utilize comparatives in Russian. In this case, более and менее are placed before the normal adjective. The adjective matches the case, gender, and plurality, and we put чем with a comma after the adjective. Also, the last word, tot, is the masculine way of saying that one, and it can change depending on gender, case, and plurality. Here's another example. Более новая машина and менее новая машина. A more new car and a less new car. In English, we have to say a newer car, but because we're comparing it to Russian, try to think of it as more new. Более and менее are placed in the beginning, but the normal adjective changes the gender for the feminine noun машина, and it's something we cannot forget. Here are two useful phrases. This car is more or less new or newer than that one. Эта машина более or менее новая, чем та. Once again, we're using the conjunction чем placed after the adjective and following a comma. The comparison in the end, ta, is the feminine way of saying that one in the nominative. Here's another example. Более старое здание and менее старое здание. A more old or older building and a less old building. Более and менее are placed in the beginning, but the normal adjective changes the gender for the neuter noun, здание. Here are two useful phrases. This building is more or less old or older than that one. Это здание более or менее старое, чем то. We use the conjunction чем by placing it after the adjective and following a comma. The comparison in the end, to, is the neuter way of saying that one. Finally, here is a plural example. Более важные документы and менее важные документы. More important documents and less important documents. Более and менее are placed in the beginning, but the normal adjective becomes plural, regardless of the noun's gender. Here are two useful phrases. These documents are more or less important than those. Эти документы более or менее важные, чем те. We're using the conjunction чем by placing it after the adjective with a comma. The comparison in the end, те, is the plural way of saying those. All of the sentences that I just showed are acceptable, but they're quite lazy and not used that often, especially when speaking Russian. The formal way of using comparatives is by literally changing the adjectives to not waste time with other words, similar to how English puts the letters ER to simple adjectives like smaller, taller, older, newer, and so on. These comparatives in Russian are formed by dropping the endings of the normal adjectives and supplementing the letters ye or simply ye to the stems of the adjectives. In the first pattern, if the stem of the adjective ends in one of these consonants, N, L, R, P, B, M, or V, we drop the ending of the adjective and add the letters ye to the stem. In the second pattern, we drop the ending and simply put ye, but there could be a few spelling rules. Here are a few examples. Here we have the adjective opasny, which means dangerous. The stem of opasny ends in N. Therefore, we use the first pattern. Он опаснее, чем я. He is more dangerous than me. In this case, opasny drops the ending and then adds the ending ye. It's also written in one form, unlike in English, where the adjective is too long and uses more beforehand. Also, we're using чем and putting ya, which acts like an object pronoun. That is me. However, if we used less in this case by saying he is less dangerous than me, then the sentence will utilize менее and have the masculine opasny, which will separate the phrase into two words. When using less, both in English and Russian, the pattern is basically the same, and it also applies to any other sentence that there is. Here, we have the adjective милый, which means cute. The stem of милый ends in L, so we use the first pattern. Он милее, чем она. He is cuter than her. Милый drops the ending and gets ye, being written in one form just like in English. It also uses чем and has ona, which is an object pronoun for her. Here we have быстрый, meaning fast, whose stem ends in er, making us follow the first pattern. Я быстрее, чем он. I am faster than him. Быстрый drops the ending and gets ye in one form, just like in English. Чем is also used, along with on, which is the object pronoun for him. Here we have слабый, meaning weak, and its stem ends in b, following the first pattern. Мы слабее, чем вы. We are weaker than y'all. Слабый drops the ending and gets ye in one form, just like in English. Чем is also used with вы, which is the object pronoun for y'all. Here we have новый, meaning new, and its stem ends in v, following the first pattern. Этот телефон новее, чем тот. This phone is newer than that one. Новый drops the ending and gets ye in one form, just like in English. Чем is also used, and тот is the masculine way of saying that one in the nominative. Now here, we have some phrases that follow the second pattern, so the endings of the stems will not matter, but there will be some spelling changes for better sounds when the words are said. Here, we have the adjective большой, meaning big, and because it ends in a consonant that is not present in the first pattern, it will utilize the second pattern. Luckily, большой doesn't have a spelling change. Этот стол больше, чем тот. This table is bigger than that one. Большой drops the ending, gets the simple ending ye, has one form, as in English, and uses чем and тот. However, not all adjectives that have simple stem endings will be like that, because again, there are changes in spellings to make better sounds, kind of like in English, where bigger uses a second b for spelling purposes. In Russian, instead of adding letters, there will be changes to the letters themselves. Here, we have легкий, meaning light as in weight, and because it ends in ka, it will use the second pattern and have a spelling change. Eta koropka lehche чем ta. This box is lighter than that one. Lehki drops the ending and gets the simple ending ye, having one form as in English. However, the vowel yo changes to ye and ka changes to che in the comparative, and it's all done for spelling purposes. Here we have dешевый, which means cheap, and even though it ends in ve, it follows the second pattern along with an additional letter. Etot телефон дешевле чем тот. This phone is cheaper than that one. Dешевый drops the ending, gets the simple ending ye, having one form, as in English, changes yo to ye, and adds l after ve. Here we have dorogoy, meaning expensive, and it follows the second pattern with a spelling change. Etot телефон дороже чем тот. This phone is more expensive than that one. Dorogoy drops the ending and gets ye, but unlike in English, it only has one form and changes ge to je. Finally, we have чистый, meaning clean, and it follows the second pattern with a spelling change. Etot stol чище чем тот. This table is cleaner than that one. Чистый drops the ending, gets ye, has one form, as in English, but changes se and te to she. This is how the second pattern is used for comparatives in Russian. Moreover, Russian also has irregular comparatives, just like in English, with the words better and worse, which are the comparatives for good and bad. In Russian, the words are хороший and плохой, and their comparatives are лучше and хуже, completely not following the original adjectives. Я лучше, чем он, and он хуже, чем я. I am better than him, and he is worse than me. The two phrases use the comparatives of хороший, плохой, and object pronouns like him and me. Besides these adjectives, there are высокий and низкий, meaning tall and short, and their comparatives are irregular in the spelling. Выше and ниже. In the comparative выше, sha replaces sok, and in the comparative низкий, je replaces ze and ka. Он выше, чем я, and я ниже, чем он. He is taller than me, and I'm shorter than him. The two phrases also use object pronouns like him and me, and practically, there could be more irregulars that you can find. Now, even though I just said that there are two ways of expressing comparatives in Russian, there is actually a third way. Across every example that I gave, I always use the conjunction чем to show the comparison between the nouns. In spoken Russian, it is possible to compare things without the conjunction, meaning that we can omit it. However, by omitting it, we'll have to modify every noun in comparison by putting it in the genitive case. We can say phrases like, I am faster than him, he is worse than me, this phone is more expensive than this phone, and this box is lighter than this box. Even though the second method of comparatives will perfectly work, the spoken method will look like this. Я быстрее его, он хуже меня, этот телефон дороже этого телефона, and эта коробка легче этой коробки. In these sentences, every comparative noun is in the genitive, without the presence of the conjunction. Его and меня are both object pronouns in the genitive, along with этого телефона and этой коробки. The nouns and even demonstrative pronouns are modified. And yes, Russian does modify demonstrative pronouns in the 6 cases. Anyhow, I personally do not wish to explain more on this concept because it can create more confusion than understanding. And even then, this concept is used more when speaking. I would not recommend focusing on this and omitting the conjunction because you have to get a feel for normal adjectives first, and then if you want, you can try to use it in the genitive. At last, there are the superlatives in Russian, which are quite literally the easiest of all adjectives. Superlatives indicate something as the most or least, best or worst, and so on. In English, we use most or least for long adjectives or add the letters est to short adjectives. In Russian, there is no way of adding letters to make a superlative, but it does have the word samый, meaning most. which is placed before any normal adjective to show the comparison. So there are no exceptions. Don't forget that the normal adjective also modifies its gender, case, and plurality. The superlative samый also has to change its gender, case, and plurality. Now in Russian, there is no literal way of using the word least because a superlative statement will use an opposing noun and give an opposite meaning. Still, do not worry about that. What's more useful to know is that Russian does have words like наиболее and наименее, which are formal most and least. However, these superlatives are not really used much, so what you're more likely to see is самый. And to put this word in context, let's use the sentences that I showed at the beginning of the video. Этот стол самый красивый. This table is the most beautiful. In this case, самый and the normal adjective красивый are in the masculine, and just like in English, the phrase самый красивый is split into two words, most beautiful. The same process can be done with any adjective, as long as the gender, case, and plurality match. But the phrase can sometimes have one word in English, like in the sentence «Эта машина самая новая». This car is the newest. «Самый» and «новый» now change to «самая» and «новая» to match the gender of машина, because it's a feminine noun. Unlike in English, «самая новая» has two words, as opposed to the newest. It is possible to say most new, but we say newest. Это здание самое старое. This building is the oldest. Самый and старый change to самое and старое to match the gender of здание, which is neuter. Unlike in English, самое старое has two words, as opposed to the oldest. It is possible to say most old, but we say oldest. Эти документы самые важные. These documents are the most important. Самый and важный change to самые and важные to match the plurality, regardless of the noun's gender. In this case, the sentence has two words, самые важные, like in English, most important, and the same process can be done with any adjective and with no exceptions. In conclusion, this is how comparative and superlative adjectives work in Russian. So in this video, I would like to explain possessive pronouns in Russian. Possessive pronouns in Russian indicate to whom something belongs, and in English, they're expressed as my, your, his, her, its, our, and their. There's also the informal y'alls, which is not really used, but I'm still including it because Russian has it. One of the most important things to realize about possessive pronouns is that they change based on gender, case, and plurality. The 6 Russian cases affect each pronoun individually, meaning that each word under every case will have its own pattern to follow. Throughout the video, I'll give many examples and explain how each modification can be used in context, so many words need to be known and understood. First, I'll show the basic principle by presenting the dictionary form of the pronouns, then presenting them in each case, and then presenting them in every gender. First, we have the masculine gender under the singular nominative case, and the following pronouns will look like this. Мой is my, твой is your, его is his, ее is her, наш is our, ваш is y'all's, and их is their. Now, before moving on to the rest of the cases, there are a few important things you should know. First, the pronouns его, ее, and их are not affected by the 6 Russian cases. Therefore, they will not get modified under any case or any gender, even if they're plural. In spoken Russian, however, ich can sometimes be modified, but formally it is not used that much, so we don't have to worry about that. Second, the pronoun его is written with a g, but it's pronounced with a v, because it's an old spelling rule, and also it can act like the pronoun its. Third, because the pronouns мой, твой, наш, and ваш are the only ones that will change, I'll continue to relate to them using this chart that will change and get bigger as every case is presented. Even though their order is slightly off, doing it this way will be simpler and faster. So now, let's continue with the masculine singular in every other case. This is how the pronouns will look under every case in the masculine singular. In the genitive, the masculine singular pronouns are моего, твоего, нашего, and вашего. There is no point in covering его, ее, and их because again, they do not change at all. In the dative, the masculine singular pronouns are moyemu, tvoyemu, nashemu, and vashemu. In the accusative, if an object is inanimate, the masculine singular pronouns borrow the pattern from the nominative, and if an object is animate, the pronouns borrow the pattern from the genitive. In the instrumental, the masculine singular pronouns are maim, tvaim, nashim, and vashim. In the prepositional, the masculine singular pronouns are mayom, tvoyom, nashem, and vashim. Now that the masculine is over, we can go to the feminine singular. This is how the pronouns will look like under every case in the feminine singular. In the nominative, the feminine singular pronouns are moya, tvoya, nasha, and vasha. In the genitive, the feminine singular pronouns are moyei, tvoyei, nashe, and vashe. In the dative, instrumental, and prepositional, the feminine singular pronouns are literally all borrowed from the genitive. In the accusative, regardless if an object is animate or inanimate, the feminine singular pronouns will be the same: moyu, tvoyu, nashu, and vashu. Now that the feminine is over, we can go to the neuter singular. This is how the pronouns will look like under every case in the neuter singular. In the nominative, the neuter singular pronouns are moyo, tvoyo, nashe, and vashe. In the genitive, dative, instrumental, and prepositional, the pronouns literally copy the same pattern as in the masculine singular. The only difference is in the accusative. Regardless if an object is animate or inanimate, the pattern is the same as in the nominative neuter singular. Finally, we can go to the plural, which affects all of these pronouns, regardless of gender. This is how the pronouns will look like under every case in the plural, which relates to any gender. In the nominative, the pronouns are moi, tvoi, nashi, and vashi. In the genitive, the pronouns are moich, tvoich, nashich, and vashich. In the dative, the pronouns are moyim, tvoim, nashim, and vashim. In the accusative, if an object is inanimate, the pronouns borrow the pattern from the nominative, and if an object is animate, the pronouns borrow the pattern from the genitive. In the instrumental, the pronouns are mayimi, tvoimi, nashimi, and vashimi. In the prepositional, the pronouns borrow the pattern from the genitive. Conclusively, this is how possessive pronouns look like in Russian. Now, at first glance, it looks like a lot of words that need to be remembered, but actually, the pattern across every pronoun is very simple. When we look at every pronoun, each case has the same prefix, just with different endings. For instance, the plural genitive literally has the same prefix as the masculine genitive, just with the ending ich, and the same idea applies to basically any other pronoun. As a matter of fact, 60% of the pronouns, if not more, are simply borrowed from other cases, so it's really not that hard to remember. However, knowing when to use these pronouns can be difficult, which is why I'm going to present examples of each pronoun under every case. Let's start with the masculine singular in the nominative, which is the dictionary form of nouns, and go through every case. Moi dom, tvoi dom, yevo dom, yeyo dom, nash dom, vash dom, and ich dom. In this case, we use the nominative singular masculine and the noun dom, house. These phrases are simple, and so this is how every sentence will be, so it's not that hard to understand when to use possessive pronouns. Still, starting from the next case, I will no longer use yevo, yeyo, and ich because they're the same, so using them every time is principally pointless. Here, we have the masculine singular in the genitive, relating to possession. On is moyevo doma. Ya is tvoyevo doma. On is nashevo doma, and ya is vashevo doma. Notice how the noun dom also changes, and it has to change to match the genitive. The same also applies to any noun in any other case. All of these phrases are in the genitive, and the pattern for the possessive pronouns is basically the same, following the same endings. Here, we have the masculine singular in the dative, relating to direction. Он идет к моему дому. Я иду к твоему дому. Он идет к нашему дому. And я иду к вашему дому. Dom also has to change to fit the case, which is the dative. Here, we have two nouns, one animate and one inanimate, to show how these pronouns work in the accusative, because the accusative works with animate and inanimate objects. Он видит моего брата. Я вижу твоего брата. Он видит нашего брата, and я вижу вашего брата. Brat is an animate object meaning brother. Therefore, it has to change under the accusative. If the object is animate, like дом, the pattern will be the same as in the nominative. Он видит мой дом, я вижу твой дом, он видит наш дом, and я вижу ваш дом. Here, we have the masculine singular in the instrumental, relating to the use with an instrument. Он с моим братом. Я с твоим братом. Он с нашим братом, and я с вашим братом. Brat also has to change to fit the case, which is the instrumental. Here, we have the masculine singular in the prepositional, relating to prepositions. Он в моем доме. Я в твоем доме. Он в нашем доме, and я в вашем доме. Dom also changes to fit the case, which is the prepositional. Now, let's move on to the feminine. Here, we have the feminine singular in the nominative, the dictionary form of nouns. Моя машина, твоя машина, наша машина, and ваша машина. In this case, the possessive pronouns change the endings to fit the feminine noun машина in the nominative. Now, because the feminine possessive pronouns are mainly borrowed from one another, the following phrases will all have the same possessive pronouns. However, don't get them confused just because they're in a different case. Here, we have the feminine singular in the genitive, showing possession. Шины моей машины. Шины твоей машины. Шины нашей машины, and шины вашей машины. Машина also changes, but this time it fits the genitive. Here, we have the feminine singular in the dative, showing direction. Он идет к моей машине. Я иду к твоей машине. Он идет к нашей машине. And я иду к вашей машине. Машина also changes, but this time it fits the dative. Here, we have the feminine singular in the instrumental, relating to the use with an instrument. Он с моей машиной. Я с твоей машиной. Он с нашей машиной. And я с вашей машиной. Машина also changes, but this time it's the instrumental. Here, we have the feminine singular in the prepositional, relating to prepositions. Он в моей машине. Я в твоей машине. Он в нашей машине. And я в вашей машине. Машина also changes, but this time it's the prepositional. Here, we have the accusative, but in this case, it doesn't matter if an object is animate or inanimate, so we can just use машина again. Он видит мою машину. Я вижу твою машину. Он видит нашу машину. And я вижу вашу машину. Машина also changes, but this time it's the accusative. Now, let's move on to the neuter. Here, we have the neuter singular in the nominative. Моё здание. Твоё здание. Наше здание. And ваше здание. In this case, there is no change to the nouns, but the possessive pronouns change to fit the neuter. Here, we have the neuter singular in the genitive. Люди моего здания. Люди твоего здания. Люди нашего здания. And люди вашего здания. Здание also changes to fit the genitive, but in this case, the possessive pronouns are the same as in the masculine. Actually, they're all the same, except for the accusative. So let's have some examples. Here, we have the neuter singular in the dative. Он идет к моему зданию. Я иду к твоему зданию. Он идет к нашему зданию. And я иду к вашему зданию. Здание also changes to fit the dative. Here we have the neuter singular in the instrumental. Он с моим зданием, я с твоим зданием, он с нашим зданием, and я с вашим зданием. Здание also changes to fit the instrumental. Here we have the neuter singular in the prepositional. Он в моем здании, я в твоем здании, он в нашем здании, and я в вашем здании. Здание also changes to fit the prepositional. Here we have the accusative, but in this case, it doesn't matter if an object is animate or inanimate, so we can just use здание. Он видит мое здание, я вижу твое здание, он видит наше здание, and я вижу ваше здание. Because здание is inanimate, it doesn't change under the accusative. Finally, let's move on to plurality, and it doesn't matter what gender is used, as long as the noun is plural. Here, we have the plural in the nominative. Мои машины, твои машины, наши машины, and ваши машины. Машина also changes to fit the plurality in the nominative. Here, we have the plural in the genitive. Шины моих машин, шины твоих машин, шины наших машин, and шины ваших машин. Машина also changes to fit the plurality in the genitive. Here, we have the plural in the dative. Он идет к моим машинам, я иду к твоим машинам, он идет к нашим машинам, and я иду к вашим машинам. Машина also changes to fit the plurality in the dative. Here, we have two nouns, one animate and one inanimate, in the accusative, because in this case, the pattern is different for both, being borrowed from the plural nominative and genitive. Он видит моих собак. Я вижу твоих собак. Он видит наших собак, and я вижу ваших собак. Собака is an animate object meaning dog, and it changes to fit the accusative, along with the possessive pronoun. Using an inanimate object, the possessive pronoun will be different. Он видит мои машины. Я вижу твои машины. Он видит наши машины, and я вижу ваши машины. Машина is an inanimate object meaning car, and it changes to fit the accusative, along with the possessive pronoun. Here, we have the plural in the instrumental. Он с моими собаками, я с твоими собаками, он с нашими собаками, and я с вашими собаками. Собака also changes to fit the plurality in the instrumental. Finally, we have the plural in the prepositional. Он в моих машинах, я в твоих машинах, он в наших машинах, and я в ваших машинах. Машина also changes to fit the plurality in the prepositional. Even though some sentences were sort of nonsensical, it was still possible to understand how possessive pronouns work in Russian, and this is how they work. So in this video, I would like to explain demonstrative pronouns in Russian. Demonstrative pronouns in Russian are commonly used when pointing to something or indicating what you're talking about. In English, this concept is very simple because we only have two demonstrative pronouns, this and that, and they only change when plural, these and those. This or these indicate something close by, and that or those indicate something not so close. In Russian, there are likewise two demonstrative pronouns, etot and tot, and they are presented in the masculine singular nominative. Just like with possessive pronouns, demonstratives are also affected by the 6 Russian cases, gender and plurality, but their pattern is not that hard to remember. First, I'll explain the pronoun etot, which is this, and give examples, and then I'll go on to tot, which is that. Here, we have the modification pattern for etot, which is this. In the nominative, the pattern is etot, masculine this, eta, feminine this, eto, neuter this, and eti, plural these. The plural can apply to any gender. The underlined letter e indicates that the emphasis is put on that letter, and the same meaning goes to every other case. In the accusative, the pattern is etot, inanimate masculine, and etova, animate masculine. Etu, feminine, eto, neuter, eti, inanimate plural, and etich, animate plural. Neuter and feminine objects are not affected in the accusative, whereas the masculine and plural are. In the genitive, the pattern is etova, masculine, etoi, feminine, etova, neuter, and etich, plural. In the dative, the pattern is etomu, masculine, etoi, feminine, etomu, neuter, and etim, plural. In the instrumental, the pattern is etim, masculine, etoi, feminine, etim, neuter, and etimi, plural. In the prepositional, the pattern is etom, masculine, etoi, feminine, etom, neuter, and etich, plural. As you can see, the cases are not too difficult to remember because some cases borrow the same words from one another. Anyhow, this is how the demonstrative pronoun this works in Russian, so let's have some simple sentences. Here, we have etot in the nominative under every gender while also being plural. Etot, dom, eta, mashina, eto, zdanie, and eti, mashini. Let's not forget that the plural can apply to any gender, so in this case, I'm using the noun mashina again. Also, none of the nouns change because the nominative is the dictionary form of nouns. Here, we have etot in the accusative under every gender and plurality. Я вижу этот дом. Я вижу этого студента. Я вижу эту машину. Я вижу это здание. Я вижу эти машины. And я вижу этих студентов. Don't forget that the accusative works with animate and inanimate objects, so in this case, some of the nouns change to fit the accusative. Here, we have etot in the genitive under every gender and plurality, and the genitive relates to possession. Люди этого дома. Шины этой машины. Люди этого здания. And шины этих машин. The nouns also have to change to fit the genitive. Here, we have etot in the dative, under every gender and plurality, and the dative relates to direction. Я иду к этому дому. Я иду к этой машине. Я иду к этому зданию. And я иду к этим домам. The nouns also have to change to fit the dative. Here, we have etot in the instrumental, under every gender and plurality, and the instrumental works with an instrument. Я гуляю с этим котом. Я гуляю с этой собакой. Я гуляю с этим окном. And я гуляю с этими собаками. The third sentence completely makes no sense, but again, we're focusing on demonstrative pronouns. In this case, the nouns change to fit the instrumental. Finally, we have etot in the prepositional, under every gender and plurality, and the prepositional works with prepositions. Я в этом доме, я в этой машине, я в этом здании, and я в этих зданиях. The nouns also change to fit the prepositional. I really hope that this concept makes sense and is not too difficult to understand. The hard part is knowing when to use it. So now, let's see what the demonstrative pronoun that will look like in Russian. In the nominative, the pattern is tot, masculine that, ta, feminine that, to, neuter that, and tie, plural those. Don't forget that the plural can apply to any gender, so the same meaning goes to every other case. In the accusative, the pattern is tot, inanimate masculine, and tovo, animate masculine. Tu, feminine, to, neuter, tie, inanimate plural, and тех, animate plural. Just like the pronoun etot, tot also is not affected in the neuter and feminine. In the genitive, the pattern is tovo, masculine, toi, feminine, tovo, neuter, and тех, plural. In the dative, the pattern is tomu, masculine, toi, feminine, tomu, neuter, and тем, plural. In the instrumental, the pattern is тем, masculine, toi, feminine, тем, neuter, and теми, plural. In the prepositional, the pattern is tom, masculine, toi, feminine, tom, neuter, and тех, plural. As you can see, the cases for tot are also not too difficult to remember, because just like etot, the cases likewise borrow the same words from one another. Similarly, when putting the two patterns next to each other, it's possible to find many similarities. If anything, the pattern for tot is basically the same as for etot, without the letter e, and having a few minor differences in the plural and instrumental. So that's one way to remember their cases. Nonetheless, this is how the demonstrative pronoun that works in Russian. And to keep things simple, let's use the same sentences as I did with the pronoun etot, but this time with the pronoun tot. Here, we have tot in the nominative under every gender and plurality. Tot dom, ta mashina, to zdanie, and te mashiny. In this case, the nouns do not change. Here, we have tot in the accusative under every gender and plurality. Я вижу тот дом, я вижу того студента, я вижу ту машину, я вижу то здание, я вижу те машины, and я вижу тех студентов. In this case, some nouns change to fit the accusative. Here, we have tot in the genitive under every gender and plurality. Люди того дома. Шины той машины. Люди того здания. And шины тех машин. In this case, the nouns change to fit the genitive. Here, we have tot in the dative under every gender and plurality. Я иду к тому дому. Я иду к той машине. Я иду к тому зданию. And я иду к тем домам. The nouns also have to change to fit the dative. Here, we have tot in the instrumental under every gender and plurality. Я гуляю с тем котом. Я гуляю с той собакой. Я гуляю с тем окном. And я гуляю с теми собаками. The third sentence makes no sense, but again, we're focusing on demonstrative pronouns. In this case, the nouns change to fit the instrumental. Finally, we have tot in the prepositional under every gender and plurality. Я в том доме, я в той машине, я в том здании, and я в тех зданиях. The nouns also change to fit the prepositional. In conclusion, this is how demonstrative pronouns work in Russian. So in this video, I would like to explain personal object pronouns in Russian. Object pronouns in any language replace normal nouns so that you don't have to repeat nouns in the same sentence. In English, there are the normal personal pronouns, which are I, you, he, she, it, we, informal y'all, and they. Then there are the object pronouns that replace the nouns with an object. Me, you, him, her, it, us, informal y'all, and them. Now in English, object pronouns are separated into many categories, but the biggest ones are direct and indirect object pronouns. A direct object pronoun is a person or a thing that directly receives the action or effect of the verb. Like in the sentences, he takes the gift, she drives the car, and they see the house. The nouns can be replaced with direct object pronouns, which will be he takes it, she drives it, and they see it. Other sentences can be I see you see me, we see them, and she sees us. All of these words are direct object pronouns. Indirect object pronouns are words that receive the direct object and they can answer the questions to what and to whom, which is a very vital detail that I'll explain later. They can be used in sentences like, he gives it to me, we speak to him, and I come to you. To me, to him, and you are small phrases, and they are indirect object pronouns that answer the question, to whom. Indirect object pronouns in English also have other functions and answer more questions, but it will cause more confusion if I show more. So for now, I will not talk about them. Now, I showed this idea in English because Russian object pronouns will give you a different perspective on how to utilize them and in what cases they can be shown, even going as far as having the same principle in English. By the end of this video, you'd be surprised that object pronouns, both in English and Russian, are quite similar. But more importantly, Russian object pronouns get modified in the 6 Russian cases. Generally, they're not too difficult to remember because the more you understand object pronouns, the better the concept will be. First, to fully understand object pronouns in Russian, for this lesson, a reminder of the cases is needed. And in this case, I'll elaborate a bit more on the questions of the cases. The nominative answers what and who. The accusative answers what and whom, and it works with animate and inanimate objects. The dative answers to what and to whom. The genitive answers of from what and of from whom. The instrumental answers with what and with whom, and the prepositional answers in on about what and in on about whom. For this lesson, focus on the accusative and dative, because they'll make sense once we get to the English comparison of object pronouns. When compared to English, the accusative and dative are the cases that correlate to direct and indirect object pronouns as they are in English. Before showing what object pronouns look like in Russian, it is important that we first cover the cases and understand the basic idea of object pronouns in Russian. Notice how in English, I'm always saying direct and indirect because that's the system in English. But in Russian, I never say direct or indirect, and there's a big reason why. In English, object pronouns are much more categorized and specific, like direct and indirect, which makes sense because English in itself is very specific. In Russian, it's very crucial to know that you don't necessarily have the concept of direct or indirect object pronouns. The reason why is because there are cases that answer the questions for which the pronouns are responsible. Here's a different way to think about it. English has direct object pronouns, like they see it, him, her, us, and so on. All of these pronouns are direct because they receive the action of the verb. The explanation that I just gave is the simplest way to look at direct object pronouns in English. However, there's another way to identify these words, and that is by asking what and whom. By asking these questions and getting specific answers, it's possible to conclude that whatever fits the answers must be a direct object pronoun. For instance, by asking they see whom, we have an answer. They see it, him, her, or us. It, him, her, and us are direct object pronouns because they answer the questions what and whom. Now that I've just said that answering what and whom can help identify direct object pronouns, here comes a different question. Which Russian case answers the questions what and whom? It is the accusative case. Russian has the accusative case, which answers what and whom. Because English direct object pronouns can work by asking what and whom, it's safe to say that the accusative case is responsible for direct object pronouns in Russian, having the same questions. When you think about it, Russian doesn't necessarily have the directness of pronouns. Russian simply has a grammatical case that will already answer the questions what and whom, which is why the case automatically identifies an object pronoun as direct. The accusative in Russian answers what and whom, which immediately signifies that it works with direct object pronouns when compared to English, because direct object pronouns in English also answer what and whom. It also goes to show that the accusative works with animate and inanimate objects, which in itself corresponds to object pronouns. Long story short, Russian doesn't necessarily have direct object pronouns, it has object pronouns that answer what and whom, using a case. But when compared to English, it's possible to redefine them as direct object pronouns in the accusative. Now, let me explain indirect object pronouns. English has indirect object pronouns that formally receive direct objects, and they can also answer the questions to what and to whom. Essentially, English requires that indirect objects work with direct objects because without them, there is no sense of directness or indirectness. Typically, you'll find indirect objects in a sentence like, he gives it to Emma, with it being direct and to Emma being indirect. To Emma can be replaced with to her or simply her. He gives it to her or he gives her it. In this case, the indirect object pronoun answers to whom. He gives it to whom. He gives it to her or he gives her it. Now that I've just said that answering to what and to whom can help identify indirect object pronouns, which Russian case answers the questions to what and to whom? It is the dative case. Russian has the dative case, which answers to what and to whom. Because English indirect object pronouns can work by asking to what and to whom, the dative case is responsible for indirect object pronouns in Russian. Just like directness, Russian doesn't necessarily have indirectness of pronouns. Russian has a case that will already answer the questions to what and to whom, which is why the case automatically identifies an object pronoun as indirect. The dative in Russian answers to what and to whom, which immediately signifies that it works with indirect object pronouns when compared to English. Long story short, Russian doesn't necessarily have indirect object pronouns, it has object pronouns that answer to what and to whom using a case. But when compared to English, we can redefine them as indirect object pronouns in the dative. This is why it's important to understand the meaning of cases before jumping into object pronouns. That's why I explained this concept in the beginning, so that later, object pronouns are easier to understand. The accusative works with animate and inanimate objects, so it's safe to say that it works with direct object pronouns because it answers what and whom, the same questions that English answers. The dative works with direction, and this is very important because the direction will always ask to what and to whom. These are the questions that the dative answers, which in English correspond with indirect object pronouns, to what and to whom. I really hope that you can see a pattern here, which is what I meant when I said that object pronouns, both in English and Russian, have the same principle. With that being said, we can finally look at what object pronouns look like in Russian, considering that we know their use. This is what object pronouns in Russian look like in the 6 cases. In the nominative, the pronouns are я, I, ты, you, он, he, она, she, мы, we, вы, y'all, and oni, they. There's also the pronoun ono, which means it, and even though we don't see it on the chart, it has the same pattern as the pronoun on, so we don't have to worry about it. In the accusative, the pronouns are меня, me, тебя, you, его, him, ее, her, нас, us, вас, y'all, and ich, them. In this case, the pronouns его, ее, and ich have the same grammar as with possessive pronouns, but do not confuse them. Now, starting from the dative onward, because the 6 Russian cases ask questions with different prepositions, such as of from what and of from whom, each object pronoun will be defined with the preposition that's related to the case. In the dative, the pronouns are мне, literally meaning to me, тебе, literally meaning to you, ему, to him, ей, to her, нам, to us, вам, to y'all, and im, to them. In the genitive, the pattern is borrowed from the accusative, which is something that you commonly see in object pronouns in Russian. Still, do not confuse them just because it's a different case. In the genitive, меня would mean of or from me. Тебя would be of or from you, and so on. In the instrumental, the pronouns are мной, with me, тобой, with you, им, with him, ей, with her, нами, with us, вами, with y'all, and ими, with them. In the prepositional, the pronouns are мне, in on about me, тебе, in on about you, нем, him, ней, her, нас, us, вас, y'all, and них, them. Before showing examples in every case, there are a few things to know about these object pronouns. First, the nominative is highlighted because these pronouns are the main personal pronouns in English. They're written in the dictionary form, which is the nominative. Second, the accusative and dative are marked because they go back on what I said about direct and indirect object pronouns. When compared to English, the accusative answers what and whom, which works with direct object pronouns, and the dative answers to what and to whom, working with indirect object pronouns. That's the reason why they're marked. Third, object pronouns in Russian are not that hard to remember because some cases tend to borrow the same words grammatically. Fourth, and this is a spelling rule, the pronouns on, ona, and oni receive the consonant n if there's any type of preposition before it, and this rule applies in the dative, genitive, instrumental, and prepositional. От него, from him, от нее, from her, от них, from them. К нему, to him, к ней, to her, к ним, to them. С ним, with him, с ней, with her, and с ними, with them. Now, because the prepositional obviously works with prepositions, the consonant n is automatically placed in those pronouns, which is why you immediately see it in the prepositional, but not in the genitive, dative, or instrumental. Still, watch out for this rule. The last thing to know about object pronouns, and this is something for the next video, is that due to some cases, Russian uses these object pronouns in correlation to complex sentence structures. It's something known as impersonal speech and possessive constructions. Russian commonly uses impersonal speech to express feelings or the state of something, which happens when a person or thing is affected in the dative, because some of the functions of the dative are emotional and physical states, conjunction with verbs, addressing, age, and some prepositions. For instance, the dative has the pronoun мне, which literally means to me, and in Russian we can say мне нравится and мне холодно. Some educators would say that this means I like and I'm cold, but visually it connects more to me it's pleasing and to me it's cold. This speech is impersonal, which puts verbs in the reflexive form because they're expressed without an object in the sentence. This is simply a grammatical feature of Russian because the dative is used, so there may or may not be an object. The same thing could be said about a possessive construction using the genitive. For instance, in English, we use the verb to have to show that we possess something, like I have a dog. Russian completely doesn't have the verb to have, so it relies on a possessive construction using an object pronoun from the genitive, like У меня есть собака. Some would say that this phrase means I have a dog, but constructively, it's more like by me there is a dog. The same thing can be done with a phrase like Его тут нет. It doesn't necessarily mean he's not here as much as of him none is here. Russian does that because there's a reason in culture for using existential clauses to indicate possession. All of this is something that I'll explain in the next video, which is why it's important to understand object pronouns first so that future concepts will be understood much better. Now, let's finally jump into some examples. Here, we have object pronouns in the nominative, and because the nominative is the dictionary form, these examples are the easiest. Я, I, ты, you, он, he, она, she, мы, we, вы, y'all, and они, they. Here, we have object pronouns in the accusative, and when compared to English, they answer what and whom and work with objects. So in this case, all object pronouns are direct. Also, considering that the accusative works with animate and inanimate objects, personal object pronouns are all animate by default, because persons, or people, are all animate, which is why there is no separation of inanimate objects. The following phrases are also very easy to understand. Адам видит меня. Адам видит тебя. Адам видит его. Адам видит ее. Адам видит нас. Адам видит вас. And Adam видит их. Here we have object pronouns in the dative. Адам дает мне. Адам дает тебе. Адам дает ему. Адам дает ей. Адам дает нам. Adam дает вам, and Adam дает им. When compared to English, the dative answers to what and to whom. So in this case, all object pronouns are indirect. Now, because Russian doesn't necessarily have directness or indirectness of object pronouns, you don't need the other case to rely on the first one. Here's what I mean. In English, we can say, he sees me and he gives me. Me in the first phrase is direct, because by asking whom, we have an answer. He sees whom? He sees me. Me in the second phrase is indirect, because by asking to whom, we have an answer. He gives to whom? He gives to me or me. Typically, it's not formal to say he gives me. We usually complete the sentence by accompanying something direct, like he gives it to me. Me is now to me as opposed to he gives me it. It just so happens that English can rewrite the sentence, but conversationally, we can leave it out and me will still be indirect. Now, we can take this concept and finish all of these sentences in Russian by simply adding a direct object pronoun, like it, which in Russian is simply это. Adam дает мне это. Adam gives me it. Adam дает тебе это. Adam gives you it. Adam дает ему это, and so on. The object pronouns мне and me, both in Russian and English, are still indirect, because they both answer the questions to what and to whom, and the same applies to the rest of the pronouns. In Russian, it's automatically shown using a case that answers the question, and in English, it's the rule for indirect object pronouns. You can just see that Russian does the same thing, but in cases. What makes English different than Russian is that the grammar for direct and indirect object pronouns is literally the same. In Russian, it's different, which is why it's easy to distinguish directness from indirectness. 1, because the grammar is different, and 2, Russian has cases, like the accusative and dative, which answer specific questions, automatically letting us know what specific pronouns will fall into what case. Speaking of specific pronouns, we can confirm that the dative is in fact the dative by applying a preposition. Just like in English, he gives me it can be rewritten as he gives it to me. But in Russian, we don't need the preposition because we automatically know that the dative already answers to what and to whom. However, we can provide simpler sentences that will have a preposition, so that way we can guarantee that it's the dative and avoid complications on the way. Адам идет ко мне. Адам идет к тебе. Адам идет к нему. Адам идет к ней. Адам идет к нам. Адам идет к вам. And Adam идет к ним. In the first phrase, к changes to ko, and it's a simple spelling rule. Don't worry too much about that. In these sentences, we're using the same dative grammar, but this time we have a preposition, so we know it's the dative without any complication. The only change is that we're adding the consonant n to ему, ей, and im, because it's a spelling rule. Don't forget that the same idea applies to the genitive and instrumental. And starting from now, the rest of the examples will have prepositions and minor changes in the on, ona, and oni pronouns. Here, we have object pronouns in the genitive with the same accusative grammar. Still, there's a big difference because the genitive answers of from what and of from whom, as opposed to simply what and whom. In this case, we're using a preposition with the genitive. Адам уходит от меня. Адам уходит от тебя. Адам уходит от него. Адам уходит от нее. Адам уходит от нас. Адам уходит от вас. And Adam уходит от них. The consonant n is added to его, ее, and их because there's a preposition before. As a side note, уходит comes from the verb уходить, which in itself comes from the verb ходить, meaning to walk or to go. Ходить means to walk or go, and уходить means to walk or go away. That's the meaning behind that. Here, we have object pronouns in the instrumental, again using a preposition and having minor changes in the on, ona, and oni pronouns. Адам ходит со мной. Адам ходит с тобой. Адам ходит с ним. Адам ходит с ней. Адам ходит с нами. Адам ходит с вами. And Adam ходит с ними. The consonant n is added to im, ей, and imi because there's a preposition before. In the first sentence, se changes to so, and it's a simple spelling rule. Finally, we have object pronouns in the prepositional. The prepositional obviously works with prepositions, so automatically the consonant N will be placed in the on, ona, and oni pronouns. Adam говорит обо мне. Adam говорит о тебе. Adam говорит о нем. Adam говорит о ней. Adam говорит о нас. Adam говорит о вас. And Adam говорит о них. In the first sentence, o changes to obo, and it's a simple spelling rule. In conclusion, this is the primary usage and understanding of object pronouns in Russian. In the next video, I'll show more sophisticated sentences of object pronouns that are required for such concepts. The next video will explain possessive constructions in impersonal speech. That's why it's important to show them now so that future concepts will be understood much better. Additionally, more explanations of the 6 Russian cases will be shown to elaborate more on object pronouns and how they function in each Russian case. So in this video, I would like to explain impersonal and special constructions with object pronouns in the genitive case in Russian. Before immediately explaining the subject matter, it is important that I first remind what I covered in the previous video. In the previous video, I covered object pronouns in Russian that can be used in the 6 Russian cases. Even though there was a lot of information, there is still a lot more to know, because in this video, I'll explain the remaining fundamentals of object pronouns and how they relate to the genitive. It was very significant to show object pronouns and cover only the main functions of each Russian case before explaining every single aspect of object pronouns in the 6 cases. In my first videos about Russian, I explained the grammatical ideas of each Russian case, like when and how to use it. However, the smaller concepts of each case are something that I did not cover, and I did it on purpose because to fully understand them, you first need to understand object pronouns in Russian. Aside from direct and indirect object pronouns, which I already explained, in this video, I'll explain the genitive case more specifically to show how object pronouns must be used in it. These are the main concepts that I showed in my first video about the genitive, but I never fully explained them. Now, I can finally explain them because these concepts utilize object pronouns. As a reminder, the genitive answers the questions of from what and of from whom, and its main functions are absence, attribution, and possession, which are basically the same thing. A very vital topic that I said in the previous video was possessive constructions. A possessive construction in Russian is an idea that relates to possession, which is a way of saying to have. Because the genitive works with possession, it is no wonder why possessive constructions are related to the genitive. Anyhow, you should always know that Russian doesn't construct to have like in English. Russian doesn't have the verb to have like in English, but it doesn't mean that the construction doesn't exist. To show that someone possesses something in Russian, we have to use the words u, meaning by, and есть, meaning there is or simply is. There is no exact way to translate this concept into English, but generally, it's simpler to understand using basic sentences. In this case, a pronoun following the word u is used in the genitive, and the word есть follows the pronoun. Here are some examples. У меня есть собака. У тебя есть собака. У него есть собака. У нее есть собака. У нас есть собака. У вас есть собака. And у них есть собака. Don't forget that the consonant N is placed in the on, ona, and oni pronouns when there's a preposition before. Now, generally, there isn't a big difference between the grammar in English and Russian. In English, have stays have in every pronoun except in he and she. Additionally, the construction u in Russian can work with any noun in any case without any changes. The noun can be masculine, feminine, neuter, or plural, and the construction will not change because it's impersonal. However, just by looking at the phrases in Russian, it doesn't make sense that these are the translations, because in English, we have the personal subjects, the verb, and then an object. In Russian, we have the construction u, an object pronoun in the genitive, another construction есть, and then an object. So in other words, the way of expressing possession is visually and meaningfully not the same as in English. The true meaning behind possessive constructions is that they don't necessarily mean to have in Russian. More or less, they all mean by me, you, him, her, us, y'all, and them, there is a dog. This is a more logical explanation than simply saying I have, you have, and so on. That's the true meaning behind possessive constructions in Russian. Now, of course, nobody speaks like that in English, so it has to be translated in a far more conversational manner. I have a dog. У меня есть собака. By me, there is a dog. This is the first and main function of the genitive, which is very important to understand, and the same concept can be expressed with literally any noun or pronoun. The second function of the genitive is the concept of absence or denial, which can be connected to the concept of possession. However, what's important to know about denial in the genitive is that it's only used to modify nouns and pronouns that are directly absent, showing that someone doesn't have something or indicating what or who is missing, using the genitive endings. For instance, the sentence I have a dog, у меня есть собака, is written in a way where the subject, собака, is unmodified because there is a form of possession. However, if I say I do not have a dog, then the sentence expresses absence and denies that I have a dog, which uses the singular form of a feminine noun in the genitive. У меня нет собаки. In this case, we're using the possessive construction by me, which shows that there is no dog. The noun собака is in the genitive and shows that the dog is the absent object. The same concept can be made with any noun and any quantity, like у меня нет кота, у меня нет окна, and у меня нет котов, собак, окон. Кот is the masculine noun, and because it's absent, it's in the genitive masculine singular. Окно is a neuter noun, and because it's absent, it's in the genitive neuter singular. The nouns in the plural all take form in the genitive plural, under the correct genders. Because this lesson mainly focuses on object pronouns, we can replace the nouns with pronouns and say у меня нет его, у меня нет ее, and у меня нет их. I don't have him or it, I don't have her, and I don't have them. The object pronouns can refer to people, places, things, or ideas, because they all replace nouns with pronouns. Still, the true meaning would be, by me, none is of him, it, her, or them. Of course, nobody speaks like this, so it has to be translated into I don't have him, it, her, or them. Furthermore, the Russian word нет means no, but it can also mean there is not. These meanings are very similar because they indicate that there isn't anything at all, showing absence when it's used with something or someone. A very good example of that can be меня нет здесь, тебя нет здесь, его нет здесь, ее нет здесь, нас нет здесь, вас нет здесь, and их нет здесь. These sentences don't necessarily mean I am not here, you are not here, he's not here. Their true meaning is something like of me, none is here. Of you, none is here. Of him, none is here, and so on. Anyhow, this is how possessive constructions and the concept of absence work in the genitive. And if I had to choose, I would say that possessive constructions, like у меня, are by far the most useful. Essentially, these are not the only uses of the genitive. In my first video about the genitive, I included other functions of the genitive, like description, time, quantitative determiners, cardinal numbers, location, and special prepositions. Because the emphasis of this video is on object pronouns in the genitive, I will not cover all of these concepts because it's impossible to use object pronouns with some of them, and also because I already explained them. Description, time, and quantitative determiners are concepts that I touched upon, so there is no point in covering them again. However, now we can look at cardinal numbers, location, and special prepositions more specifically. Cardinal numbers are numbers that denote a quantity, such as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. In Russian, these numbers are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. The genitive case is used for the singular form of 2, 3, and 4, and the plural form for 5 onward. The reason why cardinal numbers are vital in the genitive is because they are connected to possession and absence. It is possible to use denial with possession and cardinal numbers with denial and possession. But first, a small reminder of the numbers is needed. Let's use the following masculine, feminine, neuter, and plural nouns. Один, стол, одна, собака, and одно, окно. In this case, the written numbers also change to fit the gender of the nouns. Now, let's write them in 2, 3, and 4. 2, 3, 4 стола, 2, 3, 4 собаки, 2, 3, 4 окна. In this case, the nouns all take the singular genitive form under the correct genders. The only difference is that in the feminine noun, собака, 2 changes to 2, and it's a simple spelling rule. Now, let's write them in 5 onward. 5 столов, 5 собак, and 5 окон. In this case, the nouns all take the plural genitive form under the correct genders, and окно has a minor spelling change. Now that I've shown how cardinal numbers work in Russian, we can put them in the possessive construction, and their forms will be the same. У меня есть 1 стол. У меня есть 2 стола. У меня есть 3 стола. У меня есть 4 стола. And у меня есть 5 столов. We're using the possessive construction у меня есть along with the corresponding numbers of the noun stol. Now, we can do the same thing, but with a feminine noun, like у меня есть 1 собака. У меня есть 2 собаки. У меня есть 3 собаки. У меня есть 4 собаки. And у меня есть 5 собак. The corresponding numbers perfectly match the feminine noun собака in the genitive. Now, let's do the same thing, but with a neuter noun. У меня есть 1 окно. У меня есть 2 окна. У меня есть 3 окна. У меня есть 4 окна. And у меня есть 5 окон. The corresponding numbers perfectly match the neuter noun окно in the genitive. Now, we can take all of these phrases and apply them to the concept of denial. У меня нет стола. У меня нет собаки. And у меня нет окна. The nouns are put in the singular genitive under the correct genders, and in the plural, they'll look like this. У меня нет столов. У меня нет собак. And у меня нет окон. The nouns are put in the plural genitive under the correct genders. This is how cardinal numbers work in the genitive. Now, let's move on to location. Location is possibly the easiest concept in the genitive because it typically works when the location is at someone's workplace, and it also uses the possessive construction у. Я у доктора. I am at the doctor's. Я у университета. I am at the university. Я у школы. I am at the school. And я у больницы. I am at the hospital. The following nouns are all in the genitive singular under the correct genders, but the nouns can also be object pronouns, like у меня есть Адам, у тебя есть Адам, у него есть Адам, у нее есть Адам, у нас есть Адам, у вас есть Адам, и у них есть Адам. Don't forget about the consonant N. In this case, we're using object pronouns to express the location, but the true meaning is something like, by me, there is Adam. By you, there is Adam, and so on. Finally, we have special prepositions in the genitive, like for, without, by, until, near, at, and apart from, and I'm not going to cover all of them, but still, you should always understand that these pronouns are special in the genitive because they always correlate to possession or absence. For instance, the preposition for, which is для, is used in the genitive because the act of expressing possession is present in the preposition itself. Это для меня. Это для тебя. Это для него. Это для нее. Это для нас. Это для вас. And это для них. Don't forget about the consonant N. Just like with possession, the same thing can be done with a preposition like without, which is без. This preposition expresses a form of absence, which is why it is used in the genitive. Адам без меня. Адам без тебя. Адам без него. Адам без нее. Адам без нас. Adam без вас. And Adam без них. Don't forget about the consonant N. This is how special prepositions work in the genitive. They all correlate to possession or absence. Conclusively, this is how impersonal constructions work with object pronouns in the genitive case in Russian. You should always remember that the genitive answers the questions of from what and of from whom, чего, кого. But in special constructions, these questions can expand. These questions can always be checked in any sentence, which is why it's possible to ask them across every example that I gave. For instance, we can ask, у кого есть собака? By whom is there a dog? Or formally, who has a dog? У меня есть собака. By me, there is a dog. Or formally, I have a dog. The same thing can be done with у кого нет собаки. Кого нет здесь. Я у кого. Это для кого. Адам без кого. By asking these questions and getting the right answers, that's how it's fully possible to understand the genitive as a whole, both with impersonal constructions and object pronouns. So in this video, I would like to explain impersonal and special constructions with object pronouns in the dative case in Russian. In my first videos about Russian, I explained the grammatical ideas of the dative, but the smaller concepts of the dative are something that I did not cover, because to fully understand them, you first need to understand object pronouns in Russian. I already made a video talking about object pronouns in Russian, so aside from directness or indirectness, in this video, I'll explain the dative case more specifically to show how object pronouns must be used in it. These are the main concepts that I showed in my first video about the dative, but I never fully explained them. Now, I can finally explain them because these concepts utilize object pronouns. As a reminder, the dative answers to what and to whom, and its main function is direction, expressing something to someone. Direction in the dative always means to something or to someone, which ultimately makes the questions to what and to whom. This means that object pronouns in the dative will always have the preposition to before them. And in case you forgot, here are the object pronouns in the dative in Russian. Мне doesn't simply mean me, it means to me. Тебе doesn't simply mean you, it means to you, and so on. The reason why I'm providing this explanation is because to fully understand the dative, we always have to ask to what and to whom. The dative is a special case in Russian because by asking to what and to whom, we simplify the learning process so that it's simpler to understand. Unlike the genitive from the previous video, in the dative, I will ask the questions in every example that I give. Anyhow, aside from direction, the dative also has the following uses: emotional and physical states, conjunctive verbs, addressing, age, and special prepositions. Let's begin with emotional and physical states. Emotional and physical states indicate the state of a subject which expresses feelings. These states always correlate to what and to whom, because they always point to a direction, and they always work with object pronouns in the dative. Here are some examples. Мне холодно. I am cold. Мне жарко. I am hot. Мне скучно. I am bored. And мне грустно. I am sad. Again, let's not forget that the reason why these adjectives are used in the dative is because they already show a form of direction, and you're about to see why. As a side note, I'll obviously not list every adjective in the dative, but you get the idea. At first glance, there isn't a big difference between the grammar in English and Russian. In English, we use a personal pronoun, the corresponding verb, and then the adjective. In Russian, we use an object pronoun and then an adjective. Just by looking at the phrases in Russian, it doesn't make sense that these are the translations, because the construction is different, so the way of expressing states is visually and meaningfully not the same as in English. The true meaning behind emotional and physical states is that they don't necessarily use personal pronouns in Russian. Instead, what they really mean is, to me, it's cold, it's hot, it's boring, and it's sad. This is a more logical explanation than simply saying, I am cold. Of course, nobody speaks like this. So we need a better translation, like I am cold. Мне холодно. We can further prove that these states are in the dative by asking кому холодно. To whom is it cold? Мне холодно. To me, it's cold. If suppose we ask что холодно, what is cold, then we're asking what's cold in general, like a cold object. Even then, it will be the nominative. But in this lesson, we're focusing on the dative. Anyhow, this is how emotional and physical states work with object pronouns in the dative. Still, these adjectives are not the only way to show a state in the dative. We can use reflexive verbs to show how we feel. Even though it's a topic for a future video, using one useful verb will not hurt anybody, and just from one verb, we can make many sentences. For instance, Russian has the verb nravится, which means to like. It's a reflexive verb because it ends in sa, and also because you apply it to yourself. Still, this is a very important verb that can be used in the dative, and it only has two conjugations, singular and plural. And we can say the following phrases. Мне нравится, тебе нравится, ему нравится, ей нравится, нам нравится, вам нравится, and им нравится. Once again, just by looking at the phrases in Russian, it doesn't make sense that these are the translations, because the construction is different. The true meaning behind this verb is that it doesn't necessarily use personal pronouns in Russian. Instead, what it really means is to me, to you, to him, her, us, y'all, and them, it's likable. This is a more logical explanation than simply saying, I like. Of course, nobody speaks like this, so we need a better translation. Like, I like. Мне нравится. We can further extend the verb by using a singular noun, like Мне нравится Лас-Вегас, Тебе нравится Лас-Вегас, and so on. It doesn't mean I like Las Vegas as much as to me Las Vegas is likable. And we can check to see if it's the dative by asking Кому нравится Лас-Вегас? To whom is Las Vegas likable? Мне нравится Лас-Вегас. To me, Las Vegas is likable. Because Russian is expressive, we can rephrase the sentence so it's similar to English. Las Vegas нравится кому? Las Vegas нравится мне. Las Vegas is likable to whom? Las Vegas is likable to me. Now, to express this verb in the plural, it will look like this. Мне нравятся собаки. Тебе нравятся собаки, and so on. In this case, нравится changes to нравятся, so it's a one-letter change. As always, we ask Кому нравятся собаки? Мне нравятся собаки. To whom are dogs likable? To me, dogs are likable. If you want, you can rephrase the sentence to match the order of the words as in English. Still, нравится is not the only verb that's used with emotional and physical states. There's also this verb, нужно, which means to need. The verb нужно is very useful to know in the dative because it gives an emotional desire, expressing a need. What's tricky about нужно is that it changes under gender and plurality, yet it still uses object pronouns and maintains the regular dative grammar and questions. Here's an example in the masculine. Мне нужен стол. I need a table. Нужно changes to нужен to fit the masculine noun стол. This phrase doesn't really mean I need a table as much as, to me, a table is needed. Стол нужен кому? Стол нужен мне. A table is needed to whom? A table is needed to me. It's also possible to rephrase it, but nobody speaks like this. That's why we need a better translation, like I need a table. Here is an example in the feminine. Мне нужна машина. I need a car. Нужно changes to нужна to fit the feminine noun машина. It doesn't really mean I need a car as much as, to me, a car is needed. Машина нужна кому? Машина нужна мне. A car is needed to whom? A car is needed to me. Here's an example in the neuter. Мне нужно окно. I need a window. Нужно stays нужно to fit the neuter noun окно. It doesn't really mean I need a window as much as, to me, a window is needed. Окно нужно кому? Окно нужно мне. A window is needed to whom? A window is needed to me. Here's a plural example. Мне нужны документы. I need documents. Нужно changes to нужны to fit the plurality, regardless of the noun's gender. It doesn't really mean I need documents as much as, to me, documents are needed. Документы нужны кому? Документы нужны мне. Documents are needed to whom? Documents are needed to me. This is how states fully work with object pronouns in the dative. Essentially, emotional and physical states are not the only function of the dative. There are conjunctive verbs, addressing, age, and special prepositions. Let's continue with conjunctive verbs. Conjunctive verbs in Russian are verbs that already connect to the dative by showing direction to something or someone, again by asking to what and to whom. Of course, I will not list every verb that there is, but common ones are идти к, to go to, звонить, to call to, and давать, to give to. All of these verbs are special because they all connect to some form of direction, with the simplest one being идти к. The most common examples can be Адам идет ко мне, Адам идет к тебе, and these are examples that I gave in the previous videos. Still, presenting them now is more valuable because we can now ask Адам идет к кому, Адам идет ко мне, к тебе, and so on. Here's the verb звонить. Адам звонит мне, Адам звонит тебе, and so on. The verb звонить is associated with direction because we can ask Адам звонит кому? Адам звонит мне. Adam calls to whom? Adam calls to me. Here is the verb давать. Адам дает мне. Adam дает тебе, and so on. I already gave these examples, but presenting them now is better because we can ask Адам дает кому? Adam дает мне. Adam gives to whom? Adam gives to me. This is how object pronouns work with conjunctive verbs in the dative in Russian. Furthermore, the dative has two more functions under which object pronouns can be used, and these are addresses and age. Now, before fully explaining them, this is where I would like to show a specific category of the dative under which every other concept falls, and it's called a subjective function with impersonal construction. This category has emotional and physical states and conjunctive verbs under impersonal construction by using object pronouns to describe subjects. For instance, saying Adam calls me signifies an impersonal construction because we're using a conjunctive verb to call along with a dative object pronoun. Also, me is the object to whom something is addressed, which is where you get this function. Adam calls to whom? Adam calls me. Adam звонит кому? Адам звонит мне. A different example can be ему нужна помощь. He needs help. In this case, we have a verb in an emotional state, and also we're using the feminine нужна to fit the feminine noun помощь. It doesn't really mean he needs help as much as to him help is needed. If you want, you can rephrase the words so it's similar to English. Помощь нужна кому? Помощь нужна ему. Help is needed to whom? Help is needed to him. In addition, ему is the object to whom something is addressed. This is how addressing works in the dative with object pronouns. Here, we have the concept of age, and it can be tricky because the word years can change under cardinal numbers. For instance, if I say, he is 2, 3, or 4 years old, the phrase will be ему 2, 3 или 4 года. It doesn't really mean he is 2 years old as much as to him it's 2 years. We can also ask кому 2 года? Ему 2 года. To whom is it 2 years? To him it's 2 years. That's the first concept of age, and it can be used with any other object pronoun. However, when using numbers above 5, the word года changes to лет, and it's done on purpose because of cardinal numbers above 5, which in this case changes the word completely. Let's use my age as an example. Мне 20 лет. It doesn't really mean I am 20 years old as much as to me it's 20 years. We can also ask кому 20 лет? Мне 20 лет. To whom is it 20 years? To me, it's 20 years. That's how age works in the dative with object pronouns. Finally, the last use of the dative with object pronouns is special prepositions that already correlate to direction. Aside from the preposition к, meaning to, the dative uses other prepositions that connect to direction, even when putting them in English. Of course, I will not list every preposition, but you get the idea. Two common ones are благодаря, meaning thanks to, and согласно, according to. And here are some examples. Я выиграл благодаря ему. I won thanks to him. This sentence correctly translates to English. At the same time, we can ask Я выиграл благодаря кому? Я выиграл благодаря ему. I won thanks to whom? I won thanks to him. Here's another example. Согласно мне, ты проиграл. According to me, you lost. This sentence also correctly translates to English. We can also ask, согласно кому ты проиграл? Согласно мне, ты проиграл. According to whom did you lose? According to me, you lost. This is how special prepositions work in the dative with object pronouns. In conclusion, this is how impersonal constructions work in the dative in Russian. Always remember that in the dative, every concept connects to direction, just in different forms. Every concept that I showed throughout the video can somehow be linked to direction. Direction relates to the dative using verbs. Emotional and physical states relate to direction using adjectives and object pronouns. Conjunctive verbs relate to direction using verbs that already have a directional connotation. Age relates to direction using an impersonal construction, and special prepositions are special in the dative because they relate to some form of direction. So in this video, I would like to explain the remaining special constructions with object pronouns that are left in the accusative, instrumental, and prepositional cases. In my two previous videos, I explained the remaining functions of the genitive and dative and how object pronouns must be used in some cases. In this video, I'll finish the remaining special constructions with object pronouns in the accusative, instrumental, and prepositional. Here, it's going to be more difficult to connect object pronouns with the remaining cases, so instead, I'll elaborate more on the uses of the cases that I did not cover in my first videos about Russian. Even though I mentioned them, I'll try my best to connect object pronouns wherever I can to any case that I can. Let's begin with the accusative. The main use of the accusative is animate and inanimate objects that are all direct, while its minor functions are the outside states of subjects and circumstantial functioning. Direct animate and inanimate objects are something I covered many times, so this time I'll give a new approach to object pronouns in the accusative. Despite being used many times, we can have sentences that we did not have previously, like ones that have gender and quantity. Важно купить дом. Важно купить машину. Важно купить окно, and важно покупать дома. These sentences are in the accusative, and the nouns within them are also in the accusative. The masculine and neuter don't change grammatically, but the feminine and plural have to change. Also, the verb купить changes to покупать to give a different literal meaning. Still, each noun has a different gender, but we can replace them with object pronouns, like важно купить его, ее, его, and их. Now, the meaning is, it's important to buy it or them, which can be его and ее, and if it's plural, the object pronoun is их. The second function of the accusative is an outside state of a subject. An outside state of a subject is a state that has outside forces that do not have any involvement in the subject, and it can be in a sentence like меня тошнит. I am nauseated. Just by looking at the phrase, it doesn't make sense that this is the translation, because the construction is different. As a native Russian speaker, the closest connection that I can make to English is something like me, it's nauseating. Even so, it's better to rephrase it so it perfectly connects with English. Тошнит меня. It's nauseating me. It doesn't really mean I am nauseated as much as it's nauseating me. The same thing could be done with different object pronouns like he is nauseated. Тошнит его. It's nauseating him. She is nauseated. Тошнит ее. It's nauseating her. Of course, nobody speaks like this, so we need a better translation. An outside state of a subject is actually a very difficult concept to understand, so generally, I do not recommend focusing on it. The last function of the accusative is a circumstantial function with a preposition. Circumstantial functioning indicates the circumstances of spatial direction, time, and other details. Generally, it's not used that much, but a useful phrase can be we gather into a circle. Мы собираемся в круг. Мы is the subject, собираемся is a conjugated reflexive verb for the pronoun мы, and в круг is the accusative masculine object that doesn't change. Using an object pronoun, we'll have we gather into it. Мы собираемся в него. Because круг is a masculine noun, its object pronoun will be его. And because we have a preposition before it, we cannot forget about the consonant N. This is also a very difficult concept to understand, so I do not recommend focusing on it. If anything, the best way to use the accusative is direct object pronouns, so that's about it. Let's continue with the instrumental. The main use of the instrumental is when an action is done using an instrument, and the best preposition to use is with, which is s. However, the instrumental can be tedious because it has more functions than any other case, and you should always know that all functions in the instrumental somehow relate to an action being performed with an instrument, and you're about to see how. The first function is the preposition s, which is performed with an instrument. Adam walks with me, you, him, her, us, y'all, and them. Адам ходит со мной, с тобой, с ним, с ней, с нами, с вами, and с ними. Even though I already gave these examples, it's now better to show them again. The second function of the instrumental is the means by which something is done. An example of that can be Я люблю рисовать красивыми цветами. I love to paint with beautiful colors, which explains the means by which something is done. This sentence doesn't necessarily use the preposition with as much as the word using. I love to paint using beautiful colors. In Russian, you don't need the word using because we already know that the sentence expresses an action performed with an instrument. At the same time, we can replace it with an object pronoun. Я люблю рисовать ими. I love to paint using them. Here, we have an agent. An agent shows when something is made by someone or using someone, again relating to an action being performed with an instrument. План был создан Адамом. The plan was done by Adam or using Adam. This example shows an agent, and we can replace it with an object pronoun. План был создан им. The plan was done by him or using him. Here, we have a reason. A reason is mainly used with special verbs that already connect to some form of an action being performed with an instrument. Personally, I cannot think of too many of them, but a useful one is болеть, meaning to be sick with. Я болею гриппом. I am sick with the flu. We can replace it with an object pronoun, which would be Я болею им. I am sick with it. In this case, we don't need the preposition with in Russian because we know that it's instrumental. Here, we have a measurement. A measurement describes an action as a quantity, which means that nouns, in this case, will always be plural. Письма приходят пачками. Letters come in packs. Вода доставляется литрами. Water gets delivered in liters. It's impossible to connect object pronouns here, and even then, it's a concept that is not used that often, so I do not recommend focusing on it. Here, we have a comparison. A comparison is often used figuratively, like in idioms, similes, and new phrases, but not conversationally. Он вылетел оттуда пулей. He flew out of there like a bullet. This function is very difficult to understand, and there are not many possible applications with it, so I don't recommend focusing on it. Here, we have time. Time is actually a function in the genitive that uses cardinal numbers. But in this case, we have time in the instrumental, so do not confuse them. Time in the instrumental is used with singular nouns depicting a single moment in time, along with plural nouns that describe a repeating action in time. Утром они отправились. In the morning, they set off. Поздно ночью они ушли. Late at night, they left. This function is also very difficult to understand, and there are not many possible applications with it, so I don't recommend focusing on it. Here, we have a trajectory. This function is used when describing the trajectory of someone's journey, and it can be used with verbs that already have an instrumental function, like ехать, to drive or ride, and идти, to go or walk. Мне нужно идти пешком. I need to go by foot. Мне нужно ехать машиной. I need to ride by car. In these examples, we're using the dative construction мне нужно and then completing it with an instrumental one. Here, we have the last function of the instrumental, which is special prepositions. Special prepositions in the instrumental are ones that already relate to an action being performed with an instrument, like behind, between, over or above, in front of, and under. These prepositions are special because they already have an instrumental function. Plus, they go very well with object pronouns. Here, we have the preposition behind, meaning za, which has an instrumental function. Adam za mной, тобой, ним, ней, нами, вами и ними. Adam is behind me, you, him, her, us, y'all, and them. Because we're using a preposition, don't forget about the consonant N in the on, ona, and oni pronouns. Here, we have the instrumental preposition between, meaning между. Adam между мной и тобой. Adam is between me and you. Adam между ним и ними. Adam is between him and them. Adam между нами и вами. Adam is between us and y'all. Don't forget about the consonant N. Here, we have the instrumental preposition over or above, meaning над. Adam надо мной и тобой. Adam is above me and you. Adam над ним и ними. Adam is above him and them. Adam над нами и вами. Adam is above us and y'all. Don't forget about the consonant N. And also, this is where some examples will be nonsensical. But again, this video is on the remaining uses of the cases and special constructions with object pronouns. Here, we have the instrumental preposition under, meaning pod. Adam подо мной и тобой. Adam is under me and you. Adam под ним и ними. Adam is under him and them. Adam под нами и вами. Adam is under us and y'all. Don't forget about the consonant N. Here, we have the instrumental phrase in front of, meaning перед. Adam передо мной и тобой. Adam is in front of me and you. Adam перед ним и ними. Adam is in front of him and them. Adam перед нами и вами. Adam is in front of us and y'all. Don't forget about the consonant N. Finally, let's finish with the prepositional. The main use of the prepositional is prepositions and verbs that relate to speech, thought, and emotional state. However, the prepositional works with prepositions when an object is accompanied by special prepositions, like na, on, v, in, and o, about, which is the most common one. The reason the prepositional uses these prepositions is to reserve locations in which the respective action or state is fully contained. That's why some prepositions connect to different questions in different cases, but others remain in one case. Anyhow, rather than show individual examples of each preposition, examples can be made using special prepositions by directly putting them into verbs related to speech, thought, and emotional state. In other words, the following examples will be combined with special verbs and prepositions, so that way it's better to understand how to use them. Here, we have special verbs related to speech. Personally, I cannot think of that many verbs that are related to speech, but a useful one can be говорить о, speak about. Adam speaks about me, you, him, her, us, y'all, and them. Adam говорит обо мне, о тебе, о нем, о ней, о нас, о вас и о них. I already gave this example, but it's better to show it again because now you know that the verb говорить о is a verb that is related to speech. Also, the consonant N is automatically placed in the on, ona, and oni pronouns because there is already a preposition. Here, we have special verbs related to thought, like думать о, think about, and забывать о, forget about. A good example of that can be Я думаю о тебе, о нем и о ней. I think about you, him and her. Ты забыл о нас и о них. You forgot about us and them. The consonant N is automatically placed. Here, we have special verbs related to emotional state. Personally, I cannot think of that many verbs that relate to emotional state, but a useful one can be беспокоиться о, to worry about. This is a reflexive verb ending in sa, and it's a concept for a future video, but still, using it will not hurt anybody. Адам беспокоится обо мне, о тебе, о нем, о ней, о нас, о вас и о них. Adam worries about me, you, him, her, us, y'all, and them. At last, let's finish the prepositional with the remaining prepositions. Here, we have the preposition v, which is in, and in this case, we're using nouns of all genders and quantity. Adam is in the house. Adam в доме. Adam is in the car. Adam в машине. Adam is in the building. Adam w zdanии. Adam is in the houses. Adam w domach. The last sentence doesn't make sense, but again, we're focusing on prepositions. We can replace every noun with an object pronoun considering the genders, like Adam w niom, Adam w niej, Adam w niom, and Adam w nich. The consonant N is automatically placed. Here, we have the preposition na, which is on, and all of these examples somewhat do not make sense. Adam is on the house. Adam na domie. Adam is on the car. Adam na maszynie. Adam is on the building. Adam na zdanии. Adam is on the houses. Adam na domach. We can replace every noun with an object pronoun considering the genders, like Adam na niom, Adam na niej, Adam na niom, and Adam na nich. This is how prepositions and special verbs work with object pronouns in the prepositional. In conclusion, this is how the 6 Russian cases work with object pronouns in every special and impersonal construction. Throughout these videos, I completely dedicated my time to explaining the remaining functions of the 6 cases, how object pronouns work with them, and what special constructions each case has. This accomplishment was the completion of every construction, function, and exception that is needed to understand the 6 Russian cases, like what to know about them, when to use them, and how to use them. The next topics on Russian will be much simpler, because starting now, there is no need to continue explaining the 6 cases, which took a very long time to teach. The 6 Russian cases are by far the hardest thing about Russian, and because I finished covering them along with impersonal constructions and object pronouns, everything onward will be faster and simpler to understand. So in this video, I would like to explain perfective and imperfective aspects of verbs in Russian. Because aspects are related to the tenses, it is important that we first cover the tenses. Russian has only 3 tenses of time: the past, present, and future, unlike English, which has continuous and perfect tenses. In Russian, aspects are used to indicate if an action was completed successfully or is still ongoing, and they can be used in the past and future tenses. When speaking in the present tense, the aspects are not needed because it is not possible to speak about the completion of an action in the present moment. Basically, aspects in Russian indicate whether an action was or will be completed or is still ongoing, but tenses indicate when an action happened, so do not confuse them. Because aspects indicate if an action is fully completed or is still ongoing, it is very important that I first show this concept in English so that later it's simpler in Russian. Aspects have a lot more to them because they illustrate the difference between times, especially when you compare them to English. Still, their use is way more defined in Russian. To fully understand the 2 aspects, you first need to know the grammar of past and future verbs, because visually it would make much more sense. However, the grammar of past and future verbs in Russian is a bigger topic that needs more explanation for the next videos, but still, I'll present some examples in this video just to give some sense of the aspects. Aspects of verbs can be used in the past and the future, and the aspects are the perfective and imperfective. The perfective refers to actions that were or will be completed successfully, and there is a big emphasis on the word successfully. When an action was or will be completed successfully, it implies that the action cannot be undone and cannot change, therefore indicating simplicity and the fact that the action was perfective, without any internal changes. For now, try to think of the perfective as the past or future simple as in English. The imperfective indicates an action that was or will be incomplete, ongoing, habitual, not finished, progressive, or continuous. And the last word is something to keep in mind because I'll use it a lot throughout the video. The imperfective ultimately describes an action, but the outcomes of the action do not matter. Now, before moving on, there's a quick explanation that I would like to redefine, which is something that I said in my first video about Russian, and is something very relevant for this video. Once, I did say that English has no equivalent to the imperfective, and that Russian doesn't have continuous or perfect tenses. While some of that is true, it's not necessarily that English has no equivalent to the imperfective. Because this video focuses on the aspects of verbs, it would not be fair to not compare it to English. I did say that the perfective is equal to the past or future simple, but the imperfective can be equivalent to multiple aspects of the past or future in English. Russian has the aspects of the continuous or progressive, which is the equivalence of the imperfective. However, Russian has no tense for it. When I said that Russian doesn't have continuous or perfect tenses, it means that the grammar, like ing and to have to had in English, does not exist in Russian. Rather, it has aspects but not tenses. English has tenses like the past progressive, past perfect, future perfect, and so on, but Russian only has aspects of the tenses, perfective and imperfective, in the past and future. I just wanted to quickly correct myself on that because it will be relevant in the aspects, and here's what I mean. Suppose we have this verb, работать, meaning to work, and we want to put it in the past tense. How many different variations of it are possible in Russian? Only one in the past. Я работал. We're using the pronoun я, and I did say that the grammar of past and future verbs is for the next video, but using some grammar here will not hurt anybody. Я работал. Now, how many continuous past variations of it are possible in English? I was working, I have worked, I had worked, I have been working, and I had been working. In English, there are 4 to 5 ways to express a verb in the continuous past. This is what I meant when I said that English has continuous, perfect, and progressive tenses. Russian doesn't have any of that in the past tense, whereas English has many. But it doesn't mean that Russian cannot be compared to that. The continuous, perfect, and progressive tenses in English all share one common concept that can be linked with Russian. They're all ongoing actions. The imperfective in Russian is also ongoing, expressing an action that is still happening in time. Therefore, it's safe to say that the imperfective aspect in Russian is equivalent to the ongoing tenses in English. Я работал doesn't mean I worked. It can mean any of these tenses, not because they simply happened, it's because they're still happening. That's the connection between tenses and aspects in English and Russian, and when comparing them, the closest tense to Russian is probably the past progressive. Я работал means I was working, as opposed to I worked. This is how the imperfective works in Russian, and how it also can be compared to English. Now, the perfective aspect in Russian indicates an action that was or will be fully completed, and the easiest way to form it is to put a prefix before the infinitive of the verb. Typically it's po, to make a different meaning. In fact, there are many ways to identify perfective verbs, and it's something I'll explain in a few minutes. Still, we can take работать, put po in the beginning, and we'll have поработать. This verb still means to work, but it can only be used in the past and future. Because we're working in the past, we want to keep it in the past, and it will be Я поработал. As I said, the perfective is equal to the past or future simple in English, and considering that I already showed the continuous variations of this verb in the past in English, it's safe to say that Я поработал simply means I worked. It means I worked in the perfective not because it's still happening, it's because it fully happened and it's fully completed. This is what I meant when I said that actions in the perfective cannot be undone without any internal changes, indicating simplicity, and the closest English concepts that connect to that are the past and future simples. That's the connection between tenses and aspects in English and Russian, and this is how the imperfective and perfective work in the past tense. Now, let's see what the verb работать will look like in the future. How many different variations of it are possible in Russian? Only one in the future, and it would be Я буду работать. Now, how many continuous future variations of it are possible in English? I'm going to work, I will be working, and I will have worked. In English, there are 3 ways to express a verb in the future, and the following variations are all continuous and ongoing. The imperfective in Russian is also continuous and ongoing. Therefore, Я буду работать can mean any of these variations, because they're still happening, and the closest tense to Russian is probably the future progressive. Я буду работать means I will be working, as opposed to I will work. This is how the imperfective works in the future. Now, let's see the perfective. The perfective in the future will have the same prefix and infinitive as in the past, поработать, but the conjugation for the future will be different. Поработать still means to work, and in the future it will be Я поработаю. The conjugation is basically the same as in the present, just with the prefix po. Considering that I already showed the continuous variations of this verb in the future in English, it's safe to say that Я поработаю simply means I will work, because the action will fully be completed. This is how the imperfective and perfective work in the future tense, and the same idea applies to any verb that there is in Russian. But to fully understand verbs, we need to cover the past and future grammar. This concept is for the next videos. Nonetheless, the simplest way to understand the perfective and imperfective in Russian is to remember that a verb with a prefix is perfective and is equal to the past or future simple in English. If a verb has no prefix, it's imperfective, which is equal to any continuous past or future tense in English. Again, I will not go into the grammar of the past and future, but these are some useful verbs to know. Работать, поработать. Звонить, позвонить. Говорить, поговорить. Смотреть, посмотреть. Любить, полюбить. Спать, поспать. Читать, прочитать. This verb has the prefix pro. Учить, выучить. This one has the prefix вы. Пить, выпить. Делать, сделать. Есть, съесть, поесть. Платить, заплатить. Of course, many other verbs have other prefixes, so I will not cover all of them. Furthermore, there are more ways to tell the difference between perfective and imperfective verbs. One way is a letter change inside the verb, like встречать, встретить, and отвечать, ответить. Another way can be an infix that's added or omitted from a verb. Спрашивать, спросить. Показывать, показать. Забывать, забыть. Вставать, встать. Давать, дать. Понимать, понять. Покупать, купить. The last way can be irregular exceptions, like брать, взять, and говорить, сказать. It's important to note that whenever you see the form of the perfective, whether it's a prefix, a letter change, an infix, or an exception, always remember that that verb can only be used in the past and future, and not in the present. That's why it's better to learn both perfective and imperfective aspects of verbs. Often, you will not see that many perfective verbs, so therefore, you'll have to use the imperfective, which is very good because in case you don't know which aspect to use, using the imperfective will always be simpler and more understandable. In English, we tend to use the continuous ongoing aspects way more than the simple ones, which is why English aspects, like progressives and perfects, have more emphasis and thus are used more. In conclusion, it's very simple to remember these definitions because the perfective and imperfective only affect the past and the future, and also, there are more ways to remember them. For instance, the perfective is used for single events in time where the event was or will be fully and successfully completed, unless it's in the negative. Using the negative with perfective verbs indicates that the person failed to do the action, and it's a concept for a future video. Instead, using the imperfective in the negative will mean that the action did not happen. Additionally, the imperfective can be used in the present tense because the action is still ongoing by definition, like я работал, я работаю, and я буду работать. In the perfective, it's not possible to put a verb in the present because there is no notion of an action that was or will be completed in the present moment. Actions that are repeated an unspecified number of times are also imperfective. Expressions, when you specify a length of time, also use the imperfective. Verbs that express the state of something, rather than an action, also use the imperfective. Expressing something that didn't happen needs to be expressed in the imperfective, and if there is no result of the action, or it wasn't successfully completed, the imperfective is also used. So in this video, I would like to explain how to conjugate verbs in the past tense in Russian. The past tense in Russian talks about events that already happened, and Russian doesn't have any continuous or progressive past tenses, like English. Instead, Russian has the perfective, which implies that the action was completed successfully, and the imperfective, which indicates that the action is still ongoing and continuous in time. I already explained this concept in the previous video, and it will be very useful for this one. Additionally, this is where I'll show many types of verbs that have different endings, which is something I showed when I talked about verb conjugation in the present tense. These endings are significant for verb conjugation in the past because forming verbs in the past in Russian will combine all verb endings, both in the perfective and imperfective, which are needed for the past. Essentially, it is one of the easiest conjugations in Russian, so it will not be difficult to remember it. In Russian, the past tense is formed differently than the present tense. In the present tense, there are 2 patterns with 6 different conjugations for the 6 pronouns, but in the past, there's only one pattern that focuses on the gender and quantity of the subject. To do this, we use the grammatical gender of the subject, which can be a pronoun, a noun, or any object. If the subject is a real person, you would select the masculine or feminine gender. If the subject is plural, you would select the plural form. By conjugating, you simply drop the ending of the verb, keep the stem, and add one of the following endings. In the singular masculine subjects, like ya, ti, on, the masculine ending is l. In the singular feminine subjects, which could be ya, ti, ona, the feminine ending is la. Ya and ti can be feminine if the speaker is a woman. In the plural subjects, the ending is simply li, regardless of gender. This means that mi, vi, and ani all share the same ending. Russian also has the neuter pronoun ono, which can refer to neuter nouns. In case you have to use this one, the ending is lo, and it's very rare, applying only in the ono pronoun. So that's about it. That's how you conjugate verbs in the past. And this concept applies to any verb ending that there is. It doesn't matter if a verb ends in at, it, yat, yet, the conjugation will always be the same. But there are differences between the perfective and imperfective, and I will explain that too. Let's practice on the verb работать, to work, ending in at. In the past, работать will look like this. Я работал, ты работал, он работал. This conjugation applies only if the subject is masculine. Я работала, ты работала, она работала. This conjugation applies to feminine subjects. In the neuter, the conjugation is оно работало. In the plural, the conjugations are мы работали, вы работали, and они работали. This is how verb conjugation works in the past tense. It's very simple, and the pattern applies to any verb ending that there is. However, all of these phrases are imperfective because they show an ongoing and continuous action. Я работал means I was working, as opposed to I worked. In the perfective, the pattern would utilize the same verb but with the prefix по. Поработать. Я поработал now means I worked, because the action was successfully done, and the same applies to the rest of the pronouns. Here we have гулять and погулять. They both mean to take a walk, and they end in ять. In the imperfective, the conjugations are я гулял, I was taking a walk, masculine, я гуляла, I was taking a walk, feminine, and мы гуляли, we were taking a walk. In the perfective, the conjugations are the same, but with the prefix по, and the meaning is took a walk, as opposed to was or were taking a walk. Here we have сидеть and посидеть. They both mean to sit, and they end in еть. In the imperfective, the conjugations are я сидел, I was sitting, masculine, я сидела, I was sitting, feminine, and мы сидели, we were sitting. In the perfective, the conjugations are the same, but with the prefix по, and the meaning is sat. Here we have говорить and поговорить. They both mean to speak, and they end in it. In the imperfective, it's я говорил, I was speaking masculine, я говорила, I was speaking feminine, and мы говорили, we were speaking. In the perfective, it's the same, but with the prefix по, and the meaning is spoke. Here we have возвращать and вернуть. They both mean to return, but the perfective version ends in ut. In the imperfective, it's я возвращал, I was returning masculine, я возвращала, I was returning feminine, and мы возвращали, we were returning. In the perfective, we have a different version of this verb, but the endings are still the same, and the meaning is returned. Here we have колоть and уколоть. They both mean to prick, and they end in ot. In the imperfective, it's я колол, I was pricking masculine, я колола, I was pricking feminine, and мы кололи, we were pricking. In the perfective, it's the same but with the prefix u, and the meaning is pricked. Here we have мыть and помыть. They both mean to wash, and they end in it. In the perfective, it's я мыл, I was washing masculine, я мыла, I was washing feminine, and мы мыли, we were washing. In the perfective, it's the same but with the prefix по, and the meaning is washed. Finally, we made it to one of the last endings that verbs have, which is t. There are not that many verbs that end in t, but in terms of the past tense, verbs that end in t are mainly irregular, like the imperfective iti and its perfective version poiti. They both mean to go, and they end in t. In the imperfective, the conjugation is я шел, I was going masculine, Я шла, I was going feminine, and мы шли, we were going. In the perfective, it's the same but with the prefix po, and the meaning is went. There are also нести and понести, meaning to carry. And what's irregular about these verbs is that instead of having an L in the masculine, нести changes to нес. Я нес, ты нес, он нес. That's the irregular conjugation for masculine singular subjects, while everything else is normal. In the imperfective, it means was or were carrying, but in the perfective, we only add the prefix po, and the meaning is carried. Besides these verbs, there are also лежать and лечь, meaning to lie down. In the imperfective, there is no irregular conjugation, and the meaning is was or were lying down. In the perfective, we have a different version, which is лечь, ending in yech. What's irregular about lech is that it replaces che with ge and has log as the masculine singular conjugation, and the meaning is lied down. There are also moch and smoch, which means to be able to. They both end in och, and what's irregular about them is that ge replaces che in every single conjugation. In the imperfective, it means was or were able to, and in the perfective, the conjugations are the same with the prefix si, meaning could. There could be more irregular imperfective and perfective verbs in the past tense, but it's not that important to know all of them, so that's about it. At last, there is the very important verb быть, which means to be. This verb is never used in the present, but is used in the past and future. Because we're focusing on the past, we have to understand that быть can be used to indicate existence, identity, location, and can even function as an infinitive. It corresponds to the English was or were, and it ends in it. So its conjugations in the past will be normal. Я был, I was masculine, я была, I was feminine, and мы были, we were. Быть is actually considered stative, and it may have perfective prefixes, but it cannot be perfective on its own. These conjugations are all imperfective because they would indicate a stative and active action all the time. A prefix perfective of быть can be something like побыть, but it no longer means to be. It now means to stay here or there, and its meaning can change often. Explaining more on this concept will cause more confusion, so I'll stop here. In conclusion, this is how verb conjugation works in the past tense in Russian. It's quite simple and not too difficult. So in this video, I would like to explain how to conjugate verbs in the future tense in Russian. The future tense in Russian talks about events that will happen in the future, and it doesn't have any continuous or progressive future tenses. However, Russian does have the perfective and imperfective, which work a bit differently in the future than the other tenses. Unlike the past and present, the perfective and imperfective function in a simple and compound way, known as the future simple and future compound in Russian. Essentially, Russian has one tense of the future, but the perfective is the simple form, while the imperfective is the compound form. The future simple form is made using perfective verbs with the help of verb endings that are taken from the present tense, depending on the verb's ending. In the future simple, you're expected to see verbs that borrow the same conjugations from the present tense, just with a perfective aspect. They could have a prefix, a letter change, an infix, or simply be an exception, but overall, they borrow the same verb endings and conjugations from the present, again depending on the verb's ending. The future compound form is made using imperfective verbs, and it's compound because this aspect uses two words, a conjugated form of the verb быть in the future and an infinitive in the imperfective aspect. Similarly, the future compound form in Russian is identical to the future progressive in English, and you're about to see how. As I said in the previous video, the verb быть is a stative verb, meaning that it's always active and continuous. The imperfective aspect in Russian is also always active and continuous. Therefore, it is possible to use it in the future and only in the imperfective aspect, which is the future compound, consisting of two words. The perfective, which is the future simple, cannot use быть. The conjugations of быть in the future compound, which is the imperfective, are very similar to the first conjugation pattern for verbs in the present tense. In the future compound, they will look like this. Я буду, ты будешь, он, она, оно будет, мы будем, вы будете, они будут. Every conjugation is basically the same as the first conjugation pattern in the present, except я and они, which use u instead of you. However, the meaning of these words is not I will, you will, he will. The meaning is I will be doing, you will be doing, and so on. The reason why is because we're working in the imperfective future compound. It is compound because it is similar to the future progressive in English. And also, it uses two words. First, it's a subject of any kind, a conjugated form of быть that fits the subject, and an infinitive in the imperfective aspect. That's how the future compound works in Russian. Now, let's see the future simple. The grammar for the future simple is actually simpler than the future compound. All we do is take a perfective form of a verb and conjugate it to fit the subject. But more importantly, the conjugations in the future simple basically borrow the same verb endings from the present tense, depending on the verb's ending. The verb itself, however, can have a prefix, a letter change, an infix, or be an exception in the future simple, but the verb endings and conjugations will be the same as in the present. To make practice more legitimate, I'll be showing examples using verbs from the previous video, along with exceptions and irregulars. So let's get into it. Let's practice on the verbs работать and pоработать. These verbs mean to work, and they end in at. In the future compound, the imperfective aspect will be used using a subject, a conjugated form of быть, and an infinitive. In the future compound, the conjugations will look like this. Я буду работать, ты будешь работать, он, она, оно будет работать, мы будем работать, вы будете работать, and они будут работать. We have the subjects, conjugations of быть that fit the subjects, and then an infinitive. Because it's the imperfective future compound, the meaning of these phrases is I will be working, you will be working, and so on. This is how verb conjugation works in the future compound in Russian. It's similar to the future progressive because of the imperfective, indicating an action that is continuous, ongoing, and stative, which is why the verb быть is used. Now, let's see the future simple. Because the perfective is used, быть will not be used in the future simple. Быть is always stative and continuous in any tense, so the perfective, which indicates a completed action in the future, cannot use the verb быть. Instead, perfective verbs may have prefixes, infixes, letter changes, or simply be exceptions, and these verbs will have the same conjugations as in the present. Pоработать is a verb in the perfective, and in the future simple, it will look like this. Я поработаю, ты поработаешь, он, она, оно поработает, мы поработаем, вы поработаете, and они поработают. Поработать in the perfective future simple indicates an action that will be finished successfully. So the meanings are I will work, you will work, and so on. Additionally, because поработать ends in at, its endings are borrowed from the first conjugation pattern of verbs in the present, just with the prefix po. This pattern will obviously change depending on the verb's ending, but still, the perfective will always utilize verb endings and conjugations from the present. The only difference is that a perfective verb can have a prefix, an infix, a letter change, or be an exception in the future, while also borrowing the same endings as in the present, depending on the verb's ending. This is how verb conjugation works in the perfective future simple. So let's have some more examples. Here we have гулять and погулять. They mean to take a walk, and they end in ять. In the imperfective future compound, we have subjects, conjugations of быть that fit the subject, and an infinitive of гулять. Я буду гулять, I will be taking a walk. Ты будешь гулять, you will be taking a walk, and so on. In the perfective future simple, we have погулять, which is conjugated by taking the same endings from the first conjugation pattern from the present, only with the prefix по. Я погуляю, I will take a walk. Ты погуляешь, you will take a walk, and so on. Here we have сидеть and посидеть. They mean to sit, and they end in ет. In the perfective future compound, we have subjects, the verb быть, and an infinitive of сидеть. Я буду сидеть, I will be sitting. Ты будешь сидеть, you will be sitting, and so on. In the perfective future simple, we have посидеть, which is conjugated using the second conjugation pattern from the present, only with the prefix по. Я посижу, I will sit. Ты посидишь, you will sit, and so on. Let's not forget that there are spelling rules for stems of verbs in the ya pronoun that have to be made for a better sound. Posiedzieć is a verb that's affected by that, so we have to change de to je in the ya pronoun. These spellings will change depending on the verb's ending, which is why it's important to know present verb conjugation along with spelling rules because they are necessary in the future simple. Here we have gavarit and pagavarit. They mean to speak and they end in it. In the imperfective future compound, the conjugations are ja budu gavarit. I will be speaking. Ty budешь говорить. You will be speaking, and so on. In the perfective future simple, we have pagavarit, which is conjugated by taking the endings from the second conjugation pattern from the present. Luckily, pagavarit is not affected by any spelling rules. Ja pogovoriu, I will speak. Ty pogovoriš, you will speak, and so on. Here we have возвращать and вернуть. They mean to return, and while the imperfective has a common ending, the perfective verb ends in ut, so it will utilize an irregular conjugation. In the imperfective future compound, we have я буду возвращать, I will be returning, ты будешь возвращать, you will be returning, and so on. Now, even though it's possible to say these phrases, they're really not formal or conversational, both in English and Russian, so it doesn't make sense to use this verb in the future compound. Instead, the perfective future simple is a better way where this verb can be used, but the conjugations are different. Я верну, I will return, ты вернешь, you will return, and so on. We have irregular spellings where the vowel ye changes to yo when the stress falls off the stem's ending. Also, we're using u instead of you in the ya and ani pronouns, but still, all of these conjugations are based on the first conjugation pattern from the present, so there is a connection. Here, we have kalot and ukalot. They mean to prick and they end in ot. Even though it's not a common ending, they do follow the first conjugation pattern from the present. In the imperfective future compound, we have я буду колоть, I will be pricking, ты будешь колоть, you will be pricking, and so on. In the perfective future simple, we have уколоть, which is conjugated by taking the endings from the first conjugation pattern from the present. Luckily, уколоть is not affected by any spelling rules. Я уколю, I will prick, ты уколешь, you will prick, and so on. Here we have myć and помыть. They mean to wash, and they end in it. It is also not a common ending, but it does follow the regular first conjugation pattern from the present. In the imperfective future compound, we have я буду мыть, I will be washing, ты будешь мыть, you will be washing, and so on. In the perfective future simple, we have помыть, which is conjugated by taking the endings from the first conjugation pattern from the present. But we have to add the vowel o so that the words sound better. Я помою, I will wash. Ты помоешь, you will wash, and so on. Finally, we made it to one of the last endings that verbs have, which is t. There are not that many verbs that end in t, but most verbs are irregular and have spelling rules, like iti and paiti, meaning to go. Even though these verbs typically follow the first conjugation pattern from the present, they can have changes in spelling. In the imperfective future compound, we have я буду идти, I will be going, ты будешь идти, you will be going, and so on. In the perfective future simple, we have the same conjugations as in the present, but with the prefix po, while using yo instead of ye in most pronouns and u instead of you in the ya and ani pronouns. Я пойду, I will go, ты пойдешь, you will go, and so on. There are also нести and понести. They both mean to carry and they end in t. In the imperfective future compound, we have я буду нести, I will be carrying, ты будешь нести, you will be carrying, and so on. In the perfective future simple, we have понести, which has many irregular aspects. Even though it uses the first conjugation pattern from the present, it has u instead of you in the ya and ani pronouns, ye is replaced with yo, and we have the prefix po. Я понесу, I will carry. Ты понесешь, you will carry, and so on. Besides these verbs, There could be more, like лежать and лечь. They mean to lie down, but the perfective version ends in yech. It is a very rare ending, causing many irregular changes, but it does follow the first conjugation pattern from the present. In the imperfective future compound, we have я буду лежать. I will be lying down. Ты будешь лежать. You will be lying down, and so on. In the perfective future simple, we have лечь, which has many irregular aspects. Even though it uses the first conjugation pattern from the present, it has u instead of you in the я and они pronouns, que replaces che in the я and они pronouns, я replaces ye, and je replaces che in the rest of the pronouns. All of this is done to make better sounds when the words are said, so лечь is very irregular in the future. Я лягу. I will lie down. Ты ляжешь. You will lie down, and so on. Other verbs can be мочь and смочь. They mean to be able to or can, and they end in och, a rare ending that follows the first conjugation pattern from the present. In the imperfective future compound, there's actually no way to put мочь in the future, because it is logically not possible to say I will can. Instead, it is only used in the perfective aspect, but it does have many irregular changes. Following the first conjugation pattern from the present, it has u instead of you in the я and они pronouns, ge replaces che in the я and они pronouns, je replaces che in the rest of the pronouns, and there is the prefix se. All of this is done to make better sounds, so смочь is very much irregular in the future. Я смогу. I will be able to. Ты сможешь. You will be able to, and so on. There could be more irregular perfective verbs in the future simple, but it's not that important to know all of them, considering that they're all built on conjugations in the present. In conclusion, this is how verb conjugation works in the future tense in Russian. There is the imperfective future compound, which uses conjugations of быть in regular imperfective infinitives. The only tough part is knowing how to conjugate быть, so that's about it. Also, there is the perfective future simple, which uses verbs in the perfective aspect and takes conjugations from the present. The tough part about the perfective is knowing how to identify a perfective verb and knowing what spelling rules come with what verb ending, considering again that they all come from the present tense. It's important to not forget them and watch out for them. But anyway, in case you don't know which future tense to use, using the imperfective will always be simpler, faster to remember, and more understandable. So in this video, I would like to explain how to conjugate verbs in the conditional tense in Russian. The conditional tense in Russian talks about events that would happen or would be if some conditions are met, and Russian doesn't have any conditional perfect tenses like in English. In fact, the conditional in Russian isn't really considered to be a tense, but rather, it's a grammatical mood that expresses a possible or hypothetical event. Unlike the past, present, and future, the conditional in Russian happens when specific conditions are met, usually with words like если, which means if, and can be translated to the word would in English. What makes the conditional very different from any other tense is that it is constructed using a very simple pattern that only requires the conjugation of the verb быть coming before an already conjugated verb from the past tense. The conditional is very easy to remember because all we need is a conjugation of быть and a conjugated verb from the past, coming from the imperfective or perfective. This construction corresponds to how the conditional is formed in English, which uses verbs and past participles in sentences like, if you had come to work, you would have known. The conditional in Russian forms phrases like this because it's very easy to tell the difference between events that simply happened and events that would happen. First, we need a simple conjugation of the verb быть, which would act as the word would in English. The simplest, and most of the time, only conjugation that быть has in the conditional is бы. This word translates to the word would, and it's formally placed before conjugated imperfective and perfective verbs that come from the past tense. Sometimes, бы can be shortened to бы. This mainly happens when the word бы is placed after a word that ends in a vowel and is used within informal and typical conversations. But in a formal standpoint, the word бы will be used. Second, after placing the word бы before any imperfective or perfective conjugated verb, the meaning will change if the action is ongoing and continuous or if it's done successfully. Because Russian can change the order of the words in any way, it would be better to simply put the word бы after personal pronouns and before imperfective or perfective conjugated past verbs. As a reminder, because we're working with verbs in the past, it's important to understand the difference between the imperfective and perfective aspects in the past and conditional. Let's begin with the verbs работать and поработать. Работать in the imperfective past would be я работал, ты работал, он работал. This meaning applies only if the subject is masculine. Я работала, ты работала, она работала. This meaning applies to feminine subjects. In the plural, we have мы работали, вы работали, and они работали. The meaning of these phrases is was or were working, because we have an imperfective form indicating ongoing and continuous actions. In the perfective, however, we have the same words but with the prefix po. Я поработал, ты поработал, and so on. Now, the meaning is worked, because the action is perfective and was done successfully. This is what the past tense looks like by itself, and we can take these conjugations and apply the word бы before them, and from there, we have the conditional in Russian. Я бы работал, ты бы работал, он бы работал. This conjugation applies only if the subject is masculine. Я бы работала, ты бы работала, она бы работала. This conjugation applies to feminine subjects. In the plural, the conjugations are мы бы работали, вы бы работали, and они бы работали. The meaning of these phrases is not I would work, you would work. Because of the imperfective, the meaning is I would be working, you would be working, and so on. In the perfective, we have the same words but with the prefix po. However, the meaning now is would work, because the perfective indicates an action that would be done successfully. This is how the conditional tense works in Russian. It's very simple, and it's hard to even call it verb conjugation, because we don't necessarily conjugate verbs, but simply add the word бы, and sometimes бы in special cases in the conditional. Also, it's not really a tense, but a mood that has the same pattern as verbs from the past. So let's have some more sentences with verbs that have different endings. Here, we have гулять and погулять. They both mean to take a walk, and they end in ять. In the imperfective, the conjugations are я бы гулял, I would be taking a walk, masculine, ты бы гуляла, you would be taking a walk, feminine, and мы бы гуляли, we would be taking a walk. In the perfective, the conjugations are the same, but with the prefix po, and the meaning is would take a walk. Here, we have сидеть and посидеть. They both mean to sit, and they end in ять. In the imperfective, the conjugations are я бы сидел, I would be sitting masculine, ты бы сидела, you would be sitting feminine, and мы бы сидели, we would be sitting. In the perfective, the conjugations are the same, but with the prefix po, and the meaning is would sit. Here we have говорить and поговорить. They both mean to speak, and they end in ить. In the imperfective, it's я бы говорил, I would be speaking masculine, ты бы говорила, you would be speaking feminine, and мы бы говорили, we would be speaking. In the perfective, it's the same, but with the prefix po, and the meaning is would speak. Here we have возвращать and вернуть. They both mean to return, but the perfective version ends in ut. In the imperfective, it doesn't make sense to say would be returning, so in this case, the perfective aspect is more useful. We have a different version that ends in ut, but the endings are still the same. Я бы вернул, I would return masculine. Ты бы вернула, you would return feminine. And мы бы вернули, we would return. Here we have мыть and помыть. They both mean to wash, and they end in ить. In the imperfective, it's я бы мыл, I would be washing masculine, ты бы мыла, you would be washing feminine, and мы бы мыли, we would be washing. In the perfective, it's the same but with the prefix po, and the meaning is would wash. Here we have the imperfective идти and the perfective пойти. They both mean to go, they end in the unusual t, but their conjugations are irregular. In the imperfective, the conjugations are я бы шел, I would be going masculine, ты бы шла, you would be going feminine, and мы бы шли, we would be going. In the perfective, it's the same but with the prefix po, and the meaning is would go. Here we have нести and понести. They both mean to carry, and they also end in t. However, they are irregular in masculine subjects, but in the conditional, we only add the word бы. Я бы нес, I would be carrying masculine, ты бы несла, you would be carrying feminine, and мы бы несли, we would be carrying. In the perfective, we only add the prefix po, and the meaning is now would carry. Here, we have lежать and lечь, meaning to lie down. In the imperfective, there is no irregular conjugation, and the meaning is would be lying down. In the perfective, we have a different version, which is lечь, ending in yech, which is very irregular. But in the conditional, we only add бы. Я бы лег, I would lie down, masculine. Ты бы легла, you would lie down, feminine. And мы бы легли, we would lie down. Here, we have moch and smoch, which means to be able to or can. They both end in och, and they're both irregular. In the imperfective, it means would be able to, and in the perfective, the conjugations are the same with the prefix s, meaning could. In addition, I did say that бы can be shortened to simply бы, which happens when the word бы is placed after a word that ends in a vowel and is used within informal and typical conversations. This can be shown in phrases like «Это было бы смешно», that would be funny, and «Это было бы хорошо», that would be good. This is how бы works in context, but there is no point in providing a lot of sentences, so that's that. Out of all the conjugations that I showed, the conditional in Russian is very useful when it's put in if sentences. This concept is for a future video, but showing just a few examples will not hurt anybody. You'll often see that the conditional in Russian works with the word если, meaning if. This generally expresses a hypothetical situation where circumstances would be different, and you'll see that the conditional in Russian forms phrases like this. So it's very similar to how the conditional is formed in English, which uses verbs and past participles. Если я бы знал means if I had known. This sentence has the same construction because we're using the imperfective version of the verb to know, znать. Don't forget that the imperfective in Russian isn't just equivalent to the progressive in English. In some cases, it's possible to use any of these tenses from English to correspond to Russian. In this case, it doesn't make sense to say was knowing. So instead, we say had known, which is the past perfect. Если я бы знал, if I had known. Если я бы знал, я бы сказал что-то. If I had known, I would say something. Сказал comes from the perfective verb сказать, so here we're using the perfective aspect. Если я бы знал, я бы пошел. If I had known, I would go. Here's more of a complex if sentence. Если у меня было бы время. If I would have had time. It's a complex sentence because we're using the genitive construction у меня, indicating possession, but now we're translating было бы to would have had, as opposed to would. This is a complex sentence, but this is how the conditional is fully used in Russian. Если у меня было бы время, я бы пошел туда. If I would have had time, I would go there. It's important to note that the presence of если doesn't automatically make the conditional mood. But now, we're getting into the Russian subjunctive, which also works with complex if sentences, emotional desire, and the conditional mood with the word чтобы. All of these concepts are for a future video, so that's about it. In conclusion, this is how verb conjugation works in the conditional tense in Russian. It's based on the imperfective and perfective past, along with the word бы, which translates to would. So in this video, I would like to explain reflexive verbs in Russian. Reflexive verbs in Russian indicate the concept of the self whenever something or someone performs an action on themselves. Even though it's a very generic description, there could be more than one definition of reflexive verbs because of how ambiguous Russian is. We can have the verb wash, which applies physically, like washing a car, and then we can have wash up, which means to clean continuously. There's also bathe and take a bath, stand and stand up, prepare and get ready, give up and give in, and many more. This is a visual way of explaining reflexive verbs, especially when you put them in English. Still, reflexive verbs will always have the meaning of applying to oneself, so there is a connection between Russian and English. When this happens in English, we use the word self or omit the object, but in Russian, there's a different construction. Russian reflexive verbs are formed the same way as regular infinitives, but they will always end in ся, such as купать and купаться, and the conjugations of verbs will change depending on the ending. Russian reflexive verbs are also categorized into simple, reciprocal, intransitive, to be, and impersonal speeches, and in this video, I will cover every single concept. Russian also has reflexive pronouns like себя and свой, but I will explain those in the next video. Let's begin with simple reflexive verbs and their conjugations. The infinitives of Russian reflexive verbs will always end in ся, like the verbs that I showed previously. Купать and купаться. Купать means to bathe something or someone, whereas купаться means to take a bath or bathe oneself. Either way, there's more than one meaning. The way that you would conjugate kupatsa in practically any reflexive verb is by first conjugating the verb in the normal way and then adding s if the conjugation ends in a vowel and sa if the conjugation ends in a consonant. For now, I'll show this concept in the present tense and then in the past and future, under which reflexive verbs also work, but with other verbs, I'll only show the present. First, in the present, we take kupatsa and conjugate it in the normal way. Я купаю, ты купаешь, он, она купает, мы купаем, вы купаете, они купают. The meaning of these phrases is I bathe, you bathe, and so on. To make it reflexive, we add s if the conjugation ends in a vowel, and sa if the conjugation ends in a consonant. Я купаюсь, ты купаешься, он, она купается, мы купаемся, вы купаетесь, они купаются. The meaning now is I take a bath or bathe myself, you take a bath or you bathe yourself, and so on. This is how reflexive verb conjugation works in the present tense in Russian. So we only added s in the ya and vi pronouns, while the rest got the sa ending. Now, let's replicate this concept in the past. First, we have kupatsa in the imperfective past. We take the verb and conjugate it in the normal way. Я купал or купала. Ты купал or купала. Он, она купал or купала. Мы купали, вы купали, они купали. The meaning of these phrases is was or were bathing because of the imperfective. To make it reflexive, we add s if the conjugation ends in a vowel and sa if the conjugation ends in a consonant. Я купался or купалась. Ты купался or купалась. Он купался, она купалась. Мы купались, вы купались, они купались. The meaning now is was or were taking a bath or was or were bathing oneself because of the imperfective again. Now, to put this verb in the perfective, we take its perfective version which begins with the prefix is купаться. In the perfective past, the conjugations are the same but with the prefix is, and the meaning is took a bath or bathed oneself because of the perfective. This is how reflexive verb conjugation works in the past tense in Russian. We added sa in the masculine subjects and si in the feminine and plural. Now, let's see the future. The imperfective future is actually compound, which doesn't require any conjugations, of kupatsa. All we do is conjugate the verb быть in the future compound, and then we put the infinitive of kupatsa. Я буду купаться, ты будешь купаться, and so on. The meaning of these phrases is will be taking a bath or will be bathing oneself because of the imperfective. In the perfective, which is the future simple, we have to use the perfective version is купаться. The conjugations in the perfective future simple are borrowed from the present, only in this case with the prefix is. Я искупаюсь, ты искупаешься, он, она искупается, мы искупаемся, вы искупаетесь, они искупаются. We added se in the ya and vi pronouns, while the rest got the sa ending. The meaning of these phrases is will take a bath or will bathe oneself because of the perfective. And if you really want to be advanced, you can put all of these phrases in the conditional, which only requires the word be and conjugations from the past. Other than that, this is how reflexive verbs work in Russian in every tense. Let's not forget that Russian reflexive verbs are categorized into simple, reciprocal, intransitive, to be, and impersonal speeches, which I will cover. Reflexive pronouns are for the next video, but starting from now, every verb will only be shown in the present. So let's continue with simple reflexives. Here we have одеваться, which means to dress up or dress oneself. In the present, its conjugations will look like this. Я одеваюсь, ты одеваешься, он, она одевается, мы одеваемся, вы одеваетесь, они одеваются. The simple version of this verb is одевать, which means to dress, but the reflexive is одеваться, meaning to dress up or dress oneself. Here we have мыться, which means to wash up or wash oneself. The ending of this verb is it, and it's very uncommon, so its conjugations are slightly irregular, having the vowel o, which makes the conjugation sound better. Я моюсь, ты моешься, он, она моется, мы моемся, вы моетесь, они моются. The simple version of this verb is myć, which means to wash, but the reflexive is myться, meaning to wash up or wash oneself. Here we have готовиться, which means to get ready or prepare oneself. In the present, its conjugations will look like this. Я готовлюсь, ты готовишься, он, она готовится, мы готовимся, вы готовитесь, они готовятся. Don't forget that stems ending in v receive the consonant L in the ya pronoun. The simple version of this verb is готовить, which means to prepare and sometimes to cook, but in this context, it means to prepare. Its reflective version is готовиться, which means to get ready or prepare oneself, so there is a literal connection. Besides these verbs, there could be many more, but their conjugations are very simple to remember, so that's how simple reflexives work in Russian. Let's continue with reciprocal reflexives. Reciprocal reflexives indicate a reciprocated action between two or more subjects because there has to be a response, so two or more subjects are needed. In English, we express this concept using plural subjects and the words each other. And Russian does have this construction, but not in the reflexive form. For instance, we can have the reflexive verb встречаться, which means to meet each other. And we can say мы встречаемся, meaning we meet each other. However, we can express this phrase so that it connects to English more, like мы встречаем друг друга. We meet each other. In this case, we're using the simple version встречать, so the verb is no longer reflexive, but we still have the reciprocated idea of each other. Мы встречаем друг друга or мы встречаемся. Either way, there is reciprocity, so in case you forget one form, you can always use the other. The same thing can be done with the reflexive verb обниматься, which means to hug each other. Мы обнимаемся means we hug each other, but we can also say мы обнимаем друг друга. We hug each other. In case you forget one form, you can always use the other. Obviously, I will not show every reciprocal reflexive, but you get the idea. Let's continue with intransitive reflexives. Intransitive reflexive verbs have no object and only a subject. But more importantly, what makes intransitive reflexives different from simple reflexives is that they're definitive by nature. Simple reflexive verbs can be sectioned into two separate verbs, like одевать and одеваться, which have two different meanings. Intransitive reflexives cannot be separated into two verbs because they're focused on sentence structure and use cases more than anything else. Some popular ones are надеяться, to hope, смеяться, to laugh, and улыбаться, to smile. These verbs cannot break into two separate verbs because, again, they're intransitive and apply only to oneself. Here we have надеяться. Я надеюсь, ты надеешься, он, она надеется, мы надеемся, вы надеетесь, они надеются. Here we have смеяться. Я смеюсь, ты смеешься, он, она смеется, мы смеемся, вы смеетесь, они смеются. Some conjugations are different by having the vowel yo because the verb never had a prior conjugation. Here we have улыбаться. Я улыбаюсь, ты улыбаешься, он, она улыбается, мы улыбаемся, вы улыбаетесь, они улыбаются. As I said, intransitive reflexives focus on sentence structure and use the cases, and this can be shown in a sentence like Она улыбается мне, meaning she is smiling at me, which has an indirect object pronoun in the dative. Sometimes a preposition can be used, like in the sentence Он смеется над нами. He is laughing at us, using the preposition над along with the object pronoun нами in the instrumental. Ultimately, this concept can lead to simple reflexives being used with intransitive manner where simple reflexives are used as intransitive. When regular verbs are used intransitively, the reflexive form is used, like in the verbs открываться, open up, закрываться, close up, and начинаться, start up. These verbs can be used without an object, like in the following sentences. Дверь открывается. The door opens up itself. Окно закрывается. The window closes up itself. Фильм начинается. The film starts up itself. Notice how the thing that opens, closes, or starts becomes the subject, so there are not any objects. If you were to make an object, it will look like this. Я открываю дверь. I open the door. Ты закрываешь окно. You close the window. Он начинает фильм. He starts the film. In these cases, we have simple verbs with objects, but in the reflexive and intransitive manner, the objects become the subjects, and the verbs become reflexive. Let's continue with the concept of to be. The concept of to be in reflexive verbs indicates the idea of being engaged in an activity or expressing the state of something. Most reflexive verbs that use to be tend to be intransitive, and most of them use the instrumental case. Some popular verbs are интересоваться, to be interested by, пользоваться, to be used, and ошибаться, to be mistaken. Some examples can be Я интересуюсь литературой. I am interested by literature. This sentence is in the instrumental because we're using the preposition by, which is common in the instrumental. And also, we have the instrumental grammar for feminine nouns. Because интересоваться is intransitive, it had no prior conjugation. So some conjugations are slightly different. Another example can be Ты пользуешься компьютером. You are using the computer. Again, this phrase is instrumental because we're using an already instrumental intransitive reflexive verb, пользоваться. And also, we have the instrumental grammar for masculine nouns. Another example can be Он ошибается кодом. He is mistaken by the code. This phrase is also instrumental because we have the preposition by along with the instrumental grammar. This is how the concept of to be works with reflexive verbs. It's quite similar to English because English has the verb to be, but obviously, there is no point in covering every to be reflexive, so that's that. Let's finish with reflexive verbs in impersonal speech. Russian commonly uses impersonal speech to express feelings or the state of something. Impersonal speech is used when someone expresses their emotions and feelings, which ultimately connects to the dative case because of direction. In comparison, English has phrases like I feel like, and I would like. In Russian, some verbs are naturally impersonal, while others are used to soften the meaning. One very good verb that I already showed in my previous videos was нравится, which means to like. I did mention that it's a reflexive verb because it applies to oneself, and now it's good to have a better explanation because this verb is also intransitive. As I said in my previous videos, нравится doesn't necessarily mean to like as much as to oneself it's likable, which is why it's considered to be intransitive in the dative. Мне нравится, тебе нравится, ему ей нравится, нам нравится, вам нравится, им нравится. All of these conjugations have the ending sa, so we can tell that it's reflexive. However, нравится is very commonly used in impersonal speech to express a feeling, like in the following phrases. Мне нравится Лас-Вегас and тебе нравится Las Vegas. These phrases don't really mean I like Las Vegas, you like Las Vegas, as much as to me, to you, Las Vegas is likable. That's why нравится is intransitive, being used in impersonal speech. Obviously, there are many more, but knowing all of them is redundant. And as a tip, it's better to hear these verbs in impersonal speech as opposed to explaining them literally. Overall, this is how reflexive verbs fully work in Russian. And in the next video, I'll explain reflexive pronouns like себя and свой. So in this video, I would like to explain reflexive and possessive reflexive pronouns in Russian. Let's begin with the personal reflexive pronoun себя. This pronoun means self, as in myself, yourself, himself, and it's used when the pronoun is the same person or thing as the subject. This pronoun is affected by the 6 Russian cases, but has no gender or plurality, and its modifications are mainly borrowed and similar, so it's very simple to remember this pronoun. In the nominative, there is no modification, and therefore no pronoun. In the accusative and genitive, себя stays себя. In the dative and prepositional, себя changes to себе, and in the instrumental, it's собой. This reflexive pronoun doesn't have that many applications, so its examples are very simple and minimal, like in the following sentences. Я вижу себя. I see myself. Ты ставишь вещи около себя. You put things next to yourself. Он купил себе машину. He bought himself a car. Мы довольны собой. We are happy with ourselves. Они уверены в себе. They are confident in themselves. As I said, себя has no gender or plurality. Therefore, it can be used for any pronoun and subject. The only tough part is knowing in what case себя applies, so any pronoun can apply to any subject, unlike English, which has specific pronouns and plurality. If anything, this pronoun is more difficult in English than in Russian. Let's continue with possessive reflexive pronouns. Possessive reflexive pronouns in Russian are a bit more tricky because they're all affected by the 6 cases, have gender and plurality, and are used differently in Russian than in English. Regular possessives in Russian are a bit simpler, like мой, твой, его, ее, наш, ваш, and их, and I already made a video talking about possessive pronouns in Russian. What makes possessive reflexive pronouns different is that they talk about one's own by replacing normal possessive pronouns when they refer to any subject. In English, we can say, his dog, and Adam sees his dog. In the first phrase, his is a possessive pronoun because it answers, whose dog? His dog. In the second sentence, his is more ambiguous because it can be used as a possessive pronoun or as a possessive determiner. As a possessive pronoun, his can refer to a different masculine subject, like maybe Adam sees John's dog, which can be said as Adam sees his dog. Using the normal possessive pronoun would indicate that the dog belongs to someone else. As a possessive determiner, his determines that the dog is in fact Adam's dog. Therefore, Adam sees his own dog. In these cases, English is more open because his has 2 meanings, either a possessive pronoun, someone else's dog, or a determiner, Adam's own dog. And the determiner is the possessive reflexive that Russian has. If you were to put these phrases in Russian, you would want to say его собака and Adam видит его собаку. This construction still works, but его would indicate a different masculine subject. As a reflexive, it's incorrect, because его would be a simple possessive. Just because English has the same word, it doesn't mean that Russian has the same word, because to indicate that Adam sees his own dog, we have to use the possessive reflexive pronoun свой. In this case, it will have to change based on the 6 cases, gender and plurality. That's why свой is a very tricky possessive reflexive pronoun to understand. So the best way to understand it is to think of it as a possessive determiner that indicates one's own, like my own, your own, his own, or any pronoun's own. Under the 6 cases, genders and plurality, свой will look like this, and I will give examples in every case. In the nominative, the pattern is свой, masculine one's own, своя, feminine one's own, своё, neuter one's own, and свои, plural one's own. The plural can apply to any gender. The underlined letters indicate that the emphasis is put on that letter, and the same goes for every other case. In the accusative, the pattern is свой, inanimate masculine, and своего, animate masculine, свою, feminine, своё, neuter, свои, inanimate plural, and своих, animate plural. Neuter and feminine objects are not affected in the accusative, whereas the masculine and plural are. In the genitive, the pattern is своего, masculine, своей, feminine, своего, neuter, and своих, plural. In the dative, the pattern is своему, masculine, своей, feminine, своему, neuter, and своим, plural. In the instrumental, the pattern is своим, masculine, своей, feminine, своим, neuter, and своими, plural. In the prepositional, the pattern is своем, masculine, своей, feminine, своем, neuter, and своих, plural. As you can see, the cases are not too difficult to remember because some cases borrow the same words from one another. Remember, these pronouns can apply to any pronoun, which is why one's own is the correct definition to give to these pronouns. Unlike normal possessives, possessive reflexive pronouns have a lot more to them, so they're not that specific. What they mean is one's own, or practically anyone's own, which is why they're more similar to determiners than to pronouns. Still, always remember that possessive reflexives can apply to any pronoun and any subject. The only tough part is to work with the cases, gendered nouns, and plurality. Here, we have svoj in the nominative under every gender while also being plural. Svoj dom, своя машина, своё здание, and свои машины. Let's not forget that the plural can apply to any gender, so in this case, I'm using the noun машина again. Also, none of the nouns change because the nominative is the dictionary form of nouns. And again, there are no definitive pronouns in these phrases because svoj refers to one's own, so any pronoun or subject would work in this case. Here, we have svoj in the accusative under every gender and plurality. Я вижу свой дом, ты видишь своего друга, он видит свою собаку, мы видим свое здание, вы видите свои машины, and они видят своих друзей. Don't forget that the accusative works with animate and inanimate objects. So in this case, some of the nouns change to fit the accusative. Also, the animate noun drug has an irregular conjugation in the plural which ends in ze, and it does that on purpose to make a better sound for an animate noun. In this context, I used every personal pronoun to show how svoj fully works. And as you can see, it doesn't matter what pronoun we use because every sentence has the same word, only modified under the accusative. Here, we have svoj in the genitive under every gender and plurality, and the genitive relates to possession, attribution, and absence. Я вышел из своего дома. Он вышел из своей машины. Ты вышел из своего здания. And они вышли из своих домов. The nouns also have to change to fit the genitive. But in this case, I'm using more advanced concepts like вышел and вышли, which are conjugated verbs from the perfective past. In this context, they make more sense, and we can tell they're perfective because of the prefixes at the beginning of the verbs. Here, we have svoj in the dative under every gender and plurality, and the dative relates to direction. Я иду к своему дому. Ты идешь к своей машине. Он идет к своему зданию. And они идут к своим домам. The nouns also have to change to fit the dative, and in this context, I'm using the present tense, which is a bit simpler. Here, we have svoj in the instrumental under every gender and plurality, and the instrumental works with an instrument. Я со своим другом, ты со своей собакой, он смотрит под своим окном, and мы за своими зданиями. Let's not forget that the instrumental has other functions, like the prepositions pod and za, which makes sense in this context. Also, the preposition se changes to so in the first two sentences, and it's a minor spelling rule. In this case, the nouns also change to fit the instrumental, which utilizes more advanced grammar. Finally, we have svoj in the prepositional under every gender and plurality, and the prepositional works with prepositions. Я в своем доме, ты в своей машине, он в своем здании, and они в своих домах. The nouns also change to fit the prepositional. In conclusion, this is how reflexive and possessive reflexive pronouns work in Russian. So in this video, I would like to explain verbs of motion in Russian. Verbs of motion in Russian are verbs that take you somewhere and relate to movement. Verbs like ходить and идти are verbs of motion, but in Russian, they have different meanings and behave differently. They also have a lot of grammar, like conjugations, past and future tenses, imperfective and perfective aspects, and most importantly, prefixes. It may take time to get used to them, but they're fairly simple. As a reminder, in Russian, most verbs have two forms, the imperfective and perfective. The imperfective is a continuous action, and the perfective is an action done successfully. The perfective can only be used in the past and future, and not in the present. However, verbs of motion are an exception in the present. While perfective and imperfective verbs are used only in the past and future, verbs of motion can be used in all tenses because they have two forms of motion in the imperfective, unidirectional and multidirectional. The perfective has only one version. These forms indicate whether the verb's motion is made in one direction or multiple directions, and because they have this difference, they generate different meanings based on motion and direction. What makes verbs of motion unique is that they're all based on one type of motion but make for different directions. Most verbs of motion are similar in spelling but have minor spelling changes, but it doesn't mean that they make for a different aspect. In my first video about Russian, I said that Russian has the meaning of the progressive, but it has no tense for it. While that's true, verbs of motion are an exception to this rule. As a native speaker, the best comparison to English that I can give to verbs of motion is that multidirectional verbs are equivalent to simple tense, while the unidirectional are progressive. Multidirectional verbs of motion are used when you have multiple directions to go to. They're mainly indefinite and express activities that are generally done. Try to think of it as a simple tense in English. Unidirectional verbs of motion talk about one specific direction and destination. They're concrete and definite, being used at the moment of speech. Try to think of it as a progressive tense in English. Also, adding prefixes to the unidirectional verbs will put them in the perfective aspect, which is very important to know, with verbs like ходить and идти, and I'll explain that later. This is in fact the best comparison that I can give to English, so it's not too difficult to understand. Some simple verbs of motion can be бегать, бежать, to run, летать, лететь, to fly, плавать, плыть, to swim, and ползать, ползти, to crawl. The verbs on the left are multidirectional and their counter versions on the right are unidirectional. As I said, these verbs of motion are all imperfective, which means that they can be used in every tense. The multidirectional expresses a simple meaning and the unidirectional shows something progressive. Here we have бегать and бежать in the present, which means to run. And to make things a bit quicker, I'll show their conjugations in the following chart. The conjugations of the imperfective indefinite бегать are я бегаю, ты бегаешь, он, она бегает, мы бегаем, вы бегаете, они бегают. The conjugations are regular, but the meaning of бегать is to run in multiple directions as a general activity. Therefore, the meaning of the conjugations is I run in general, you run in general, and so on. As I said, think of the multidirectional as a simple tense. On the counterpart, we have бежать, which is also imperfective but definite and concrete, and its conjugations in the present have a few exceptions. Я бегу, ты бежишь, он, она бежит, мы бежим, вы бежите, они бегут. The meaning of бежать, in this case, is to run to a specific destination at the moment. Therefore, the meaning of the conjugations is I am running right now, you are running right now, and so on. As I said, try to think of the unidirectional as a progressive. In the perfective aspect, we have the unidirectional бежать with the prefix по, побежать. In the present, there aren't any conjugations, but there are in the past and future. However, there is no point in covering the past and future because they're all based on previous simple grammar that I showed, considering that there are fewer conjugations along with repeating ones with a prefix. Anyhow, this is the difference between multidirectional and unidirectional verbs of motion. And to make matters fast, I'm going to quickly explain the remaining verbs, and then I'll explain prefix verbs of motion. Here, we have летать and лететь, which means to fly. In the simple imperfective, we have я летаю, ты летаешь, он, она летает, мы летаем, вы летаете, они летают. The conjugations are regular and the indefinite meaning is I fly in general, you fly in general, and so on. In the progressive imperfective, we have я лечу, ты летишь, он, она летит, мы летим, вы летите, они летят. Лететь does have an irregular conjugation in the ya pronoun, but the concrete meanings are I am flying right now, you are flying right now, and so on. Here we have плавать and плыть, which means to swim. In the simple imperfective, we have я плаваю, ты плаваешь, он, она плавает, мы плаваем, вы плаваете, они плавают. The conjugations are regular, and the indefinite meaning is I swim in general, you swim in general, and so on. In the progressive imperfective, we have я плыву, ты плывешь, он, она плывет, мы плывем, вы плывете, они плывут. These conjugations have more irregular changes, but still, the definite meanings are I am swimming right now, you are swimming right now, and so on. Here we have ползать and ползти, which means to crawl, and it's the first verb of motion whose unidirectional version ends in t, so it does have irregular changes. In the simple imperfective, we have я ползаю, ты ползаешь, он, она ползает, мы ползаем, вы ползаете, они ползают. The conjugations are regular, and the indefinite meaning is I crawl in general, you crawl in general, and so on. In the progressive imperfective, we have я ползу, ты ползешь, он, она ползет, мы ползем, вы ползете, они ползут. These conjugations have more irregular changes, but still, the definite meanings are I am crawling right now, you are crawling right now, and so on. There are other verbs of motion, and if you would like to check all of them, I have a link in the description of this video to a useful site that has these conjugations. Generally, this is how multidirectional and unidirectional verbs of motion work in Russian. Now, I would like to explain prefix verbs of motion. Prefix verbs of motion are verbs that have a different meaning in direction, which receive a prefix in the beginning. Prefix verbs of motion are the most important topic because they're all based on the same action. In English, we can have a simple verb, like to walk, and we can add some adverbs, like walk in, walk out, walk by, walk down, and now these verbs will have different meanings, but the movement is still present in these verbs. We can have the same concept in Russian, but instead of using adverbs, we have prefixes that have different meanings, such as v, in, вы, out, за, inside, об, around, от, away, пере, across, под, close, при, arrive, and pro, through. There could be more prefixes, but these are the most useful ones to know. These prefixes can be placed at the beginning of verbs of motion, and the meanings will change, but the same motion will be left. The best way to understand this concept is to remember each prefix on its own, because any prefix can be added to any verb of motion, which will make a different verb, but will still keep the same meaningful motion in the verb. The prefixes are mainly effective when added to unidirectional verbs of motion. It is possible to put them on multidirectional verbs, but the meanings will then be lost, and from there, the meanings of prefix verbs of motion will come back to being perfective and imperfective, and I'll explain that in a few seconds. To visually show how this concept works, I'll show the verbs ходить and идти, which are used exceptionally in Russian conversations and are very useful to know. I did mention them before, which makes the perfect time to explain them again. Ходить means to walk, and идти means to go. The two are verbs of motion, but because they're comprehensive, their meanings can sometimes switch. Still, prefixes are the most important thing to consider with these verbs. Ходить and идти can also be used in all tenses, which makes them imperfective. But here, we have to pay close attention to the directions that each verb has. When verbs of motion get a prefix, they will indicate a new definite direction. This means that they cannot be multidirectional, so they lose this concept. Instead, the meanings of prefix verbs of motion will go back to being imperfective and perfective. Because of this concept, if we add any prefix to ходить, it will stay imperfective because it was imperfective to begin with. But adding any prefix to идти will automatically make it perfective only in the past and future. Allow me to say again that prefix verbs of motion are all based on the same action, which visually will show the meanings that these verbs can have. Again, any prefix can be added to any verb of motion, which will make a different verb but will still keep the same motion in the verb. Let's use the prefix za, which acts as the adverb inside. We can have the verb of motion ходить, which means to walk, and add the prefix za, which will make the verb заходить. This verb no longer means to walk, so because it has the prefix inside, it now means to walk inside, or a better translation, to enter. Notice how in English, we typically put an adverb to make a different meaning, but in Russian, this concept is done using a prefix. Sometimes, English changes the word to have a better translation, but the motion is still left in the verb. Ходить, to walk, заходить, to walk inside or to enter. In Russian, the word ходить is still in the verb, but sometimes English needs a formal translation, like to enter. Even when we say to enter, it still has the same meaning because it's based on the same action. The action of entering always requires motion, so it's a verb of motion by default. In Russian, ходить is kept with a prefix, but in English, we still have the same meaning of to walk, because to enter still requires the motion of walking or going. This is the idea behind verbs of motion, which makes them very interesting. This is why these are crucial topics in verbs of motion. Knowing their system will make every Russian verb look very simple, and the only tough part is knowing the new meaning that a prefix would give to a verb of motion. The prefix za can also be added to iti, but with the verb iti, a spelling change will happen, zaiti, and the meaning now is to go inside or to enter. That's why I said previously that the meanings of khadit and iti can sometimes switch, because the act of entering always requires motion, which can be done by walking or going. With the verb iti, za is not the only prefix that will cause a spelling change. In fact, almost all of them will cause a spelling change in iti, and it's done on purpose to make better sounds when the words are said. Here, you can visually see how prefix verbs of motion fully work, and khadit and iti are the best verbs to give, considering that prefixes can apply to any verb of motion. Khadit, to walk, iti, to go. Vkhadit, to walk in, vaiti, to go in. Выходить, to walk out, выйти, to go out. Заходить, to walk inside or enter. Now here we have a different word for a better translation. Зайти, to go inside or enter. Обходить, to walk around, обойти, to go around. Отходить, to walk away, отойти, to go away. Переходить, to walk across, перейти, to go across. Подходить, to walk or come close. This one also has a different word for a better translation. Подойти, to go or come close. Приходить, to arrive by walking. Прийти, to arrive by going. Проходить, to walk through. Пройти, to go through. These are the most basic representations that prefix verbs of motion have. Once again, these prefixes can be added to any verb of motion, which will make a different verb, but will still keep the same motion in the verb. Now, of course, I will not show every prefix under every verb of motion, but the most important thing to consider with these verbs is that as soon as a prefix is added, prefix verbs of motion will go back to being imperfective and perfective, like in the verbs бегать and бежать, which I showed in the beginning of the video. Бегать, to run in general, бежать, to run at the moment. Вбегать, to run in, вбежать, to run in. Выбегать, to run out, выбежать, to run out. Забегать, to run inside or start running. This one also has a different translation. Забежать, to run inside or start running. Оббегать, to run around, оббежать, to run around. Отбегать, to run away, отбежать, to run away. Перебегать, to run across, перебежать, to run across. Подбегать, to run close or run up. This one also has a different translation. Подбежать, to run close or run up. Pod typically means close, but in the case of the verb run, it can also mean to run up, so it makes for a better translation and the motion is still kept. Прибегать, to arrive by running, прибежать, to arrive by running. Пробегать, to run through, пробежать, to run through. The same process can be done with any prefix and any verb of motion. So overall, this is how prefix verbs of motion work in Russian. So in this video, I would like to explain how negation works in Russian. Negation in Russian is a grammatical construction that negates the meaning of a sentence by converting affirmative phrases to negative. And in Russian, there are many ways to do so. First, it's important to understand the types of negation in Russian, such as simple, strong, complete, and double negations. Additionally, all grammatical aspects can be applied to every negation, such as verbs, nouns, pronouns, numbers, adjectives, and adverbs, and I will give examples in every concept. However, when it comes down to, let's say, double negation, we'll have many negative pronouns, like nothing, nowhere, no one, nobody's, and so on, that will be affected in the 6 Russian cases. Even though it's a lot of information, in this video, I choose to not explain these highly advanced concepts because they're not as useful as the simple concepts that I'm going to cover. Plus, a lot of memorization is needed for them, so do not expect to see these ideas in this video. In case you're interested in the very advanced negations, I have a link in the description to a separate site that explains it. Anyhow, let's begin with simple negation. The first negation in Russian is simple negation, which makes the opposite of a word. It is based on the negative word нет, which in Russian is no, but the word itself changes under the fitting negation, which is similar to English, where no changes to not. In simple negation, the word нет will be не, and не is the most used negative word in Russian, which works with every grammatical concept. By using it, we'll always place it before verbs, nouns, pronouns, numbers, adjectives, and adverbs. But let's not forget that Russian is expressive, allowing any word to be placed anywhere. To make learning simple, I'll always put «не» before the common concept. Let's begin with verbs. In Russian, verbs are negated by placing «не» directly before them, which will change affirmative sentences into negative ones. Here are some examples. Я знаю, я не знаю. Он говорит, он не говорит. Мы думали, мы не думали. Они увидят ее, они не увидят ее. I'm using more advanced concepts, such as the past and future, to fully show the idea of negation. Notice that there is no change to the verbs themselves. We only add the «не» to create the negation. Here, we have nouns and adjectives, and there are two ways to use «no» with them, «нет» and «не». When using «нет», this word indicates the absence of something and denies its existence. And let's not forget that with absence, nouns and adjectives will automatically be defined in the genitive, which will use the genitive grammar. Here are some examples with «нет». У меня есть маленькая книга, у меня нет маленькой книги. У тебя есть старый кот, у тебя нет старого кота. Здесь есть хорошие рестораны, здесь нет хороших ресторанов. Again, when using «нет» with nouns and adjectives, they use the genitive in the negative sentences. Still, it's possible to use «не» with nouns and adjectives, like in the following sentences. Это был интересный фильм. Это был неинтересный фильм. Это хороший день. Это нехороший день. Это не птица, а самолет. Here we have pronouns, and with pronouns we simply put «не» before them. Это я, это не я. Она говорит со мной, она не говорит со мной. Это его дом, это не его дом. Мы в этом доме, мы не в этом доме. Они идут к своим домам, они не идут к своим домам. With pronouns, there could be many types of them, like personal object, possessive, demonstrative, and reflexive possessive pronouns, which I used in the following sentences. Here we have numbers and adverbs, and their negation is the same as with the previous concepts. Я тут первый раз. Я тут не первый раз. Их не двое, а трое. Это всегда хорошо. Это не всегда хорошо. This is how simple negation works in Russian. Let's continue with strong negation. Strong negation in Russian is mainly used for a negative emphasis that denies both options, and the word we have to use is «ни». «Ни» indicates a strong negation, and in comparison to English, we can think of it as the word «nor», but sometimes the meaning can change back to «no» or «not». Still, in Russian, this is where we get to see a glimpse of double negatives and how negative words can repeat themselves, like in the following phrases. Я хочу кошку и собаку. Я не хочу ни кошку, ни собаку. Я говорю с ним и с ней. Я не говорю ни с ним, ни с ней. In the first sentence, the nouns are in the accusative because they act as direct object pronouns, being modified in the accusative. When the sentence is negative, we have three negations, «не» once and «ни» twice. In English, we only have two negatives, but in Russian, there are three, because there's a negative emphasis on each object, which is what «ни» indicates. In the second sentence, we have instrumental pronouns that also have «ни» twice, and let's not forget that pronouns coming after a preposition receive the consonant «n» after. Furthermore, the strong negation «ни» is also used in phrases like «not once» and «no matter», like «он не позвонил ни разу» and «я буду с тобой, что бы ни случилось». At this point, we're getting very advanced with strong negation, and openly, there is no point in learning more advanced concepts with strong negation. So I'm going to stop here. Let's continue with complete negation. Complete negation, also known as negation of the whole sentence, is used as a negative reply that will completely negate a sentence, and actually, it's the easiest and most logical one to remember and use. In complete negation, the word «нет» is commonly used, but when replying, «не» can also be used. Ты дома? Нет, я не дома. Ты хочешь кушать? Нет, я не хочу кушать. Он посмотрел видео? Нет, он не посмотрел видео. Они вернутся? Нет, они не вернутся. I used a mix of every concept to fully show how complete negation works, like the perfective past and a reflexive verb in the last phrases. If you want to be very simple and quite lazy with complete negation, you can omit all the replies and just say нет, but it will be too impractical. So that's how complete negation works in Russian. Let's continue with double negatives and negation. Double negation in Russian is created when the simple negation не is combined with the strong negation ни. In Russian, negations combine and stay negative instead of canceling each other out like in English. Consider the following phrase. I do not see anything. In English, we only have one negative word because English doesn't allow double negatives. Russian, however, has double negatives, as I showed previously, so the sentence will be Я не вижу ничего. In this case, we're using the simple negative не along with the negative pronoun ничего, which is nothing. But it's modified in the genitive because we have denial and absence, so it's more equivalent to saying I do not see nothing. But again, English doesn't allow double negatives. At the beginning of the video, I mentioned that double negation has many pronouns that will be affected in the 6 Russian cases. Because of this advanced concept, I choose to not explain every single modification of every single negative pronoun because there's a ton of information that needs to be remembered. And honestly, it might cause more confusion than understanding. So I will not dive into the cases with double negation. Instead, I'll explain every double negative pronoun on its own and how it can be used simply and practically. With Russian double negation, I did say that the simple negation не is combined with the strong negation ни. However, it's important to understand that ни doesn't stay ни on its own. Because the ни emphasizes a strong negation, it will be applied to question words like кто, кого, что, чего, где, куда, когда, как, какой, and откуда. There could be a few more question words, but these are the most practical ones to know. In double negation, ни is placed at the beginning of these words, thus combining them into one word and making a pronoun, which is what I meant when I said that ни emphasizes a strong negation because it negates question words. For instance, где means where, and with ни, it's нигде, meaning nowhere, and the same principle applies to the rest of the words. This is double negation in Russian, which is ultimately used with the simple negation не by putting these pronouns after не, thus getting double negation, which involves using both negations in the same sentence. Grammatically speaking, the pronouns belong in the cases, which means that they will be modified under every case. But like I said, I choose to not explain their modifications because it's simply too much. As a side note, when learning double negatives, you might encounter sibling words that have one-letter differences and are similar to negative pronouns. The stress will change the pronunciation of the word, along with the meaning, which will lose the negation to become a new word. It's something I wanted to mention, but I will not explain it because it doesn't relate to double negation, even though spelling-wise it's similar, so watch out just in case. Anyhow, here are some simple and practical examples with double negation. Никто не пришел. Nobody arrived or came. In this case, we have the nominative nobody or no one, which is the simplest it could be. Still, do not forget that the case can change meanings and thus change the word, like in the phrase никого нет дома. There's nobody at home. In this case, we have никого, which is nobody in the genitive, because of absence and denial. Also, we have the negation нет instead of не, and the noun дом uses the genitive grammar дома. Ничто не беспокоит его. Nothing bothers him. We have the nominative nothing with не, but it can change in the genitive, like ничего не осталось. There is nothing left. Because of absence, we have the genitive ничего. Я не нашел его нигде. I did not find him or it anywhere. We have не, the object pronoun его, and the pronoun нигде, which is nowhere. In English, we say anywhere, but in Russian we say nowhere. Нигде. Ты не уйдешь никуда. You will not go anywhere. We have не and the pronoun никуда, which indicates direction, meaning to nowhere. Я не был никогда в Лас-Вегасе. I was never in Las Vegas. We have не and никогда, which translates to never, while also putting the noun Las Vegas in the prepositional grammar. Я никак не могу найти свою книгу. I, by no means, cannot find my own book. We have nikak, which has multiple definitions, like by no means, at all, or completely. Also, we have не and the reflexive possessive pronoun свою in the accusative. У меня нет никакой идеи. I do not have any idea. We have the genitive in this case with the negative pronoun никакой, which modifies the noun. Он не пришел ни откуда. He did not arrive or come from anywhere. We have не, and we also have ни откуда, which means from nowhere. Conclusively, this is how double negation works in Russian, and don't forget that some pronouns that I showed can be affected in the 6 Russian cases. Now, before ending the video, I want to quickly say that there are more types of negation in Russian, like negation in questions, the negative imperative, and negative commands. Even though there's more information to know, I choose to not cover these concepts because they're simple enough to understand. They're all built on the negations that I already explained, but if you wish to learn more, I have a link in the description to a separate site that can explain them more. Typically, you will not tend to use every negation that I showed, but it is important to understand the overall system. If anything, there are typical negative phrases that can be used in everyday conversations that have more functions. For instance, it's possible to use simple negation by saying no longer, yet, and nearly in the following phrases. Also, there is the informal nope, which in Russian is не-а. But again, these are supplemental concepts of negation in Russian. So overall, this is how negation fully works in Russian. So in this video, I would like to explain you commands in Russian. You commands in Russian, also known as the imperative mood, uses the pronouns ты and вы, you and you all, by giving a command. In English, this concept is very simple because the form of the command is the same as the infinitive. In Russian, there's a bit of grammar to know because it is different than English, but it's not a difficult concept to understand, considering that there are only 2 forms of commands, ты and вы. Saying the pronouns is absolutely not needed because we'll automatically know that the command will always be in the second person. The command forms will also stay the same even when negative and reflexive, but when reflexive, only a few letters will be added, and I will explain that later. At first, it's important to know that most verbs that take a command form are imperfective, because that is their dictionary form. It is possible to form commands with perfective verbs, but they're different in the first person, and I'll explain that at the end of the video. Considering the number of verb endings in Russian, like at, yat, it, yet, and so on, it may look like a lot, but in terms of commands, their forms are very simple. Let's begin with the ty command. Ty commands in Russian have 2 endings which follow different verb endings. With verbs ending in at and yat, we take an infinitive, drop the ending, and add the letter i kratkaya. With any other verb ending, like it and yet, we add the letter I instead. Let's have some examples. Работать, читать, слушать, думать, and гулять are all infinitives that end in at, with the last one ending in yat. To put them in the ty command, we drop their endings and put I краткая. Работай, work. Читай, read. Слушай, listen. Думай, think. Гуляй, take a walk. In the negative, the forms stay exactly the same. So that's the first ending for ty commands. For the second ending, we put the letter I if a verb ends in it, yet, or any other ending that's not at and yat. Let's have some examples. Говорить, ходить, купить, смотреть, сидеть. All of these are infinitives that end in it or yet. And to put them in the ty command, we drop their endings and put I. Говори, speak. Ходи, walk. Купи, buy. Смотри, look. Сиди, sit. In the negative, the forms stay exactly the same. So that's the second ending for ty commands. Generally, this is the grammar for ty commands, but there are exceptions that I'll explain later. Now, what happens when a verb is reflexive? When a verb is reflexive, we go back to the rule that holds every reflexive concept. We add s if a conjugation ends in a vowel, and sa if a conjugation ends in a consonant. And this rule applies to any reflexive concept, including commands. Considering that we have the endings I kratkaya and I, we add sa to the commands that end in I kratkaya and si to the commands that end in I. Let's have some examples. Купаться, одеваться, открываться, улыбаться, смеяться. All of these are reflexive infinitives, and to put them in the ty command, we add sa to the commands that end in I kratkaya and si to the commands that end in I. Купайся. Take a bath or bathe yourself. Одевайся. Dress up or dress yourself. Открывайся. Open up. Улыбайся. Smile. Смейся. Laugh. In the negative, the forms stay exactly the same, so that's how reflexives work in the T command. Let's continue with the V command. Its formation is simpler than the T command. To form the V command, we take the T command form and add the letters T regardless of the verb's ending, and that's it. All of these are infinitives, and to put them in the V command, we first put them in the T command, and then we add T. Работайте. Читайте. Слушайте. Думайте. Гуляйте. Говорите. Ходите. Купите. Смотрите. Сидите. In the negatives, the forms stay exactly the same. Now, what happens when a verb is reflexive in the V command? Just like the rule says, we add se if a conjugation ends in a vowel, and sa if a conjugation ends in a consonant. In the case of V commands, the ending te always ends in ye, which is a vowel. Therefore, we automatically put the ending se. Купайтесь. Одевайтесь. Открывайтесь. Улыбайтесь. Смейтесь. In the negative, the forms stay exactly the same. So that's how V commands work in Russian. As a side note, V can be used as you all, but also acts as a polite and formal way to speak to people who are professionals. Suppose you learn Russian and you speak with these professional people, using these commands would be very useful. Now, let's move on to exceptions. In Russian, some commands have irregular spelling changes, but the good thing is that they stay the same even when negative and reflexive. The best way to understand them is to just remember them. And another good thing is that some exceptions end in the мягкий знак, so there is a pattern to follow with some of them. Готовь. Готовьте. Ешь. Ешьте. Сядь. Сядьте. Будь. Будьте. Забудь. Забудьте. Встань. Встаньте. Other exceptions can be fully irregular. Пей. Пейте. Живи. Живите. Иди. Идите. Жди. Ждите. There could be more exceptions, but these are the most common ones to know. And if you want to, you can try and put them in the negative and reflexive forms, if some verbs allow you to do so. Finally, at the beginning of the video, I said that it's possible to form commands with perfective verbs. And while that's true, I think it's a concept that is simple enough to understand. And if anything, it has the same function as in English. The commands that I'm talking about are we commands that begin with let's, like in the following commands. This command is practically the easiest both in English and Russian, so specific explanations are not needed here. In Russian, to form a we command, we have to rely on the verb давать and the verb from the perfective future, which is what I meant when I said that commands can be made with perfective verbs. In the case of we commands, perfective verbs are needed, but the action of let's will always be done in the future. All we have to do is modify давать into давайте and add a perfective verb in the мы pronoun in the future. Давайте is grammatically the same as the we command for the verb, but in the context of we commands, it acts as the word let's. Давайте. Давайте is used when talking to many people informally, but it has to be done in the first person, мы in the plural. Давайте поработаем. Let's work. Давайте поговорим. Let's speak. Давайте поедим. Let's eat. Давайте почитаем. Let's read. Давайте пойдем. Let's go. This is what I meant when I said that it's simple enough to understand, because it has the same function as in English, with any perfective verb. This is why I chose to simply show this command rather than make a separate video about it, so this is how we commands work in Russian as a bonus. And this is how commands work in Russian, also known as the imperative mood. So in this video, I would like to explain participles as adjectives in Russian. Participles as adjectives are verbs that form an active or a passive tense as adjectives, and in Russian, there are 4 types of participles: present active, past active, present passive, and past passive. Passive participles are actually a very old literal concept that is really not used at all, but it is possible to find it in old Russian literature. I will not be covering it because it's mainly obsolete in modern Russian, but the active participles are something very important to know. Past active participles are used less than present active participles, so you don't see a lot of them. But still, it's possible to form them, and I will cover them in this video. In general, participles as adjectives in Russian are something that you'll see in formal Russian rather than in Russian conversations, but it is important to know. By definition, a participle that acts as an adjective has a quality of verbs and adjectives that can be affected in the 6 Russian cases. Another way to think about it is that a participle is a verbal adjective that is derived from verbs and adjective endings, which is why participles are affected in the 6 Russian cases. However, there is no point in covering their grammatical endings because they all share the same endings as normal adjectives. I already made a video about normal adjectives in Russian, and I would recommend going back and rewatching it so that active participles will be more understandable. As I said, participles as adjectives combine the qualities of verbs and adjectives and describe the qualities of objects. They possess characteristics of verbs and adjectives that depend on a verbal action, and when modifying them, they use the same endings as normal adjectives. And in Russian, there are present and past active participles. Let's begin with present active participles. Present active participles are only derived from imperfective verbs, which are actions that are currently taking place, which the subject is doing at the moment. Try to think of it in English as the one who is doing or the thing that is doing. To form present active participles, we take the ani conjugation of the present tense verb, drop the consonant te, and add the endings she, masculine, shaya, feminine, sheye, neuter, and shiye, plural. Once again, these participles are affected by gender, quantity, and cases, but the good thing is that they share the same grammar as normal adjectives. The only difference is that we have the consonant sha, and the vowels after sha are all adjective endings, in case you have not realized. In case you need to say a sentence in any Russian case, remember that adjective endings are the same as participle endings, only with the letter sha before. To make a participle or a verbal adjective out of the verb chitat, to read, we take chitat, put it in the oni pronoun, chitayut, drop the consonant te, and add she, chitayushi. Masculine, chitayushaya, feminine, chitayusheye, neuter, and chitayushiye, plural. Here we have the verb slushat, to listen, and its modifications will be the same as the previous verb. Slushayushi, masculine, slushayushaya, feminine, slushayusheye, neuter, and slushayushiye, plural. Here we have the verb lezhat, to lie down. Lezhashi, masculine, lezhashaya, feminine, lezhashiye, neuter, and lezhashiye, plural. Here we have the verb izuchat, to study. Izuchayushi, masculine, izuchayushaya, feminine, izuchayusheye, neuter, and izuchayushiye, plural. Let's not forget that the gender in the plural does not matter, and therefore we can use any subject. Let's have some examples with the verbs that I showed. And the following examples are sentences that you'll see in formal Russian, including commas that separate the phrases. Also, I've included the case that each sentence is in, just so you can see how formal Russian becomes. Мужчина, читающий книгу. A man reading a book. Женщина, слушающая музыку. A woman listening to music. Кольцо, лежащее на столе. A ring lying down on the table. Студенты, изучающие русский язык. Students learning the Russian language. Now, what happens when a verb is reflexive? When a verb is reflexive, we go back to the reflexive rule. We add se if a conjugation ends in a vowel, and sa if a conjugation ends in a consonant. However, participle endings are an exception to this rule. With present active participles as adjectives, reflexives will always end in sa, no matter the case, like in the following sentences. Мужчина, возвращающийся с работы. A man returning himself from work. Женщина, улыбающаяся в камеру. A woman smiling at the camera. Люди, смеющиеся над всем. The people laughing at everything. Here, you can really see how formal and literal Russian becomes, but there are exceptions to some verbs in the active present. Some irregular participles have irregular suffixes which are mainly based on their irregular conjugations in the present tense, like in the following examples. To dance, танцевать becomes танцуют, which becomes танцующий. Женщина, танцующая под музыку. A woman dancing under the music. To sleep, спать becomes спят, which becomes спящий. Спящая красавица в замке. The sleeping beauty in the castle. To tolerate or to endure, Терпеть becomes терпят, which unusually becomes терпимый. Терпимый – уголок, a tolerating corner. Still, you should know that there could be a lot more exceptions, but it's not necessary to know all of them. So that's how present active participles work in Russian. Let's continue with past active participles. And as I said at the beginning, past active participles are used a lot less, but it's still possible to form them. Past active participles show an action that the subject was doing, and their formation is easier than the present active participles. To form them, we take the past tense verb stem and add the endings вши, вшая, вшие, and вшие, depending on gender, quantity, and cases. Similarly, the grammar for past active participles is almost the same as for present active participles, but the difference is that instead of using sha, we're using v, sha, and the vowels that come after are the same adjective endings in all tenses. A subtle difference is that past active participles can work with perfective and imperfective verbs, whereas present active participles only work with imperfective verbs. To make a participle out of the verb читать, to read, we take читать, put it in the singular past, читал, drop the consonant L, and add вши. Читавший, masculine, читавшая, feminine, читавшее, neuter, and читавшие, plural. Here we have the verb слушать, to listen. Слушавший, masculine, слушавшая, feminine, слушавшие, neuter, and слушавшие, plural. Here we have the verb лежать, to lie down. Лежавший, masculine, лежавшая, feminine, лежавшие, neuter, and лежавшие, plural. Here we have the verb изучать, to study. Изучавший, masculine, изучавшая, feminine, изучавшие, neuter, and изучавшие, plural. Don't forget that the gender in the plural does not matter, so we can use any subject. Let's have some examples with the verbs that I showed, which constructively are the same as the previous examples in the present, along with the grammatical cases. This time, they're in the past. Мужчина, читавший книгу. A man who was reading a book. Женщина, слушавшая музыку. A woman who was listening to music. Кольцо, лежавшее на столе. A ring that was lying down on a table. Студенты, изучавшие русский язык. Students who were learning the Russian language. Now what happens when a verb is reflexive? With past active participles as adjectives, reflexives will always end in «ся», no matter the case, like in the following sentences. Мужчина, возвращавшийся с работы. A man who was returning himself from work. Женщина, улыбавшаяся в камеру. A woman who was smiling at the camera. Кино, начинавшееся сначала. A movie that was starting up from the beginning. You can really see how formal Russian becomes, but there are exceptions to verbs in the active past. Some irregular participles have irregular suffixes which are mainly based on their irregular conjugations in the past tense, like in the following examples. To carry, нести becomes нес, which becomes несший. Мальчик, несший коробку. A boy who was carrying a box. To be killed, погибнуть becomes погиб, which becomes погибший. Мужчина, погибший в аварии. A man who was killed in an accident. Some exceptions tend to have only the consonant sha in their conjugations, which is mainly used in the perfective past, as opposed to the imperfective. To help, помочь becomes помог, which becomes помогший. Человек, помогший кому-то. A person who helped someone. To die. Умереть becomes умер, which becomes умерший. Человек, умерший в аварии. A person who died in an accident. With past active participles, there are actually a lot more exceptions than in the present, but it's not necessary to know all of them. So overall, this is how past active participles work in Russian. So in this video, I would like to explain the Russian subjunctive. The Russian subjunctive is a grammatical mood that designates an action that someone would do or that something would happen if specific circumstances are met. It is based on subjectivity with verbs that are put in the conditional mood, and the Russian subjunctive heavily relies on the conditional because it is a mood and not a tense. The Russian subjunctive has many different uses that may refer to real or unreal actions that take place in the past, present, or future. The most important usages of the Russian subjunctive are complex if sentences in the conditional mood, emotional desire, such as expressing a wish, desire, request, or command, the conditional mood with the word чтобы, also known as subordinate clauses, and suggestions and advice. In my previous Russian videos, I already mentioned these concepts, which all rely on the conditional mood, and I already made a video about the conditional in Russian. I would highly recommend going back and rewatching it so that the subjunctive feels much simpler because again, it uses the conditional mood. Moreover, the Russian subjunctive designates an action that someone would do or that something would happen if specific circumstances are met. The conditional mood expresses the same thing, which is why they're connected, especially using words like если, which means if, and бы, which means would. What makes the subjunctive and conditional very different is that they're both moods and not tenses, and their complex constructions correspond to how they're formed in English, which uses verbs and past participles. As I said in my conditional video, we need the word бы, which is a conjugation of быть, meaning would, which is placed before conjugated imperfective or perfective verbs that come from the past tense. Sometimes, бы can be shortened to б, which only happens when the word б is placed after a word that ends in a hard vowel. Let's have a short reminder. Here we have the verbs работать and поработать, meaning to work. Работать in the imperfective conditional would be я бы работал, ты бы работал, он бы работал. This conjugation applies only if the subject is masculine. Я бы работала, ты бы работала, она бы работала. This conjugation applies to feminine subjects. In the plural, the conjugations are мы бы работали, вы бы работали, они бы работали. Because of the imperfective, the meaning of the phrases is I would be working, you would be working, and so on. In the perfective, we have the same words, but with the prefix po, and the meaning now is would work, because the perfective indicates an action that would be done successfully. This is how the conditional mood works in Russian. In addition to the subjunctive, the conditional in Russian is also very useful when it's put in if sentences that express a hypothetical situation where circumstances would be different. It's also very similar to how the conditional is formed in English, which uses verbs and past participles, along with complex if sentences, emotional desire, the conditional mood with the word чтобы, and advice. In my conditional video, I mentioned all of these concepts, and I said that they are for a future video, and now that this video has come out, we can finally cover them in the Russian subjunctive. To form the Russian subjunctive mood, we add the word бы to the relevant imperfective or perfective past tense verbs. Formally, бы will always come before the conjugated verbs, but because Russian is expressive, any word can be placed in any order. To make learning simple, I'll always put бы before the verb, so that it's more similar to English. Let's also not forget that бы changes to b if the word before it ends in a hard vowel. This system is the same as in the conditional mood, which I showed a minute ago. Let's begin with complex if sentences in the conditional mood. The subjunctive mood with the word если, which means if, denotes present or future actions that could be possible if some conditions are met. To form complex if sentences, we use the construction если бы, where the subjunctive mood uses бы in both clauses of the sentence. Because the subjunctive is the last grammatical concept in Russian, I'm going to use every Russian concept together that I've shown so far in every example, so expect these sentences to be complex. Если у меня были бы деньги, я бы купил себе новую машину. If I had money, I would buy myself a new car. Если я бы учился достаточно, я бы сдал экзамен. If I had studied enough, I would pass the exam. Если тебе бы нравился футбол, мы бы могли играть вместе. If you would have liked football, we could have played together. Если я не был бы болен, я бы пошел. If I were not sick, I would go. Если она бы спросила, я бы поговорил с ней. If she had asked, I would speak with her. Если ты бы оделся, тебе не было бы холодно. If you would have dressed up, you would not have been cold. In some sentences, the grammar changed in English, and it had to be done on purpose to generate a better meaning because of the imperfective and perfective aspects. Some sentences also use the short b when placed after a word that ended in a hard vowel, so that's how complex if sentences work in Russian. Let's continue with emotional desire. Emotional desire in the Russian subjunctive uses common verbs to express a wish, desire, request, or command because of subjectivity. One person's desire could be different than someone else's wish, which is why it's called the subjunctive. Emotional desire describes possible actions that would happen using verbs that give polite requests, mainly in the past tense, like хотеть, to want, желать, to wish, and смотреть, to watch or to look, along with the word бы in the conditional. Я бы хотел купить эту машину, потому что она мне нравится. I would like to buy this car because I like it. Я бы попросил больше видео для просмотра. I would ask for more videos to watch. Я бы посмотрел новый фильм, который вышел. I would watch the new film that came out. Ты бы не мог помочь мне, пожалуйста? Could you help me, please? Да, я могу помочь тебе с твоим желанием. Yes, I can help you with your wish. This is how emotional desire works in the subjunctive. Let's continue with the conditional mood with the word чтобы, also known as subordinate clauses. I would say that subordinate clauses with the word чтобы are the most complex topic in the Russian subjunctive because they have the most amount of meanings, and their structure is different in Russian than in English, but it is possible to connect them. In subordinate clauses, two clauses do not refer to the same subject, in which the word бы is incorporated with the word что, чтобы. This word, чтобы, connects a main clause and a subordinate clause, which can be translated as the conjunction that. When talking about two different subjects, the word чтобы has to utilize an action in the past tense, most of the time the perfective, to convey the meaning that. And while Russian has one way to express it, English has two. Take a look at the following phrase. I want you to eat. In English, we tend to combine the pronoun with the action, which is why the sentence feels more like a request. But in Russian, it's not possible to say a sentence like that because there are two different subjects. Another way to express it, which connects more to Russian, is I want that you eat. It's still possible to say it in English, but it's completely not formal. But this is the construction that Russian has with чтобы. I want that you eat. Я хочу, чтобы ты поел, with the comma. In this case, we have one subject я and a different subject ты, and the perfective verb поесть conjugated in the perfective past. So as I said, when talking about two different subjects, the word чтобы has to utilize an action in the past tense, mainly perfective, to convey the meaning that. I want that you eat. Я хочу, чтобы ты поел. I want you to eat. This is how the conditional mood with the word чтобы works in Russian, and when giving examples, I'll show them both formally and informally so that you can see the construction in both cases. Я хочу, чтобы вы посмотрели это видео и выучили русский. I want you all to watch this video and learn Russian. The informal construction would be, I want that all of you watch this video and learn Russian. Ты пришел, чтобы я мог поговорить с тобой об этом. You came so that I could speak with you about this. In this case, we're using the construction so that and an imperfective verb in the subordinate clause. Он не хочет, чтобы ты уходил куда-то. He does not want you to go anywhere, or he does not want that you go anywhere. Они попросили меня, чтобы я выгулял их собаку. They asked me to walk their dog, or they asked me that I walk their dog. Она открыла окно, чтобы не было жарко. She opened the window so that it would not be hot. In this case, we have so that, and the regular imperfective было. Generally, this is how the subjunctive mood works with чтобы in Russian, but these are not the only sentences that чтобы can work with. Other phrases are also used in the subjunctive, like it's important that, it's urgent that, it's necessary that, and so on. These short phrases are all main clauses and impersonal expressions that connect with subordinate clauses with a past tense action using чтобы, which would act as that. The Russian subjunctive is most often used with these main and subordinate clauses, and in the case of чтобы, it acts like a conjunction that connects the impersonal expressions with subordinate clauses. Важно, чтобы вы посмотрели это видео. It's important that you all watch this video. Необходимо, чтобы вы научились чему-то. It's urgent that you all learn something. Нужно, чтобы вы запомнили это. It's necessary that you all remember this. Even though these are simple short sentences, they're still very important to know in the Russian subjunctive. Furthermore, the word чтобы also has a second meaning in Russian, and that is in order to. In English, we tend to sometimes omit it when we speak, but we do so to save time, like, I watched this video to learn Russian. Formally, it's an incomplete sentence, so the full sentence is, I watched this video in order to learn Russian, where in order to precedes an infinitive. When putting this phrase in Russian, я смотрю это видео, чтобы учить русский, we have the word чтобы, which conveys the meaning in order to, and is also placed before an infinitive. Such phrases with чтобы can also be written in the opposite way. Чтобы учить русский, я смотрю это видео. In order to learn Russian, I watched this video. Even though it's not a big concept, with чтобы, I wanted to quickly mention it in case you see it in any other sentence. So you would know that чтобы has two meanings, one in the subjunctive and one as a subordinating conjunction, which can be used inside and outside the subjunctive. Anyhow, let's finish the Russian subjunctive with suggestions and advice. The Russian subjunctive can be used to offer suggestions and advice, which is similar to the English constructions, it would be better, or why don't you, etc. These phrases are mainly applicable in Russian conversations, and they act more like expressions as opposed to literal translations. And also, they use the conditional mood. Ты бы сходил к врачу. You'd better go to a doctor. Ты бы надел теплую куртку, потому что очень холодно. You'd better put on a warm jacket because it's very cold. Вы бы не облокачивались на дверь, потому что она может открыться. You'd better not lean on the door because it can open up. Вы бы поспали немного после дороги. You'd better sleep a little after the trip. Вы бы отдохнули немного. You'd better rest a little. Overall, this is how suggestions and advice work in the subjunctive, and this is how the subjunctive fully works in Russian. Now that this long video is over, I wanted to take one last minute to explain what I've shown. As someone who teaches languages to themselves, I've had my ways of explaining information to myself which many people don't necessarily use. The whole point of this video was to explain the basis of how to think when learning new languages. Of course, everyone has their ways of learning anything, but in my opinion, everyone has to start with the basis of whatever they learn. My goal wasn't so much focused on teaching how to speak Russian directly, but more so on how to think when learning all the Russian grammar. Practically, this video had everything you needed to understand the Russian language, and I decided to go with this format to not waste time and omit all the unnecessary information that other educators could have included. This video explained every Russian grammatical concept with additional information. This was simply my way of explaining, teaching, educating, and providing information that one would fully need to learn Russian from top to bottom. If you made it all the way to the end of the video, thank you so much for watching it and educating yourself about the Russian language. Thank you.